Chapter 1840. The Dragon Man clone's action of plundering the dream realm attracted the four dragon generals. If it was a human goo immortal, the four dragon generals would attack together, but Fong Yuan's Dragon Man clone was a true Dragon Man, be it the body or the soul, they were both flawless. The four dragon generals thus revealed their identities. This secret made Fong Yuan secretly shocked. In his previous life, he only saw Bai Ningbing controlling Dragon Palace and Di Zongxing at the final moment. He did not see the four dragon generals. So these four rank 8 Goo Immortals were actually Dragon Palace's servants. They were subdued by Dragon Palace and became dragon generals. The situation here is quite complicated. Should I make a move personally? Thoughts moved rapidly in Fong Yuan's mind as he deduced. With his current strength, he had a high chance of dealing with these four rank 8 Goo Immortals. Fong Yuan's strongest methods were Chi Path methods. Ignoring everything else, just the number of Chi Path Dao marks, he had left these four Eastern Sea rank 8s in the dust. But they are rank 8 Goo Immortals after all. I can win or even kill them, but there will be a huge commotion. I cannot win quickly. Referring to the battle between Duke Long and these four in my previous life, the immortal Goo House Dragon Palace has its own intelligence. It can fly away on its own. If I attack forcefully, I might end up in the same situation as Duke Long in my previous life. Fong Yuan immediately deduced the most likely scenario. He came here to secretly take Dragon Palace. If he caused such a huge commotion and exposed his rank 8 cultivation level and Chi Path strength, it would not fit with his original plan. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan looked at cooking luck pot above him. The purple dragon luck around cooking luck pot was completely covered by the black clouds, but it was grinning excitedly. It was about to move. Especially in this black cloud, there were traces of azure purple chi that could be vaguely seen. These wisps of azure purple fate energy are indescribably precious and wonderful. They represent the possibility of the Dragon Man clone becoming the master of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Man clone only has rank 7 cultivation level. The four dragon generals are all rank 8. They did not discover me. There is little chance of them deceiving me. If the Dragon Man clone follows the rules and explores the dream realm and passes the test, not only will he obtain Duke Long, he will also obtain the battle strength of these four rank 8 Goo Immortals. It seems that this Dragon Palace is definitely an enslavement path, immortal Goo House. To be able to enslave four rank 8 battle strengths at the same time, truly amazing. According to the information from my previous life, I still have plenty of time. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan decided that his main body would not move and let his avatar try to explore the dream and participate in the test. This was undoubtedly a plan that maximized the benefits. Having received the main body's request, the Dragon Man clone immediately returned to the dreamscape. This action caused the expressions of the four great dragon generals to ease up considerably. Among them, Granny Rong said, "To participate in Dragon Palace's test, your body and soul must enter the dream realm together. Only by having the courage to stake everything on this gamble will you be qualified to become the Dragon Palace Lord." The Dragon Man clone's expression changed slightly, but considering that the main body was watching from above, he nodded and entered the dream realm. Once he entered the dream, he fell into deep darkness. Whoosh, why, wake up, wake up. Someone beside him pushed the Dragon Man clone. The Dragon Man clone opened his eyes and saw a young Dragon Man girl. She was pure and cute. She had a helpless expression as she said, "Why did you fall asleep again? Everyone is waiting for you. Don't forget, today is the day we agreed to duel with Vice Qin and Zhang Shuang. So I am Wu Shuai. I have rank 3 Goo Master Cultivation level." The Dragon Man clone immediately inspected his own situation. Let's go, let's go. The young Dragon Man girl could not wait any longer. Seeing that Fong Yuan opened his eyes, she immediately dragged him and ran. They sprinted along the way and arrived at a drill ground. There were already two groups of people in the drill ground. They were in the east and west direction. They were facing each other clearly. The group in the west were all human youngsters. There were both males and females. The two leaders had the arrogance of youngsters. The group in the east were all Dragon Man youngsters. They were much fewer in number and without a leader. They were being suppressed by the human youngsters. They were at a disadvantage. Seeing that Fang Yuan appeared, the Dragon Man youngsters became excited. Some cheered while others blamed Fang Yuan for being late. Wu Shuai, you finally dared to show yourself. I thought you were too timid to participate in the duel. One of the two young men leading the group from the human tribe yelled. The young Dragon Man girl who had been dragging Fang Yuan over immediately retorted, Vice Chen, don't be arrogant. Now that Wu Shuai is here, he will definitely beat the crap out of you. Enough nonsense. Wu Shuai, make your move. This time, Zhang Shuang, will definitely wash away the humiliation of losing to you last time. The other young Gu master stood up. He was clearly an impatient person. He could not wait to challenge Wu Shuang. Wait. Fang Yuan waved his hand, delaying for time. Since it is a duel, what are the stakes? He said as he sized up the drill ground. The drill ground's layout was extraordinary. It was actually an immortal Gu formation. This meant that he was in a very important place. Since there was an immortal formation, he was definitely in the territory of a superforce. And Fang Yuan's current location was also an important location of this superforce. An immortal formation could be set up in a drill ground. This was not an ordinary level of importance. Looking at the attire of both sides, they were similar. They were clearly from the same sect. This duel seems to be a competition between youngsters. The youngsters here have at least rank 2 cultivation level. Looking at their appearances, they have probably just started cultivating. They are really talented. The one with the highest cultivation level is me. There are also the young human leaders Vice Chen and Zhang Shuang. They have rank 3 cultivation level. They are all young geniuses. Below them is the Dragon Man girl who dragged me here. She is rank 2 peak stage cultivation level. Commander Wu, don't look down on me. I have already brought the stakes. Look, Vice Chen said as he solemnly took out a Gu worm from his pocket. Fang Yuan took a look. It was a rank 5 Gu. It was called Commander Gu. Commander Gu had the appearance of a sawtooth tree. It was a longhorn beetle. The longhorn beetle's body was long and cylindrical. Its back was slightly flat. There were 2 long feelers on its head. This Commander Gu was the same. Its body was like green jade. It had a pair of long feelers that were 10 times longer than its body. They were like 2 long red ropes. The Dragon Man clone was slightly shocked. Fang Yuan had many immortal Gu. He did not care about mortal Gu. But this Commander Gu was different. Even though it was a mortal Gu, it was a human path Gu worm. It had enslavement path effects. It had appeared briefly in Central Continent before vanishing. According to the rumors, Commander Gu's effect was very good. And there were many other similar Gu worms that complemented it in a complete set. The Dragon Man clone's attainment level was interlinked with Fang Yuan's main body. Fang Yuan's main body had Human Path Grandmaster and Enslavement Path Master attainment level. The Dragon Man clone was the same. As long as one had Master attainment level, they would have the corresponding intuition. At this moment, the Dragon Man clone had a feeling. As long as I pass this dream realm, I will be able to obtain Commander Gu's recipe. No wonder my luck little purple dragon is so eager. This enslavement path dream realm is truly my fortuitous encounter. Thinking of this, the Dragon Man clone became even more excited. While running here earlier, he had already investigated how many Gu worms Wu Shuang had, what they were. He had some preparations regarding the methods he could use, but he did not know how to make the bet. Immediately, Fang Yuan smiled. In that case, come at me. I will let you go first. You can make the first move. Zhang Shuang was mocked like this. Anger appeared on his young face. All right, Wu Shuang, since you are so arrogant and look down on me, I will grant you your wish. He took out more than 10 yuan stones and scattered them on the ground of the drill ground. The drill ground was an immortal formation. When the yuan stones landed on the ground, it was like falling into water. They were immediately devoured by the ground. Next, ants started to crawl out of the ground. Zhang Shuang stared with wide-open eyes, using his method to enslave these ants. The Dragon Man clone was shocked. These are not ordinary ants. There are natural markings on their backs. They form human characters. Are they army ants that are being transported? Dragon men were not born naturally. They were a man-made variant human race. Army ants and dragon men were similar in nature. They were not born naturally. They were created by Gu, immortal great experts. These army ants were created by enslavement path Gu masters. To a large extent, they could alleviate the problem of feeding them. A small number of army ants could be used for daily training, while a large number of army ants could form an ant tide. They were also very powerful. Zhang Shuang had great strength. He soon enslaved more than 10 yellow ants. At this time, new ants crawled out of the ground. They were slightly larger than the previous ones. They were black in color. Zhang Shuang was overjoyed. He quickly shifted his attention and started to enslave these black ants. The yellow ants had natural words on them. Worker. The black ants also had natural markings on them. Soldier. Seeing this, the Dragon Man youngsters were anxious. The Dragon Man girl beside Fang Yuan shook Fang Yuan's arm. Brother Wu Shuang, quickly start. If you lose this duel, you'll have to lose your vital Gu. The other party is shameless. He already has more than 10 worker ants and 3 soldier ants. All right. Fang Yuan smiled and sat cross-legged on the ground, concentrating on the ants on the ground. He activated a killer move that used his sight to enslave the ants. It was extremely effective. In a few breaths' time, dozens of ants on the ground gathered around Fang Yuan. Among them, there were worker ants and soldier ants. With this result, he immediately surpassed Zhang Shuang. The human youngsters gasped in shock. The Dragon Man youngsters were stunned before they cheered excitedly. Zhang Shuang looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief when he saw that there were more and more ants in front of Fang Yuan. There were several times his number. His face turned pale as paper. I lost, Zhang Shuang said straightforwardly. But what killer move did you use? The killer move was exquisite and powerful. Most importantly, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was very strong. It far surpassed mortal Gu masters, not to mention this youngster. Fang Yuan did not know either. He had just created it. He avoided the topic. Since you lost, what are the stakes? Zhang Shuang snorted coldly, handing command Gu to Fang Yuan before turning around and leaving. Chun Fu had a dark expression. He left behind some harsh words before leaving. Wu Shuai, to think that you are so insidious. You secretly refined a powerful enslavement path killer move. Don't be too pleased. We will get back at you sooner or later. Yay! We won, Wu Shuai. You are amazing. As expected of Wu Shuang. Ha! So funny. Zhang Shuang and Chun Fu's expressions were really unsightly earlier. Fang Yuan smiled. He was about to reply to the excited youngsters around him, but he saw that these youngsters' eyes were wide open. Their expressions and movements froze as they looked behind Fang Yuan. Father, they said in a soft voice. Fang Yuan turned around and saw a Dragon Man Gu immortal staring at him with a dark gaze. Chapter 1841. After taking a closer look, the Dragon Man clone realized. Even though the person in front of him was a Dragon Man Gu immortal, he was not Duke Long. He only looked similar. Even so, this person is likely to have a close relationship with Duke Long. I wonder if he is the father of my identity. Fang Yuan was thinking when this Dragon Man Gu immortal walked in front of him. Whoosh, why? You have guts. How many times have I told you not to cause trouble? Don't provoke them. But you actually beat them again this time. Do you know that Zhang Shuang and Qin Fu are the direct descendants of our sect's supreme elders? The dragon man Gu Immortal, who resembled Duke Long, had a solemn expression. His gaze was spewing fire. The dragon man youngsters who were laughing earlier were silent. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. They lowered their heads and looked at their feet. It could be seen that their father had high prestige in their hearts. He was very strict in disciplining them. Fang Yuan could not confirm the true identity of this dragon man Gu Immortal. He could only imitate the other dragon man youngsters, lowering his head in silence. The dragon man Gu Immortal was furious. He stretched out his hand and knocked on the back of Fang Yuan's head. He used so much force that Fang Yuan almost tumbled. Fang Yuan staggered. He took a step forward and stabilized his body. Whoosh, why? Come with me. Come to my study room and kneel as punishment. The dragon man Gu Immortal snorted coldly, turning around and leaving. Fang Yuan turned around and looked at the dragon man youngsters. They were all looking at Fang Yuan with expressions of pity, guilt, and joy. It seems that I can only follow this dragon man Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He lowered his head and followed. After just a few steps, the world around him suddenly changed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan was in a study room. The study room was huge. There were beautiful and exquisite flower vases. The study table was 10 feet long. The table was wide. There were brushes, ink paper, and inkstones on it. At the center was a half-written banner. There were only 3 words, Long Xing Tian. This dragon man Gu Immortal is called Long Xing Tian? No, judging from the length and the blank space at the back, there's obviously one more word. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Right at this moment, a stern reprimand resounded in his ears. Unfilial son, quickly kneel down for your father. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw that the dragon man Gu Immortal was standing behind the table, staring at him with a grim and cold expression. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and thought to himself, if you had said that earlier, I would have known about our relationship. Immediately, he knelt on the ground with a thud. The dragon man Gu Immortal was stunned for a moment before smiling coldly. Your attitude towards admitting your mistake has improved quite a bit. I wouldn't dare. Father's teachings are reasonable. I'm still young and ignorant, so I can't fully understand Father's painstaking efforts. I hope Father can forgive me. Fang Yuan immediately replied perfunctorily, but his expression was very appropriate, giving people a feeling of sincerity. The dragon man Gu Immortal was stunned again. He laughed even more coldly. Humph. He looks obedient on the surface, but he's arrogant on the inside. He actually dares to patronize his father. You deserve a beating. Saying so, he picked up the paperweight on the table and slammed it on Fang Yuan's back. This paperweight was made of metal. It was long and had straight edges. It was thick and heavy. It was originally placed on the 2 sides of the banner to make it flat. The large paperweight on the table was about the size of a normal door plaque. One could see the specifications of this paperweight. This paperweight hit Fang Yuan's back, causing intense pain. Fang Yuan's soul foundation fell by a huge amount. And Fang Yuan could not resist. In this dream realm, he was not the dragon man Gu Immortal's match. But Fang Yuan was also very crafty. Following the force of the hit, he fell to the ground with a plop, his forehead hitting the floor with a dull thud. He groaned as he straightened his upper body, gritting his teeth as the pain was unbearable, but he was trying his best to endure it. The dragon man Gu Immortal was his father after all. Seeing this, he could not help but feel some emotions. Did I hit him too hard earlier? Sigh. He heaved a long sigh as he sat on the chair, looking at his son, who was kneeling on the ground. He said deeply, Wu Shuai, you are my most outstanding son. Your talent in enslavement path is extremely rare. I nurtured you and taught you It was to make you a great person. But you threw all my teachings to the back of your head. How many times have I told you not to argue with those people? You are a genius. Your foresight far surpasses people of the same age. I have already told you about the current situation. The sex higher-ups are becoming increasingly dissatisfied with our Dragon Man race's growth. Even though I am a Supreme Elder, I seem to be very powerful, but I am being ostracized all the time. Even though you won against Chun Fu and Zhang Shuang, you must have angered the Gu Immortals behind them. These human Gu Immortals will not give me a good attitude. They will be even harsher towards the Dragon Man race. You won against them, but you harmed the benefits of the Dragon Man race. You even intensified the conflict in the sect. You are too reckless. You never think of the consequences before doing anything. You have truly disappointed me. I hate you for your own good, for the Dragon Man race, for the peace and stability of the sect. Do you understand my efforts? Fang Yuan was about to say, I understand, but seeing the Dragon Man Gu Immortal's gaze, his heart shook. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal's gaze seemed gentle, but there was a trace of coldness hidden deep within. Only someone as experienced as Fang Yuan could see this clearly. At once, Fang Yuan became extremely vigilant. He thought rapidly as all sorts of clues flashed in his mind. In this dream realm exploration, even though his main body was protecting him, his soul and body were both inside the dream. There was no chance of failure. If he failed once, he would lose the qualifications to become the Dragon Palace Lord. In fact, he might even die. Of course, his main body would not ignore it. But if he made a move, he would end up in the same situation as Duke Long in his previous life. The commotion would be too huge. For the greatest benefits, Fang Yuan was willing to take this risk. He had to be even more careful. This question seems ordinary, but it might be the key to this dream realm. If I answer wrongly, I will fail. My analysis should not be wrong. Let's do this. Thinking of this, a sharp light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He raised his head and looked at the Dragon Man, Gu Immortal. His expression changed as he snickered. Father, I am grateful for your consideration. But for the sake of the big picture, you are willing to endure it. I cannot agree with that. Unfilial son, you are still so stubborn. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal was furious. He stood up and grabbed the paperweight on the table. Fang Yuan quickly said, Father, if you want to hit me, even if you kill me on the spot, I will not hold any grudges against you. But Father, asking for help like this is not good for the big picture. You are harming the entire Dragon Man race. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal's eyes were spewing fire. He pointed at Fang Yuan with the paperweight in his hand, shouting, Such guts! You dare to criticize me. All right, I will give you a chance. Tell me, where did I go wrong? Fang Yuan was even more certain. He said slowly, Father, do we dragon men have to be inferior to humans? We have talent. We have talent. We are born with enslavement path Tao marks. What do they have? We do not need goo worms. With just our bodies, we have strong stamina, strength, and recovery speed. Our bodies are hard. Our claws and teeth are sharp, while the human race is extremely fragile. Look at lifespan. Our lifespan is 10 times or even 100 times that of humans. We are still alive, but the humans of our age have already died of old age. We do not even need to deal with them. They will die of old age themselves. We dragon men are born with such outstanding talents. What is even more precious is that we are united and acknowledge each other. We are not like humans who fight and scheme against each other. Father, your contributions to the sect are obvious to all. I won the bet this time, so should I lose on purpose? Why do these humans look down on us and treat us so harshly? We dragon men should have a higher status. In fact, these mortals are the ones who should be inferior to us dragon men. Impudent. You are too impudent. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal was furious. He quickly walked around the table and raised the paperweight in his hand, about to hit Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan suddenly stood up. He had tears in his eyes as he shouted at the Dragon Man Gu Immortal, "Father, I cannot accept this. I cannot accept this. Even if you beat me to death, I will not accept this. I will not accept this." Wu Shuai. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal walked towards Fang Yuan, looking down at the youngster with bloodshot eyes, but he did not hit the paperweight in his hand. Fang Yuan had no fear. He stared at the Dragon Man Gu Immortal. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. He was spewing out the unwillingness and hatred in his heart. The father and son stared at each other for a long time. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal seemed to have confirmed something. He suddenly threw the paperweight on the ground. He grabbed Fang Yuan's shoulders. He shook Fang Yuan as he laughed loudly. "Wu Shuai, you are truly my good son. I was not wrong about you." "Father, you—" Fang Yuan was stunned. His expression was filled with doubt and shock. It was extremely natural. "I will tell you the truth. I have the same thoughts as you. It is just that I have been probing you and did not dare to tell you the truth. I have my own difficulties." The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed deeply. "What do you mean? Father, are you thinking?" Fang Yuan seemed to have reacted. His eyes shined with joy and surprise. It was as if he had just accepted it. He also had a trace of disbelief. His expression was perfect and flawless. But deep in his heart, he was sighing. As expected, my analysis was correct. In the sect, the conflict between the dragon men and humans has intensified. It can be seen from the fights between the youngsters. That drill ground earlier was an important immortal formation. The higher-ups of the sect must have sensed it. If the Dragon Man Gu Immortal really endured it, how could he not know? Why did he not stop it? Look at the decorations of this study room. The furniture is huge. The layout is grand. It shows the ambitions of the Dragon Man Gu Immortal. In front of the Dragon Man youngsters, he called me Wu Shuai, but in the study room, he called me unfilial son. He was saving my face and prestige. He wants to nurture me into his assistant and successor. Chapter 1842. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan's main body, who was hidden in the clouds, had a change in expression. My clone's luck changed again. Fang Yuan looked over. There was a huge lump of thick black cloud luck beside cooking luck pot. Within the black cloud luck, there were 4 phenomena. They represented 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals. They were guarding this black cloud luck. The small purple dragon luck that represented Fang Yuan's clone was surrounded by the black cloud luck. It was growling inside. The small dragon was even more excited than before. Traces of azure purple luck were being converted from the black cloud luck into the small purple dragon's body. With this support, the small purple dragon's body seemed to have expanded slightly. Its claws and teeth also seemed to have become sharper. The most obvious change was that this small dragon was originally coiled on the spot, but now it stretched its body and took the initiative to move around, probing the black cloud luck. Moving from stillness to activity, high morale. It seems that the clone had a breakthrough in the dream realm. He grasped the meridian. That is why he is taking the initiative. This is a good thing. It is a pity that I cannot use luck path methods to help the clone anymore. If the Dragon Man clone went in with his soul and left his body outside, Fang Yuan's main body could barely inject luck into him. But now, the Dragon Man clone's soul and body had entered the dream realm. It was completely enveloped by the dream realm. Any luck path methods could not be used. Fang Yuan's main body was also helpless, unless he took away a portion of the dream realm and exposed the Dragon Man clone. Or in the distant future, when his research on Dream Path had some results, Fang Yuan could mix his luck path research results with Dream Path. That way, he would be able to block the dream realm. The dream realm continued. The Dragon Man clone thought about it carefully. He analyzed and understood the situation. After a conversation, he expressed his intentions and obtained his father's approval. He also passed the second stage of the Dream Realms test. However, he still needed to gather more information. In the study room, Fang Yuan said, "Father, since we are of one mind, what can we do to make our Dragon Man race prosper?" "I believe Father already has a plan. Please teach me." The Dragon Man Gu Immortal smiled. "I did indeed have a plan. To tell you the truth, not just you and me, there are also many knowledgeable Dragon Man experts. It's just that it's not appropriate for you to know the identities of these people yet. This is to protect them, and also to protect you. When it comes to great things, the most important thing is secrecy. It's easy to do things in the dark, but it's hard to do things in the open." "I understand." Fang Yuan nodded. "But as long as it's a big plan, there must be a plan. This is the Constitution." The Dragon Man Gu Immortal laughed loudly. He took out a pen and wrote the final word on a piece of paper on the table, "Descend." When combined with the previous 3 words, it became Dragon Roaming the World. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal blew out a breath of air. This breath was sharp like a blade. It cut the paper. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal took a small portion of the paper and handed it to Fang Yuan. There was only one word on it: "Descend." As for the remaining half of the dragon roaming heaven, the Dragon Man Gu Immortal waved his sleeves. The paper ignited and turned into ashes. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal looked at the ashes on the table and sighed. "One day, our Dragon Man race will soar high in the sky. The entire world will be beneath our feet." But now the human race was extremely powerful, and they were fully deserving of the title of Overlord. Looking at the overall situation, we Dragon Men are alone. We do not have a reliable, variant human force to ally with. And internally, we are vassals of humans. To soar high in the sky, there is a process from bottom to top. Right now, we need to submit to humans. We need to accumulate our foundation silently. Our Dragon Man race has just been formed. Our foundation is too weak. Thankfully, we came from humans. We have the closest relationship with them, especially in Central Continent. We have people of the same race in the 10 great ancient sections. We need to keep learning and accumulating to catch up to humans. Fang Yuan asked, "Then what should I do?" The Dragon Man Gu Immortal smiled. "You have already started. When you were still a child, I discovered your talent. I nurtured you to become an enslavement path Gu Master. Now that your enslavement path attainment has reached a higher level, I have already made arrangements for you to participate in Green Antiseptic's disciple recruitment ceremony." Green Anesthetic? Fang Yuan pretended not to understand, but he realized internally. He thought of a title Ju-E immortal couple. These two were husband and wife. They were famous lone, immortal great experts in Central Continent's history. The man was called Green Antiseptic. The woman was Wine Fairy. They were childhood sweethearts. They had nothing to do with each other. They were mortals, but they had their own immortal destinies. Because of a disaster, they were separated when they were young. They missed each other and thought that the other was dead. After becoming a Gu immortal, the man and woman did not marry. Heaven was on their side. They met each other by chance. They were filled with disbelief and joy. They felt like they were in a dream. After both of them shared their feelings, the woman smiled and said to the man, "I still remember when you were a child, you liked to play with mud and fight ants." The man also smiled. "When I was young, your family opened a tavern. Your family was better off than mine. When you were young, you carried a pole and went around the streets to sell wine. I have always been with you. I really want to stay with you until we grow old." Thus, the man called himself Green Anesthetic. The woman also changed her name to Wine Fairy. Both of them were talented and had excellent moral character. After cultivating together, They were in harmony with the zither and the zither and the zither. The dragon man Gu Immortal continued. Green Anesthetic had once lost a bet with Hongzhen of the 10 great ancient sects. He agreed to take in a disciple and pass on his legacy. Now, according to the agreement, it is time to take in a disciple. But the 10 great ancient sects have not decided on a suitable candidate because the Gu Immortal involved, Hongzhen, had already died from tribulation. Green Anesthetic is a human great expert, but he is a lone cultivator. If my son can become his only disciple, not only will he be able to learn his enslavement path methods, he will also have a relationship with Ju Immortal couple. In the future, if the Dragon Man race faces any difficulties, these 2 rank 8 great experts will be of great help. So that's it, I understand. Fang Yuan paused before continuing. I will do my best to become Green Anesthetic's disciple. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal nodded. Good. The disciple recruitment ceremony will be at the beginning of next month. You will go into closed cultivation during this period. I will invite many teachers to help you train. The second stage of the dream realm faded. The third stage arrived. Tall mountains stood tall. Clouds and mist shrouded them. In a green bamboo forest, in front of a thatched hut, there was a small empty space, but the young generation of the 10 great ancient sects were squeezed together. These people were all young geniuses with great talent. They were all here to compete for the position of Green Anesthetic's disciple. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment. He looked around and found that he was among the youngsters. But most of the human youngsters subconsciously distanced themselves from him. He only had 2 Dragon Man tribesmen with him. At the center of the empty space, 2 young Gu masters were fighting. Fang Yuan immediately recognized one of them. He thought, isn't that Zhang Shuang? Right now, Zhang Shuang was at a disadvantage. His opponent was a girl with yellow eyebrows and hair. She had a beautiful appearance. Her eyes were shining brightly. Fang Yuan had just arrived at the 3rd stage of the dream realm. He did not understand the situation. He immediately asked, who do you think will win? The 2 Dragon Man youths from his tribe heard this. The one on the left had green scales. He said, Wuxuai, you are looking down on us too much. Even though we were both eliminated and only you advanced, the situation is clear now. But the situation is clear. In another 10 rounds, Zhang Shuang will lose without a doubt. The green-scaled dragon man youngster was more arrogant. His tone was cold. The yellow-scaled youngster was much gentler. He consoled. Qing Swan, why are you like this? A win is a win. A loss is a loss. You lost. Why are you still bickering? Brother Wu Shuai is not asking this to find trouble with you. The green-scaled youngster, Qing Swan, was indignant. He gritted his teeth. That is because of the humans' craftiness. They saw that I was strong and arranged for those 3 humans to fight me one after another, causing my strength to fall, so that Tai Chin could easily defeat me. Huang Wei, can't you tell? The yellow-scaled youngster sighed. How can I not know? Both of us were obstructed, but that was because we were not strong enough. If we were as strong as Brother Wu Shuai, so what if we were obstructed? Brother Wu Shuai still made it to the finals. Fang Yuan listened quietly, thinking, the green-scaled youngster is called Qing Swan, the yellow-scaled youngster is called Huang Wei, but I have already made it to the finals. At this time, Huang Wei said, Brother Wu Shuai, I admire your enslavement path attainment. However, your next enemy is not to be underestimated. Lady Tai Chin is also very strong, on par with Brother Wu Shuai. But Brother Wu Shuai fought relentlessly. You won the blood battles step by step and advanced. Meanwhile, your opponent was protected the entire time. Only in this battle did you meet a strong opponent like Zhang Shuang. Fang Yuan understood now. The yellow-browed, double-pupil young Lady Tai Chin was his next opponent. He had a heavy mood, because after observing for a while, he had a lot of estimations. This Tai Chin is clearly an enslavement path master. Most of the time, She deploys her troops without thinking, following her instincts. It is usually very effective. She is a strong opponent. Fang Yuan's enslavement path was only at master level. This made him slightly regretful. If he knew this would happen, his main body would have made preparations and raised his enslavement path realm. But who could have predicted that such a situation would occur? I lost. A moment later, Zhang Shuang cupped his fists with a pale face. His body was shaking. Thanks for letting me win. The young lady Tai and returned the greeting with an indifferent expression. She then turned to stare at Fang Yuan. Finally, it was the final battle. Fang Yuan walked up. He brushed past Zhang Shuang. Zhang Shuang had a complicated expression. He wanted to encourage Fang Yuan as they were from the same sect after all, but thinking about Fang Yuan's dragoman identity, he only opened his mouth but did not say anything. After resting for a while, the double Fangzheng style started. The youngsters formed a tight circle, paying close attention to the battle. Chapter 1843. Fang Yuan immediately used all his strength to enslave these ants. Tai Qin did the same. These ants were invented by green anesthetic. His disciple selection test was naturally to see who was better at controlling ants. Fang Yuan controlled 38 worker ants and 6 soldier ants. With a thought, he controlled his army and charged towards Tai Qin. Tai Qin also had over 30 worker ants and 5 soldier ants. Her tactic was different from Fang Yuan. She used worker ants to build an ant nest and soldier ants to protect them. Fang Yuan had a slight advantage in terms of military strength. His tactic was also very radical, causing the youths to exclaim in shock. Tai Qin frowned and panicked. Why does this dragon man, youth Wu Shuai, seem to have changed into a different person? So radical. She quickly mobilized her troops, first sending out worker ants from the ant nest, followed by the soldier ants that were outside to defend. They were prepared to rely on the unfinished fortifications to defend to the death. Soon, the two armies clashed. An intense battle ensued. I did not expect such a situation to occur at the start. Wu Shuai's tactic is completely different from before. This is too risky. That's right. As long as Tai Qin can defend against this wave of attacks, she will have a huge advantage. Wu Shuai did not build an ant nest, but Tai Qin did. This is the difference between them. Now, it will depend on their ant manipulation techniques. Because this is the early stage, 1 or 2 ants will tilt the scales of victory. Even though Wu Shuai is strong, Tai Qin has deep attainments. They are evenly matched. In my opinion, Tai Qin has a high chance of winning. How can Wu Shuai be so rash? However, moments later, the victor was decided. Tai Qin suffered more losses. She slowly retreated while Fang Yuan's side pressed forward. How is this possible? Wu Shuai is actually superior to Tai Qin. Did Tai Qin make a mistake? She did not. Tai Qin is performing normally, but Wu Shuai has exceeded it. Did he use some enslavement path method, or is he at this level to begin with? No wonder he has the confidence to charge forward. Tai Qin's expression was solemn as she retreated. Fang Yuan took the chance to kill more ants. When she retreated into the incomplete ant nest, she only had 12 ants left. It was a pitiful sight. Of course, Fang Yuan was only slightly better. There were only a few tunnels to the ant nest, and Tai Qin naturally knew her own ant nest like the back of her hand. She deployed her troops at the important areas, and at the same time, she split her attention to enslave the ants outside. Fang Yuan thought for a while, but he was not in a hurry to attack. Now that he had trapped the enemy was like a turtle in a jar. Fang Yuan did not understand the layout of the ant nest. If he attacked rashly, it would not be good if he only had a few troops. Thus, he split his troops to guard the entrances, surrounding the ant nest, and activating enslavement path killer moves to enslave the ants outside. Ants kept emerging from the ground. At first, There were worker ants, then soldier ants, and now arrow ants. The arrow ants could shoot out sharp thorns from their mouthparts. After shooting out the 3 spikes, the arrow ant would be extremely weak, and it wouldn't even be able to defeat the worker ants. Even so, the arrow ants were still an extremely powerful unit, and they could often defeat many with fewer troops. If they reached a certain scale and shot arrows together in battle, they would be even more threatening. The arrow ants are something that both sides will fight for. That's right, if Tai Chin had the arrow ants, she could have killed all of the ants at the entrance. That way, the troops inside and outside would be able to fight back. Even though Wu Shuai has the upper hand, it is not stable. He can easily turn the situation around. It is a pity if there were armor ants instead of arrow ants. Wu Shuai would be able to use the armor ants to attack the enemy and destroy the ant nest. The youngsters discussed as they whispered to each other. The competition between the two was the most popular ant manipulation game currently. At the start of the ant manipulation game, worker ants and soldier ants would appear, but after that, ant species would appear randomly. These new ants not only tested the enslavement attainment of both sides, they also tested the Gu Master's understanding of ants and the overall situation of the battle. Fang Yuan and Tai Chin fought with all their might, but Fang Yuan still had the upper hand. The youngsters were all shocked. They could not believe it. This place has a Gu formation. Both sides are facing each other. The closer the ant is, the easier it is to enslave it. Tai Chin enslaved the ants around her, while Wu Shuai is far away. How could he have the upper hand? Is this Wu Shuai's true strength? How strong is he? We worked together to weaken him earlier, to think that he had such strength. Doesn't he feel tired? If it was the real Wu Shuai, he might feel tired, but Fang Yuan did not. Fang Yuan had just entered this dream realm. He was in a good state, especially his soul. It was formed from the main body's split soul. After that, even though he turned into a dragon man's soul and did not cultivate, his foundation was deep and extraordinary. The foundation of the soul directly affected the effect of enslavement path. For example, before the ambush in southern border, Fang Yuan's main body could not enslave many immemorial year beasts, but now he could easily enslave over 20. In the Battle of Arrow Ants, Tai Chin lost. The arrow ants that she enslaved while she was distracted were all destroyed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan not only had arrow ants, he also had worker ants and soldier ants to cooperate with his arrow ants. Tai Chin was at a disadvantage in terms of military strength. She was in a very passive situation. But fortunately, arrow ants were not outstanding in offense, especially in an ant nest with many tunnels. Even though I have accumulated an advantage, it is not a big one. Especially during this period of time, Tai Chin will definitely use the worker ants to build the nest. Fang Yuan looked like he was being aggressive, but he was actually trying to win steadily. All tactics were built on the foundation of knowing oneself and the enemy. Next, as long as armor ants appear, I will be able to attack and destroy the nest. Even if it is not armor ants and other species appear, as long as it is not cannon ants, I can use my military strength to win. Fang Yuan had a good plan. His chances of winning were very high. Even though the youths were not willing to see it, they had to admit the truth. Dragon Man Wu Shuai is about to succeed. I did not expect the finals to end like this. I did not expect Wu Shuai to have hidden so much strength. He is indeed amazing. Sigh, such a pity. The great green ant ascetics enslavement path inheritance is actually going to a dragon man. Tai Chin's expression was extremely grim. She stared at the battlefield without blinking. She also realized that she was on the verge of defeat, but she did not want to give up. She gritted her teeth. An intense thought lingered in her mind. If I lose to a dragon man like Wu Shuai, I might as well have lost to Zhang Shuang in the previous round. I cannot lose. I do not want to lose. Right at this moment, traces of clouds suddenly appeared in the sky above the battlefield. The clouds quickly gathered and turned into lumps of green clouds. A few breaths later, acid rain started to fall from the green clouds. Fang Yuan's gaze turned cold. The youths were in an uproar. The change this time is actually not the appearance of ants, but the battlefield. If there was an earthquake, Tai Qin would be finished without Wu Shuai's attack. If there were other changes, it would only maintain the situation. But the acid rain, that's right, Tai Qin's ants are all in the nest, while Wu Shuai's army is exposed outside, being corroded by the acid rain. Wu Shuai is starting to create an ant nest. It is too late. This acid rain allowed Tai Qin to turn the situation around. Wu Shuai's advantage that he took a risk to create is gone. With the help of the acid rain, Tai Qin was finally able to turn the situation around. Fang Yuan had to pull back his troops and create an ant nest to avoid the acid rain. After the acid rain, armor ants appeared, but no matter how many enslaved Fang Yuan managed to get, he missed the best opportunity. But after a few rounds, Fang Yuan used his soul foundation to suppress Tai Qin. After a few small victories, the accumulated advantage forced Tai Qin to the brink of defeat again. In a huge battle, Tai Qin gathered her remaining troops and resisted stubbornly, but suddenly an ant queen emerged from the ground to subdue a wild ant queen. Not only did the Gu master need to use enslavement path methods, he also needed to use troops to beat the ant queen until it lost its temper. The ant queen appeared at the center of Tai Qin's troops. Fang Yuan immediately attacked, but no matter how many troops he had, he could not break through Tai Qin's few remaining defenses. Tai Qin used all her strength. Using methods that would harm herself, she finally subdued the ant queen. Even though the ant queen was half crippled, it had a special ability. The ants on its side moved faster, had thicker defenses, and had stronger attacks. Their overall strength rose by a huge margin. Fang Yuan's ants did not receive any amplification. Even though he had a lot of them, they were just cannon fodder. After attacking for a long time without success, Fang Yuan chose to retreat. He left behind a group of troops to fight against Tai Qin again. Since the ant queen appeared, it would not be just one. Sure enough, new ant kings soon appeared in the field and were obtained by both parties. As such, the battle entered a stalemate again. Both sides controlled more and more ants. They created ant nests and occupied the battlefield while controlling their troops to attack each other. Tai Qin's expression was pale. Fang Yuan was not much better either. But with his rich experience, he slowly gained the upper hand. Rumble! Just as Fang Yuan was about to launch a decisive attack, an earthquake occurred on the battlefield. Fang Yuan suffered heavy losses. 80 to 90% of his ant nests were destroyed. Even though Tai Qin suffered the same, she did not have many ant nests to begin with. Her losses were much lighter than Fang Yuan's. Both sides returned to the same level. The youths were in an uproar. It's like this again. Whenever she is at a disadvantage, something will happen to help Tai Qin. Isn't Tai Qin's luck a little too good? It has already happened 3 times in a row. Could it be that someone is cheating? How is that possible? This battlefield was personally created by green anesthetic. If Tai Qin could cheat, she would have defeated Wu Shuai long ago. Fang Yuan's gaze became even colder. I'm in trouble, he thought. According to his luck, even if he lost contact with his main body, he would not be so unlucky. The biggest possibility is that the dream realm manifests, forcing me to fail and not be able to defeat Tai Qin. That is why whenever I am about to win, the dream realm will change, causing me to lose the chance of victory. In that case, should I purposely hold back and accept defeat? If it was during normal times, he would be able to probe like this. But now, the Dragon Man clone only had one chance. If he guessed wrongly, it would be the same as him giving up. If that happened, the Dragon Man clone would be trapped in the dream realm and his main body would have to take action. The main body and the 4 great dragon generals would fight intensely, and the situation would go out of control, causing the Dragon Palace to fly away. Fang Yuan's previous plan would also fail. What should he do? Chapter 1844. Celestial Court. Qin Dingling floated in the sky. Her expression was extremely solemn. She had prepared this killer move for 3 days and 3 nights. Go! At the next moment, she finally erupted. A grand golden light shot out. The golden light was like a 5-tailed peacock. It chirped lightly and spread its wings to fly. When this golden light flew to a certain place in the sky, it suddenly exploded, turning into countless specks of light. Among the specks of light, a huge tunnel could be vaguely seen. Fairy Myrtle, who was beside Qin Dingling, turned pale. There really is such a tunnel. Qin Dingling's 7 orifices were bleeding, her body was swaying, and her expression was pale. She retreated to rest. Thank you for your hard work. Duke Long was also present. He was moved. Qin Dingling took in a few breaths, sighing, "That was close. If I had not soul-searched Zhao Lianyun and obtained some information about Giant Sun, all life, luck, true inheritance, with my own attainment, I would not have been able to discover Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements here." Duke Long snorted coldly. "This Giant Sun Immortal is scheming against us. He pretended to visit Celestial Court back then, but he actually set up this trap. This luck path true inheritance is truly profound. The huge Celestial Court actually did not discover it, but providence still belongs to our Celestial Court. At the crucial moment, Fairy Qin woke up and saw through Giant Sun Immortal's scheme." Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply. According to this arrangement, Giant Sun Immortal opened up a path in Celestial Court. Once he activates it, Longevity Heaven's Goo Immortals might directly attack Celestial Court. "Yes, this is the style of Northern Plains barbarians," Duke Long said. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light. "But since we discovered this, we can make arrangements against it. We can even play along and ambush Northern Plains. This will be of great help to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention in a few years." Qin Dingling had made a great contribution, but her expression was still gloomy. She sighed and said, "The Giant Sun Immortal has 3 true inheritances of self-fate, all beings' fate, and heaven and earth fate. In order to deal with him, I focused on cultivating the fate of all living beings and cultivated bitterly for so many years. I originally thought that I was on par with him. In the end, it made me realize just how big of a gap there is between us." Fairy Myrtle advised, "The venerables of the past cannot be judged with common sense. Senior, it is the fortune of the Celestial Court that you have such attainments in luck path. It has made up for the historical regret of the Celestial Court. From now on, the Celestial Court will also have a luck Dao true inheritance that they can take out." Qin Dingling said, "In order to prevent any accidents, I have already sent my luck path true inheritance into the immortal treasury. However, it would be best to obtain the true inheritance of the Giant Sun Immortal. It is a pity that even though Zhao Lianyun saw the all-beings' fate true inheritance in Imperial Court Blessed Land, his knowledge was limited, and he could only see bits and pieces of it. That Ma Hongyun is possessed by fortune. He definitely knows more. It is a pity that he was captured by Fang Yuan." Mentioning Fang Yuan, Fairy Myrtle frowned. "Speaking of which, Fang Yuan has not shown himself for some time. We have already made strict arrangements in the River of Time, but Fang Yuan has not shown himself. He has myriad-year flying warship, but he does not seem to have much enthusiasm for Red Lotus True Inheritance. Is it because we cannot find his traces? Or is he—" Mentioning Red Lotus True Inheritance, Duke Long also frowned. He said solemnly, "Then prepare for the worst. Assume that Fang Yuan has obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance. To subdue Fang Yuan, in my opinion, the The focus is still on Guyue Fangzheng. Qin Dingling smiled. Different from the previous life, Guyue Fangzheng received the greatest attention. He had already entered the eyes of Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle. With the arrangements of the Celestial Court and a large amount of resources, Guyue Fangzheng's strength was also rapidly rising. Immortal killer move, blood turns cold. The three desolate beasts' movements became slower and slower. They eventually froze and fell to the ground, moaning. The victor, Guyue Fangzheng, floated in the air, looking down at the three desolate beasts lying on the ground. He was dressed in a gray robe. He was completely unharmed. Blood path killer moves are truly amazing. Zhao Lianyun was standing beside him. Fangzheng cupped his fists. It is all thanks to Fairy Spirit Affinity's help. Otherwise, I would not have so many opportunities to fight. Zhao Lianyun smiled. We have the same goal. We should work together, right? Similar to the previous life, this time, Zhao Lianyun took the initiative to befriend Fangzheng. Zhao Lianyun loved Ma Hongyun, but Ma Hongyun was killed by Fang Yuan. Even though the latter was dead, his soul still existed. There was a chance of revival. The Celestial Court worships providence. They do not want Hongyun to revive. If he revives, wouldn't that be going against fate? Even though I became the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, the Celestial Court still treats me as a chess piece. They keep using me. Earlier, that female immortal Qin Dingling wantonly soul-searched me. That is the best proof. In this aspect, I am in the same situation as Fangzheng. We are both chess pieces. It is just that the Celestial Court values Fangzheng more. So, if I want to revive Hongyun, I can only rely on myself and find an opportunity. Zhao Lianyun had his own plans. Zhao Lianyun knew his situation. Fangzheng was no longer naive. He had experienced a lot. He also understood his own situation. He understood why Zhao Lianyun befriended him. Fangzheng did not dislike Zhao Lianyun. They were in the same situation. He could empathize with him. As the two spoke, Guyue Fangzheng kept the three desolate beasts into his immortal aperture. The three desolate beasts did not die. After he grasped control of the killer move, blood turns cold. It became the best method to capture enemies alive. Fangzheng had put in a lot of effort into this killer move. Originally, Fairy Myrtle's plan to nurture Guyue Fangzheng was to let him cultivate in seclusion. But after Qin Dingling woke up, she persuaded Fairy Myrtle to change her plan. This time, Guyue Fangzheng had accepted the sex mission to suppress the three desolate beasts. Now that the mission was completed, Fangzheng planned to clean up the battlefield before returning to Fei He Mountain. But he did not expect to find a secret passage in the desolate beasts' nests. To prevent any young desolate beasts from being left in the depths of the passage, Fangzheng and Zhao Lianyun discussed for a while before flying into the passage. The result surprised the two. This passage was far deeper than they had imagined. The two continued to fly downwards. The passage became wider. It could contain mountains and seas. This should be an earth trench. The three desolate beasts on the surface should not be related to this earth trench. Zhao Lianyun analyzed. Fangzheng nodded, but he still had some doubts. I guess so too. But this earth trench is quite strange. Logically speaking, it should be filled with life, beasts and plants. But we have been flying down for so long, but we have not seen any living beings. There is definitely something strange about this earth trench. Let's take a look. Zhao Lianyun had wanted to return, but hearing Fangzheng's insistence, he continued to descend with him. There is a blessed land here. Not long after, Fangzheng discovered a strange phenomenon. Immediately, Zhao Lianyun also discovered it. He exclaimed, "This blessed land is undergoing tribulation. It caused the blessed land to be damaged and form a hole. That is why it is appearing. Our timing is too coincidental. If we had passed this time, the blessed land would have closed its entrance and left it in the void. We would not have been able to discover it even if it was right under our noses. Let's go in and take a look, Fang Zheng said excitedly. Since there was a blessed land, there would likely be a Gu immortal inheritance. After all, blessed lands were formed from the Gu immortals' immortal aperture. The two easily entered the blessed land. The blessed land was currently in a state of calamity. It was in an abyss of suffering. Strange. The humans here seem to be in strange shapes. Are they the extinct beast men? Looking at the current situation, there should not be any Gu immortals here. Fang Zheng and Zhao Lianyun discussed for a while before helping. Even though their cultivation level was low, they were not ordinary Gu immortals. Their methods were exquisite. They immediately quelled the calamity. The lucky survivors in the blessed land knelt down and thanked the two immortals. Fang Zheng asked and found that the residents of these blessed lands were not humans. They were dragon men. Dragon man, which variant human race are they? Why have I not heard of them before? Fang Zheng was surprised. As the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, Zhao Lianyun had been around for quite some time. She immediately frowned. The dragon man is indeed one of the variant humans. We are in trouble now. She knew that she and Fang Zheng were pawns of the celestial court. They seemed to be moving around freely, but they were definitely being monitored by the celestial court. Sure enough, after a while, Gu immortals arrived. They were two female immortals. Fang Zheng and Zhao Lianyun recognized them. One was Fairy Myrtle. The other was Qin Ding Ling Fang Zheng. Still felt it was strange. This blessed land is ordinary and unremarkable. Why would the two ladies of the celestial court come here? Qin Ding Ling and Fairy Myrtle, however, were in a good mood. This could be seen from their expressions. Fang Zheng, you have made another contribution. You have done well. You two can leave now. Qin Ding Ling nodded with a smile, sending Fang Zheng and Zhao Lianyun away with one sentence. Fang Zheng and Zhao Lianyun had no choice but to obey. They obediently flew away and returned to their respective sections a moment later. Fairy Myrtle gathered the information. This blessed land originated from Duke Long's grandson, Wu Shuai. No wonder it could be hidden for so long and even deceived Lord Duke Long. The dragon men in this blessed land are all Wu Shuai's descendants. There are pure dragon men and also dragon man and human hybrids. These dragon men are not important, but there is a clue hidden deep in the blessed land that leads to the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Senior Qin, you are right. Fang Zheng is truly our lucky general. Fairy Myrtle said, happily, because one of the main creators of Dragon Palace was Wu Shuai. The Celestial Court had been searching for Dragon Palace, but their progress had been very slow. Now that they had this crucial clue, as long as they deciphered it and combined with the Celestial Court's hard work, they should be able to deduce Dragon Palace's location. There is no time to lose. Qin Ding Ling had a solemn expression. Fang Zheng was arranged by Providence to suppress Fang Yuan. He found this blessed land and lured out Dragon Palace. This means that Fang Yuan is likely to be secretly plotting to seize Dragon Palace. Chapter 1845. In the depths of Eastern Sea, another scene appeared in Dragon Palace's dream realm. The Dragon Man clone controlled the ant army as it advanced. The black mass of ants numbered in the thousands, and the formation was tight. Among them, the armor ants opened up the path, holding the front, followed by the arrow ants, and in the middle was the king ant. At the back of the army were the cannon ants. They were fat and moved slowly. In front of the Dragon Man clone, Tai Qin was also controlling an ant army. Senior brother, I am here. The yellow-eyebrowed girl shouted. The army charged towards Fang Yuan's troops. Fang Yuan quickly willed and stabilized the formation, using the armor ants to defend while the cannon ants attacked. Tai Qin's ant army was mainly made up of spear ants and sprint ants. They were very aggressive. Fang Yuan laughed internally. Ever since green anesthetic's disciple recruitment ceremony, Tai Chin was defeated by me. She seems to have been stimulated and changed her cautious and stable fighting style, becoming more aggressive and aggressive. At this time, two groups of sprint ants surrounded them from the left and right. Tai Chin's tactic was obvious. She wanted to use the speed of the sprint ants to quickly attack the cannon ants behind Fang Yuan. The cannon ants were strong at long range. They had a high firing range. One cannon shot would kill the spear ants at the front. But they were slow and had weak defenses. If these two groups of sprint ants got close, they would die without a complete corpse. It's a very correct tactic. However, how could I not have considered the weakness of this formation when I set it up like this? Junior sister. Fang Yuan smiled at the girl in front of him. Then come, senior brother. The yellow-eyebrowed girl shouted. Her eyes shined with bright light. She was using her full strength. The sprinting ants encircled them, while Fang Yuan's ant army retreated and surrounded the cannon ants behind them. The entire process was smooth like flowing water. Tai Chin saw this and stared with wide eyes. She exclaimed with a cute expression, "So amazing! Senior brother, you can actually control all of the ants at the same time. Have you grasped the ant thought killer move that master taught us?" Fang Yuan smiled and nodded. Tai Chin gritted her teeth. "Even so, I will not give up easily. Senior apprentice brother, I'll take your vanguard." It turned out that in order to retreat, Fang Yuan had left the armor ants at the front lines to block Tai Chin's spear ants. Fang Yuan's ant colony retreated successfully, but it was also separated from the armored ant legion at the front line. The armor ants didn't last long before they were drowned by an even larger number of spear ants. The spear ants were like a tide, pouring over. Fang Yuan had long since prepared the arrow ants. They lined up at the outermost perimeter and continuously shot out ant arrows. At the same time, the ant cannon flew high up in the sky and smashed into the spear ant army, blowing up groups of spear ants. Under Fang Yuan's crazy attacks, Tai Chin could not hold on any longer, and the ant army was quickly destroyed. "Phew, I lost again. Senior brother, you're still the best." The yellow-browed girl heaved a sigh of relief, and there was a hint of light in her eyes as she looked at Fang Yuan. There was also a faint blush on her cheeks. Fang Yuan understood what was going on. Ever since green anesthetic's disciple recruitment ceremony, 3 scenes had passed in the dream realm. Thinking about it, Fang Yuan still felt some lingering fear. In the disciple recruitment ceremony, no matter how much of an advantage he had, all sorts of accidents would happen and erase his advantage. But Fang Yuan did not admit defeat. After thinking about it, he chose to hold back and fight to the death with the yellow-browed girl. Eventually, the two fought to a draw. They had reached the limits of Gu Masters. Green anesthetic appeared and stopped them, taking them in as his disciples. It turned out that green anesthetic's disciple selection criteria was to control ants on the surface, but there was another reason. It was to test the Gu Master's temperament and how persevering they could be. If Fang Yuan admitted defeat, he would not fit the criteria, and the dream realm exploration would fail. Thus, to pass the disciple selection ceremony, one had to either win or lose. It had to be a draw. After passing this hurdle, the next few scenes were all about green anesthetic imparting the Tao. Fang Yuan gained a large number of Gu worms. His main opponent was Tai Chin, who had become his junior sister. This yellow-browed girl, Tai Chin, had never won against Fang Yuan ever since she sparred with him. At the start, she was unconvinced, but gradually she was beaten into submission. There was even a trace of affection that she did not know herself. Great. It seems that the clone has made great progress in the dream realm. Fang Yuan's main body observed the Dragon Man clone's luck. This purple dragon's luck had expanded by several times. The surrounding black clouds had shrunk by 30%. At the same time, the greenish-purple chi that came out of the black chi became denser. It was much more obvious than before. But at this time, a lump of blood-red light flew over from the west. This blood-red light was huge. It floated above the purple dragon's head. It did not fuse with the black clouds. Within the blood-red light, there were faint images of golden phoenixes and divine dragons. Their might was shocking. What is going on? What happened? Feng Yuan's main body's heart sank. He quickly made deductions. This blood-red light luck is more than 10 times larger than the first one, and it came from the west. West of Eastern Sea is Central Continent and Western Desert. The blood-red light luck is still in the air. It is not time to activate yet. And it is so huge, it is likely to be Central Continent's celestial court. How did the people of the heavenly court detect this place? In the previous life, they did not discover this place at this time. Is it because of the ink effect after my rebirth? Feng Yuan lacked information, but he deduced many possibilities. He was not flustered. In fact, he had already made arrangements for this, because Celestial Court had always been his greatest enemy. Celestial Court, Central Great Hall. Fairy Myrtle stopped her technique as joy appeared on her face. I deduced it after all. She knew the exact location of Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace. This was because Celestial Court had been sending people to investigate the 5 regions in secret, searching for Dragon Palace's location. Although the progress was slow, after so many years of accumulation, they were close to success. In Feng Yuan's previous life, Celestial Court found Dragon Palace by itself. In this life, after obtaining a crucial clue, this accumulated result erupted in advance. Fairy Myrtle quickly informed Duke Long and Qin Dingling of this news. Dragon Palace must be retrieved. This is my karma. Let me make a trip there personally. Duke Long took the initiative to handle this matter. Fairy Myrtle immediately relaxed. With Lord Duke Long taking action, it will definitely be a piece of cake. Right at this time, Fairy Myrtle's expression changed as she received a battle report. Oh no, myriad-year flying warship has appeared in the River of Time again. Feng Yuan is taking action again. At this time, Qin Dingling frowned. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Allow me to take a look at their luck. Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long were fine with it. Qin Dingling first looked at Duke Long. She saw that Duke Long's luck was in the shape of a dragon. It also resembled a burning cloud. The old dragon lowered its head and coiled its body, seemingly about to fall asleep. This indicated that Duke Long did not have long to live. Qin Dingling grunted. She looked carefully and found that the old dragon's scales were blood red. The dragon's head had wrinkles that formed an inverted mountain character. This was the sign of defeat. Qin Dingling was shocked. There is still someone in this world who can defeat Duke Long. Thinking of this, her vision suddenly turned blood red. The luck inspection killer move stopped. The backlash caused Qin Dingling to spit out a mouthful of blood. Senior Qin. Fairy Myrtle quickly supported Qin Dingling. After Qin Dingling stabilized herself, her eyes were still bleeding unstoppably. She could not see for the moment. She smiled bitterly. Senior Duke Long has incredible attainment. He has a huge number of Dao marks. Even when I use luck inspection, I can only take a look. Even though Qin Dingling had luck inspection methods that were at rank 8 level, when she used them, the results varied from person to person. For example, Duke Long's Dao marks far surpassed peak rank 8. He also had dragon marks on his body that formed defensive killer moves that were in effect at all times. You suffered, Duke Long asked. What was the result? Qin Dingling shook her head. She had a worried expression. Not good. Senior Duke Long will definitely face an intense battle this time. He might even fail. How is that possible? Fairy Myrtle was shocked. Nothing is impossible. Duke Long shook his head. The world is still vast. The river of time flows endlessly. Humans are just a drop in the ocean. This is interesting. I am curious what could cause me to fail. Qin Dingling continued. Luck is a variable. This only indicates that Senior Duke Long's trip has a chance of failure. But it is fine. I cultivate all living beings' luck. I can use luck path methods to increase Senior Duke Long's luck. But I need a few days. Chapter 1846. Inside the Dream Realm. Senior brother, was the food I made yesterday delicious? After green anesthetics lesson ended, junior sister Tai Qin caught up to Fang Yuan as she asked with anticipation. Fang Yuan laughed. It's really not bad. I didn't expect junior sister to be so dexterous. You will definitely be a virtuous wife in the future. I wonder who will have the good fortune to marry you in the future. Senior brother, you are teasing me again. Tai Qin's face flushed red as she said in a soft voice, Senior brother, if you like it, I can make more for you. Sure, then your senior brother, will be in luck. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. At this time, a dragon man Gu immortal walked towards them. My son. Father, why are you here? Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. Greetings, Uncle Wu. Tai Qin hurriedly bowed. The dragon man Gu immortal nodded at the young girl as he smiled. You are Tai Qin, right? My son's letters often mention you. This is a small gift from me. Accept it. How can I? Tai Qin wanted to reject it, but Fang Yuan received it for her and placed it in her hands. Just accept it. My father must have some important matters to attend to, so today's sparring after class can't be carried out. Fang Yuan apologized. It's fine, it's fine. Tai Qin quickly waved her hand and thanked him before leaving politely. A pure and innocent girl. Is my son moved? Seeing that Tai Qin disappeared around the corner, the dragon man Gu immortal teased. Fang Yuan smiled as he thought. The dream realm changed again as expected. He said cautiously, Father, how can you not understand me? Ha ha ha. The dragon man Gu immortal laughed loudly as he patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. I have something important to ask you to come here. Calligraphy Pavilion Lord's daughter. Xu Jiuling, she is 16 years old and is looking for a spouse. Any young genius can participate. My father wants you to participate. Oh, Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. He did know about Xu Jiuling. In the previous dream, Tai Qin had talked about this matter while chatting with him. Xu Jiuling was in love with Gu immortal Fanji. She was pregnant with his child, but Fanji did not want to marry her. He kept rejecting her. When Xu Jiuling saw Fanji's face, she was in so much pain that she wanted to die. In the end, she was placed under house arrest by her mother, the Calligraphy Pavilion Master. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady had rank 8 cultivation level and had the immortal Gu House Calligraphy Pavilion. She was the leader of Central Continent's loam cultivators. As a mother, seeing her daughter in such a miserable state, she was naturally furious. She wanted to get even with the heartless Fanji, but Fanji was the closed-door disciple of Black Sky Temple's Supreme Grand Elder Kong Ihan. Kong Ihan was also a rank 8 Gu immortal. He did not have any children and had many disciples, but he doted on his youngest disciple, Fanji, the most. The Calligraphy Pavilion Master couldn't do as she pleased, so she could only look for Linghen Kong and ask for an explanation. Kong Ihan brought his beloved disciple Fanji to the Calligraphy Pavilion to negotiate. For some reason, not only did the two sides fail to reach an agreement, they even started fighting. Kong Ihan and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady tested each other a few times before stopping. Fanji and Xu Jiuling completely fell out. In her anger, Xu Jiuling threatened Fanji. Don't regret it. Even if you don't want me, someone else in the world wants me. Fanji smiled coldly. I came here to negotiate with you, but you are pushing your luck. I'd like to see who has the guts to step into this muddy water. I want to see who is so magnanimous to not even care about the child in your womb. Xu Jiuling fainted from anger. As a mother, the calligraphy pavilion lady had to support her daughter, Xu Jiuling. After Xu Jiuling woke up, she insisted on holding a marriage contest. Calligraphy pavilion lady could not convince her daughter. She felt that someone else might be able to give her happiness. Even if her daughter did not like him, holding a marriage contest would divert her attention. She would not be depressed and think of suicide. When Tai Chin said that she had an expression of watching a show, she was overjoyed, treating it as a joke. Fang Yuan had laughed back then, but he could not laugh now. He thought, the Dragon Man race wants to be independent, and rise they are very ambitious. This is a good chance. Firstly, Calligraphy Pavilion Lady is a rank 8 lone immortal. She is also opposing Black Heaven Temple. If I can become Calligraphy Pavilion Lady's son-in-law, I can use this relationship to pull her into the Dragon Man race's war chariot. As for Xu Jiuling's appearance, character, and the child in her womb, it was not a problem. Fang Yuan did not care. Compared to the ambition in his heart, what was this little sacrifice? Only by enduring what others could not endure could one create achievements that others could not. Junior sister Tai Chin's feelings for me are growing deeper. If I do this, I will be letting her down. The little girl will definitely be very sad. Fang Yuan felt a sense of guilt. But soon, he felt a chill as he woke up. Wait, what's wrong with me? This is clearly a dream realm. I am Fang Yuan, not Wu Shuai. Why would I feel guilt? What a powerful dream. It actually managed to evoke the emotions in my heart. The recent scenes of the dream realm seemed to be very stable, but it was actually a subtle influence. My emotions were actually triggered. So close. If there was cold sweat, Fang Yuan's forehead would definitely be covered in a layer of cold sweat. Unfortunately, this was a dream realm. In the past, when Fang Yuan explored dream realms, his body was outside while his soul went in. He often came out. Thus, the difference between reality and dream realms was very clear. But now, Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone's body and soul were inside the dream realm. He was exploring it day and night, immersed in it. Even though Fang Yuan could still differentiate between dream realm and reality, his emotions were unknowingly triggered. This was a very dangerous decision. When exploring dream realms, one was afraid of being immersed in the dream realm, unable to extricate themselves. Emotions were the best support. Once he was troubled by emotions and got entangled in all sorts of emotions, Fang Yuan would sink deeper and deeper until he was devoured by this dream realm. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal carefully observed Fang Yuan's expression. After a while, he nodded in satisfaction. My son is indeed not troubled by emotions. I will go and meet Green Anesthetic now. I will tell him about this and ask for a long leave for you. I will listen to father's arrangements. Fang Yuan quickly said, River of Time. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the thunderous roar, waves of water surged and sprayed. Swoosh! A flying ship suddenly flew out of this surging wave. It was like a silver rainbow. It was Myriad Year Flying Warship. And behind Myriad Year Flying Warship, there were 5 immortal goo houses chasing after it. Inside Myriad Year Flying Warship by Ningbing and the rest performed their duties. They fought with tense bodies and minds. This celestial court is truly rich. They built present and past pavilion and eternal yet again. Not just that, they also have 3 autumn yellow crane platform, shark flow lever, and that mysterious immortal goo house. Celestial Court is indeed the #1 force. Their foundation is terrifying. Bai Ningbing and the rest did not recognize Celestial Court's moment stage. In order to build this time path immortal goo house, Fairy Myrtle even took out the core immortal goo of Million Heavenly King Gallery from Celestial Court. Forget about the other 4 immortal goo houses. The crucial thing was that moment stage was also a rank 8 immortal goo house. There was also rank 8 time path, goo, immortal goo lu, Ru inside Moment Stage. Myriad-year flying warship could fight against Moment Stage, but the other 4 rank 7 immortal goo houses were not useless either. Thus, the situation changed. Bai Ningbing's side could only fight back and forth. No problem. We have the advantage of luck path. We can use the complicated environment of the River of Time to harm Celestial Court. That's right, we can weaken them and find a chance to counterattack. A few days later, Celestial Court. Duke Long was about to set off. Qin Ding Ling, who had a pale expression, and Fairy Myrtle sent him off. Qin Ding Ling's condition was very poor. In order to help Duke Long improve his luck, she could not travel with Duke Long. Nor could she go to the River of Time to defend it. She could only stay in Celestial Court to recuperate. Fairy Myrtle had to stay in Celestial Court to prevent Northern Plains Longevity Heaven from attacking. The battle of the immortal goo houses in the River of Time has already gone on for several days. Feng Yuan has not shown up yet, but with Feng Zhouge's Dao Guardian luck, we can completely offset our weakness in luck. Thus, we, Feng Zheng, have the upper hand. But Feng Yuan cannot be underestimated. Ziwei, you need to pay attention to him. Duke Long said in a meaningful and heartfelt tone. Yes. Fairy Myrtle had a solemn expression. Feng Zheng is also prepared. He is currently controlling Pine Crane Pavilion at Crane Gate. He is already on Lord Duke Long's way. Very good. Duke Long nodded. He turned into a purple dragon-shaped chi and disappeared at lightning speed. Feng Yuan observed the clone's luck again. The Dragon Man clone's purple dragon was several times bigger. It was energetic and full of energy as it galloped in the black clouds. The black clouds were already mostly purple in color. This meant that Feng Yuan's clone had a higher chance of becoming the Dragon Palace Lord. But in the sky above this black luck, a huge blood light luck was already pressing down. It was extremely close. Within the blood light luck, the golden phoenix silhouette had already vanished. Only the purple dragon silhouette was left, but it was getting larger and more ferocious. Compared to this blood light luck, the black cloud luck and the purple dragon were very small and weak. It seems that only my main body can stop this variable. Feng Yuan had already made up his mind. It's here. At the next moment, his eyes shined with lightning. He saw that in immemorial white heaven, an immortal goo house was flying over. It was Crane Gate's Pine Crane Pavilion. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply as he activated his battlefield killer move. He had prepared this Chi Path battlefield long ago. He was waiting here to stop any changes. What? Inside Pine Crane Pavilion. Feng Zheng was shocked. The world changed at once. He was trapped like a fish in a barrel. There is an enemy ambush, but I have Pine Crane Pavilion. Thankfully, ugh. Feng Zheng showed fear on his face. Endless air currents shot toward the pavilion of pines and cranes like spears and arrows. The terrifying might made Feng Zheng's heart skip a beat. Rank 8 killer move. Feng Zheng's expression turned pale. Pine Crane Pavilion was only a rank 6 immortal goo house. How could it block such a killer move? At the crucial moment, a figure appeared. Who else could it be but Duke Long? It turned out that Duke Long did not meet up with Feng Zheng. He only followed him secretly and instructed Feng Zheng to move Pine Crane Pavilion to Eastern Sea alone. This was also Qin Dingling's suggestion. She wanted to give Feng Zheng some freedom so that it would be easier for Feng Yuan to act against him. But Feng Zheng's journey had been peaceful until now, when he encountered a strong enemy. Without Duke Long's help, Feng Zheng would have died for sure. Duke Long pushed with his palms. The surrounding chi currents broke apart. Who? Come out! Duke Long shouted. Chapter 1847. It is Lord Duke Long. Feng Zheng saw Duke Long and was surprised and joyful. He knew Duke Long's identity. In fact, he had met Duke Long before. If not for Lord Duke Long's appearance, I would be dead already. With Lord Duke Long here, I should be safe. Fang Zheng was no longer fearful. He felt a sense of security. He knew what kind of person Duke Long was. He was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. Fang Zheng focused his gaze on the person who almost killed him, Qi Si Ancestor. This old man was dressed in a white robe, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. His long white beard extended all the way to his feet. His expression was solemn, and his aura was vast and mighty. Clouds floated around him, giving him a sense of immortality. Fang Zheng could not tell that this was Fang Yuan's disguise. He was curious about this old man's identity. This old man has rank 8 cultivation level, but he is not a rank 8 great expert in Eastern Sea. Who is he? Not only was he curious, Duke Long was also curious. But Eastern Sea was vast and had the most resources in the 5 regions. It was normal for a rank 8 expert to be hiding here. Immediately, Duke Long smiled. Qi Si Ancestor, as a rank 8, you can call yourself an ancestor. But in front of me, you call yourself Qi Si. You are truly arrogant. Fang Zheng heard this and had a thought. That's right, Lord Duke Long cultivates Qi Path before Transformation Path. He is a rare dual extreme cultivator. This Eastern Sea, rank 8 old man, also cultivates Qi Path, but he offended Lord Duke Long He. Fang Zheng felt a moment of silence for Qi Si Ancestor. At this time, he heard Duke Long's deep voice as he shouted, "Speak, you purposely waited here and ambushed us with malicious intent. What is your motive? What's your relationship with that Fang Yuan?" Fang Yuan was slightly surprised and thought to himself, how did he connect my identity to my real identity? On the surface, Fang Yuan smiled coldly. I am a secluded cultivator of the Eastern Sea. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. However, your celestial court is extremely ambitious and intends to annex the 5 regions and unify the world. In the future, you will find trouble with this old man and get rid of me as soon as possible. Duke Long frowned and retorted, "Qi Si Ancestor, you must have been incited by that demon Fang Yuan. There's no enmity between us, and this is the first time we've met. Why would I make things difficult for you? Demon Fang Yuan is cunning by nature. He's trying to sow discord. You can't ignore it." Fang Yuan snorted coldly. I didn't believe it at first, but Fang Yuan told me many of my secrets and provided conclusive evidence. He was reborn from the future. If I don't believe him, should I believe you? Duke Long's frown deepened. Fang Yuan's accusation was a little shameless. If he accused the Celestial Court of their past and present actions, Duke Long could still provide evidence. But accusing the Celestial Court of their future actions, Duke Long could not refute it. Even he himself was not sure. In fact, even Duke Long had some thoughts in his mind. How can a rank 8 Gu immortal be deceived so easily? Since Fang Yuan persuaded this Qi Si ancestor to deal with the Celestial Court, at some point in the future, the Celestial Court might really attack Qi Si ancestor. Since that's the case, words of persuasion are useless. Duke Long sighed internally, thinking about how he came to find Duke Long, but was obstructed here. Qi Si ancestor was clearly here to stop him. With this deduction, Fang Yuan was likely to attack Dragon Palace. It seems that I need to end this battle quickly. Determination flashed in Duke Long's eyes. He was deceived by Fang Yuan in the end. This was not only because Fang Yuan modified familiar face and complemented it with Qi Path methods. The main reason was that Qi Si ancestor was truly displaying rank 8 cultivation level now. Duke Long had always thought that Fang Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal. Not just Duke Long, Wisdom Path great expert Fairy Myrtle, the entire Celestial Court, even the whole world was the same. Different from the previous life, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's secret was not exposed in this life. Fang Yuan was very good at this. Immortal killer move, Dragon Claw Strike. Duke Long made up his mind. He attacked without hesitation. This was a transformation path killer move. Immediately, a claw mark appeared in the air. Fang Zheng, who was inside Pine Crane Pavilion, gasped. He did not expect Duke Long to attack first, and it was a sneak attack at that. But Qi Si Ancestor's body turned into mist and dissipated even though he was hit. Fang Yuan was already on guard against Duke Long, and because this was his immortal battlefield, he dodged easily. Duke Long's expression did not change. This move was just a probe. Now, he found out that this was a Qi Path battlefield. Transformation Path's power was greatly suppressed. In that case, he would change his methods. Duke Long did not turn around. He pointed behind him. Air currents surged, forming a layer of bubbles around Pine Crane Pavilion, wrapping it inside. "Thank you, Lord Duke Long." Fang Zheng did not dare to be slow. He quickly thanked. Duke Long ignored him. He used another killer move. After preparing for a while, he pushed with his palms, sending out several Qi dragons. The translucent Qi dragons roamed around. Once they found Fang Yuan, they would attack. Lord Duke Long is not an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal after all. Fang Zheng saw that these Qi dragons were over 100 feet long. They were majestic and powerful. They were agile. He praised internally. But right at this time, Duke Long raised his head. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. "What is that sound?" Fang Zheng also heard the loud sound. He quickly raised his head. At the next moment, his mouth opened wide. His pupils shrunk. He saw a majestic blade Qi that was over 100 feet long. It was thick and broad. It was like the saber of a god. It slashed down as if it was going to split this world in half. The saber Qi was majestic and mighty, stirring up countless winds and lightning. Fang Zheng was horrified. Under the massive saber Qi, he was as tiny as an ant. The mighty aura dragons from before were instantly reduced to earthworms and tiny snakes. At the moment of danger, Duke Long roared, activating his killer move. Qi Wall. Qi Wall was the most common defensive killer move of Qi Path, but Duke Long's method was not simple. He used consecutive moves, activating the Qi Wall 3 times. The Qi Wall first had one layer. Before expanding twice, it was thicker and tougher. It was like 3 Qi walls had fused together. Boom! The blade Qi landed on the Qi wall, emitting a deafening explosion. Even inside Pine Crane Pavilion, Fang Zheng's vision turned dark, he felt dizzy, and his ears were bleeding. The Qi wall collapsed. Most of the blade Qi dissipated. Only some remnant waves were left. They were at the end of their tether. The pavilion of pines and cranes was like a small dinghy rocking violently in the aftermath. Fang Zheng stabilized the immortal Gu house with much difficulty. His face was pale as he breathed roughly. He was in a pathetic state. How can this Eastern Sea Gu immortal be so strong? Fang Zheng was still shocked. The sense of security he felt earlier was gone. Duke Long was unharmed, but his expression was solemn. He was no longer as relaxed as before. He raised his head to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was in the sky. They were far apart. That blade Qi move earlier naturally exposed Fang Yuan's location. Duke Long slowly flew into the sky, saying to Fang Yuan, "What a good blade Qi move. Even though it is not exquisite, it is majestic. However, how many times can you activate such a move?" Fang Yuan smiled. He was calm and collected. That killer move earlier, because it was too powerful. Duke Long thought that Fang Yuan had stored his strength for a long time before using it. This was a good understanding, but Fang Yuan was an exception among exceptions. "Oh, you are talking about this. I just did it casually." Saying so, Fang Yuan stretched out his index finger, pointing at Pine Crane Pavilion. Boom! Just like before, the boundless saber Qi gathered and slashed down heavily. Fang Yuan pointed with his index finger again. Boom! Another blade Qi grand and majestic, like it was about to split heaven and earth, followed the previous one. Fang Yuan pointed with his index finger again. Boom! The third saber chi's weight did not decrease at all. In fact, it even increased slightly. Fang Zheng's body froze. He was stunned on the spot. You... Duke Long was also shocked. The other party used the blade chi killer move so easily it was as simple as drinking water. But how was this possible? Nothing was impossible. Fang Yuan had a huge number of chi path Dao marks. It had surpassed 1,000,000. With the amplification of the chi path battlefield here, it was reasonable for him to reach this stage. Duke Long had chi path Dao marks too, but it was only 30% of Fang Yuan's. Thus, he had to use 3 chi walls to barely block Fang Yuan's blade chi. The other party is so strong. Eastern Sea actually had such a person. Interesting. Duke Long's eyes shined with fierce light. His fighting spirit was ignited. He raised his head and saw that the 3 streaks of saber chi were so overwhelming that they were already closing in. It has been a long time since I had such a challenging battle. Duke Long took a deep breath. At the next moment, his overwhelming aura burst out. With a dragon roar, he pounced at the blade chi. Fang Yuan and Duke Long fought intensely, but in the underwater dream realm, it was warm and peaceful. Junior sister, be careful. I have been preparing for this move for a long time. The Dragon Man clone smiled. The yellow eyebrows girl, Tai Chin, smiled. Senior brother, come at me. I am already prepared. That's good. The Dragon Man clone waved his hand. The ant swarm flew up, forming a golden river that charged at Tai Chin. Tai Chin also waved her hand. A group of flying ants flew out from the ground, forming a river that charged at Tai Chin. The 2 ant swarm clashed in midair, but they did not fight. Instead, they fused together. There was no damage. The ant swarm converged in midair, becoming one. There was no difference between them. Under the dazzling golden light, Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone stared at Tai Chin with a burning gaze. Tai Chin stared back bravely. Her cheeks flushed red. Her eyes were also filled with unconcealable affection. Junior sister, senior brother. The 2 walked towards each other and hugged each other. The ant swarm flew around them happily. After a moment of warmth, it was time to bid farewell. Junior sister, I have to go. Sai, I want to be with you forever, but I cannot disobey my father's orders. I already have a family. It has been hard on you all these years. The Dragon Man clone kissed Tai Chin. Tai Chin shook her head. It has not been hard on me, senior brother. You had no choice but to do this. I did it willingly. I have always been here. You can come anytime. I will be here. By the time the Dragon Man clone returned to Calligraphy Pavilion, it was already midnight. The moon was bright. He looked at the pavilion at the peak of the mountain as he felt a sense of melancholy. Right at this time, in a shadow, a Dragon Man Gu Immortal flew out and met with the Dragon Man clone. Brother, when you were not around, your wife met with that Fan Ji secretly again. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal reported with an unhappy expression. Chapter 1848. Wait, this is just a dream realm. I am not the real Wu Shuai. What is there to be angry about? The Dragon Man clone was shocked as he woke up. He blinked as he subconsciously touched his forehead. Unfortunately, he did not feel cold sweat. Instead, he felt a pair of warm, coral-like dragon horns. This made him feel a chill in his heart. Brother, what do we do now? The Dragon Man Gu Immortal, who reported them, asked again. Fang Yuan looked at him. This Dragon Man Gu Immortal's youthful appearance could be vaguely seen. It was Huang Wei. He had once competed with Wu Shuai to become Green Anicetic's disciple, but he did not succeed. However, this person was talented and talented. In addition The dragon human race was very diligent, so they were more united than the human race. There were very few internal conflicts, so the talents in the race were almost never buried. Especially a genius like Huang Wei, who was heavily nurtured. Fang Yuan, who was acting as Wu Shuai, knew of his talent and purposely befriended him. Saving his life by chance, they became sworn brothers. Several dream realms had passed. The time span was huge. Fang Yuan's identity in these dream realms was already a Gu immortal. Fang Yuan thought about it before snorting coldly. Impatience will spoil great plans. We will act like before. We will act like we don't know anything. This Xu Jiuling was once pregnant with Fan Ji's child. She was abandoned by him. In a fit of anger, she went to find a husband. Wu Shuai obeyed his father's orders. He wanted to get close to Central Continent's rank 8 lone, immortal calligraphy pavilion lady. He became Xu Jiuling's husband. Honestly speaking, calligraphy pavilion lady helped Wu Shuai a lot in becoming a Gu immortal. She provided him with a lot of resources. But Xu Jiuling was infatuated. After giving birth to her son, she still could not forget about Fan Ji. After some time, Fan Ji also remembered Xu Jiuling's kindness. He took the initiative to get close to her. Xu Jiuling could not control herself. She connected with Fan Ji again. They got closer and closer. It was almost an open secret. Originally, Wu Shuai's success in finding a husband made him the laughingstock of Central Continent's Gu immortal world. It was even more so now. If it were ordinary Gu immortals, it would be fine if they were timid and weak. But Wu Shuai was a heroic and talented person. It was not easy for such a person to endure this. It seems like the higher my cultivation, the easier it is for me to fall into a dream. After staying in this dream for so long, I almost think that I'm Wu Shuai. Maybe this is the real purpose of the Dragon Palace's test. Fang Yuan's clone suddenly had a flash of inspiration, realizing the truth, as a test for the successor of the Dragon Palace. This dreamland wasn't just a test of the successor's temperament. This was because the choices made in a dream could go against the source and be falsified. The dream was not only a test, but it was also a way to create a successor. Even if they did not meet the requirements, as long as they passed the dream realm after going through such a long series of modifications, the Gu immortals that came out would hate the Celestial Court. They would favor the Dragon Man race. They might even be like Wu Shuai. They would take it upon themselves to revitalize the Dragon Man race. The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s from before were likely to have explored this dream realm, but they did not succeed. However, during this process, his temperament changed, and he became a dragon general. What do? I am already immersed in it now. It is not easy for me to extricate myself. If I continue to explore, the situation will only get worse. If I fail, I might become a dragon general as well. If I succeed, I will accept the modification and become the Dragon Palace Lord. My main body might even have to take a secondary position. I will focus on revitalizing the Dragon Man race. The more Fang Yuan's doppelganger thought about it, the colder his heart became. No matter if he succeeded or failed, he didn't want either outcome. More terrifyingly, he could not leave even if he wanted to. His main body did not know about this. He could not send any information out of the dream realm. I was actually tricked by an immortal Gu house called Dragon Palace. Realizing this, Fang Yuan's doppelganger did not know whether to laugh or cry. He suddenly thought of his previous life. Wait, why was Bai Ningbing able to manipulate Dragon Palace and become its Dragon Palace Lord? Fang Yuan had not been able to deduce this secret. In my previous life, Dragon Palace was forcefully taken by Duke Long. Duke Long did not pass the Dream Realms test. But later, it became Bai Ningbing's possession in an unimaginable manner. This means that Duke Long did not truly subdue Dragon Palace. He forcefully suppressed it. But even if he forcefully suppressed it, how could Duke Long not know about it? If he knew, Why would he place Dragon Palace in Hidden Dragon Cave instead of keeping it in the depths of Celestial Court? Dragon Palace is an enslavement path immortal Gu house. According to the battle in my previous life, Di Zongxing also participated in the battle. He was likely enslaved by Dragon Palace. So, Duke Long wanted to use Dragon Palace to subdue Di Zongxing? In the end, Dragon Palace subdued Di Zongxing but betrayed Celestial Court. Bai Ningbing should not have time to explore the Dream Realm. Even if she had time, how could she have the ability to do so? But it is also possible that the Dream Realm was taken away by Celestial Court, so Bai Ningbing took advantage of it. The Dragon Man clone shook his head. Thinking about it made his head swell. There was too little information. He could not deduce the truth. Sigh, the only thing I can do now is to stall for time until my main body realizes something is amiss and comes to save me. The Dragon Man clone did not know the situation outside. Fang Yuan's main body was already fighting with Duke Long. With his current situation, if he actively explored the Dream Realm, he would definitely be modified by the Dream Realm. He would sink into it and be unable to free himself. If he failed, he would become a dragon general. If he succeeded, he would become the Dragon Palace Lord, but he would betray his main body, his personality, values, and life goals would all change. However, neither of them was what he wanted. Immemorial white heaven, Chi Path battlefield. Boom. A huge explosion occurred, creating huge air currents. Air currents surged and surged. Pine Crane Pavilion was like a paper boat. Moving up and down in the tsunami, it seemed like it would break apart at any moment. Fang Zheng was feeling dizzy inside. His face was pale without a trace of blood. I am already a Gu immortal, but I do not even have the qualifications to watch the battle here. If not for Lord Duke Long's protection, I would have died long ago. Looking at Duke Long's figure, Fang Zheng's heart was filled with gratitude and respect. Duke Long was in high spirits after the long battle. He stood tall and straight. His dragon scales were shining with radiance, but his dragon eyes were filled with anger. Chi-Si ancestor, you are such an amazing person. You actually attack the weak. You have no bearing at all. Fang Yuan smiled. Attacking the enemy to save the enemy is the correct path of war. This is my style. Moreover, I am very curious who is hiding in this immortal Gu house to be able to make you, Duke Long, protect them time and time again? Fang Zheng did not know that Chi-Si ancestor was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also did not know that the one hiding in Pine Crane Pavilion was his younger brother, Guyue Fang Zheng. Even though the two brothers met, they did not know each other's identities. But similar to the battle of the immortal Gu houses in the previous life, Fang Yuan acutely sensed that there was an existence in Pine Crane Pavilion that was disadvantageous to him. Fang Yuan attacked time and time again, covering Pine Crane Pavilion within his attack range. Furthermore, this was Fang Yuan's territory. The fog was everywhere, concealing his true body and allowing him to use killer moves easily. Duke Long was very passive. He defended more than he attacked. Fang Yuan suppressed him. However, right at this moment, a series of dragon roars suddenly rang out from the dense fog and clouds. What's going on? Fang Yuan was surprised. Along with the dragon's roar, waves of clouds condensed, forming a huge dragon's chi flow. Spiraling chi currents surged like undercurrents at the bottom of the sea, cutting apart the entire battlefield. Large amounts of fog were swept up by these chi currents, entering these chi currents and strengthening them. This is a method for dismantling moves, such an exquisite killer move. Without the concealment of the fog, Fang Yuan's true body could be seen as he praised. There were 4 main techniques to activate killer moves. Dismantling was one of them. Back in the Battle of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, when many people fought for Ma Hongyun, old ancestor Shui, who had used this dismantling technique, displaying great battle strength. Right now, Duke Long was using this technique. It was completely different when Fang Yuan fought him. He thought that it was just some minor moves, but to think that they were all part of this chi path killer move. When Duke Long unleashed all of them, they immediately formed a terrifying might. What is the name of this move? Fang Yuan looked at these chi currents and sighed. He found that he could not deal with these chi currents in a short period of time. Duke Long laughed heartily. His anger from before was completely gone. It was just an act. He was purposely stalling for time. In a battle between experts, words and expressions were weapons. Duke Long had much more battle experience than Fang Yuan. He was very familiar with these moves. Even Fang Yuan was shaken by them. This move is called Reverse Worm Dragon. I cultivated it for 10 years before succeeding. You were right not to attack them rashly. Once you attack, your chi path methods will instead boost their power, turning them from worms to dragons. Their power will increase by 100 times. They will be unstoppable and will shock the world. Duke Long explained plainly. He was not casually explaining. He was trying to make Fang Yuan feel more apprehensive. At the same time, he started to prepare his killer move. A huge aura surged from his body. Fang Yuan thought rapidly in his mind. He had never seen Duke Long use this reverse worm dragon move in his previous life. Speaking of which, even when Dragon Palace went on a rampage in the previous life, it had never used expressions or words to deceive its opponents. Evidently, Duke Long treated Chi-Si Ancestor as a true enemy. He treated him seriously. The profundity of Mother Chi Insect Dragon was not inferior to unlimited Chi-Si. Fang Yuan did not forget that Duke Long still had a Chi Path killer move, Triple Chi Retraction. This reverse worm dragon seems to be created to counter battlefield killer moves. It is already so troublesome to deal with as a worm. If it turns into a dragon, it will be even more terrifying. But so what? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled proudly and attacked. Blade Chi surged and slashed again. Duke Long was stunned. He clearly saw through the profundity of this move. He should have dodged it. Attacking like this, is he trying to stop me and disrupt my tempo to continue suppressing me? Activating killer moves required timing. Fang Yuan did not give Duke Long the chance, but Duke Long was not discouraged. He dispersed his killer move and retreated with Pine Crane Pavilion. You want to suppress me, but you are helping reverse Worm Dragon's power, helping it to ascend from a worm to a dragon. You are also giving me a chance. Duke Long's battle intent burned like fire in his heart. He became even more eager. As expected, when the blade Chi landed on the spiraling Chi currents, a lot of them were absorbed by the Chi currents. The Chi currents expanded rapidly before exploding. More than 10 Chi currents fused into one and turned into a towering divine dragon. Its body was huge and majestic. It almost filled this Chi Path battlefield. Compared to it, Pine Crane Pavilion was like a mosquito beside an elephant. Such a powerful killer move. Lord Duke Long is finally retaliating. Fang Zheng saw this and was overjoyed. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan spoke with a calm voice. This is the transformation from worm to dragon, good power. But it is still not enough. Saying so, he activated his killer move. Chi Path killer move. Yin Yang Great killer move. Rumble. Amidst the sound of air explosions, 2 huge hands, one black and one white, appeared from the left and right. The 2 huge hands could cover the sky. They moved in a mystical path and grabbed the Chi dragon's neck and tail. The huge dragon wailed and struggled with all its might, but the huge hands were like iron hooks. It did not budge at all. Fang Yuan used his hands to control it and pulled with all his might. Boom! The huge dragon was directly torn apart by him. It could not resist at all. Fang Zheng's mouth was wide open. He could not close it. Fang Yuan moved his fingers as he looked down at Duke Long, saying plainly, "All right, the warm-up is over." Duke Long had a solemn expression. His dragon eyes shot out intense light as he stared at Fang Yuan. Chapter 1849. Dream Realm. This is Central Peak. The Dragon Man clone looked at the floating mountain in the sky with a strange expression. This is not a real mountain, it is like a phantom image. Yes, brother. The first time I saw it, I was shocked too. The Dragon Man Gu immortal Huang Wei was beside him. Right now, two scenes had passed in the dream realm. Right now, it was Gu immortal Wen Xiu's grotto heaven because the disaster was too severe, it was damaged and connected to the outside world. It was discovered. Wen Xiu was an extraordinary woman. She was an information path grade expert. She had died long ago. She was a lone cultivator and lacked resources. Rumor said that she could cultivate to rank 8 because she had control of a mystical place, Central Peak. A central continent Gu immortal looked at it and exclaimed, "Wen Xiu is truly amazing. This Central Peak was created by a person. It contains abundant information path downmarks. It is almost half a secluded domain of heaven and earth." There were other central continent Gu immortals with Fang Yuan's clone. There were quite a number of them. The immortals looked at Central Peak. Undeniably, this was the essence of this grotto heaven. It was also the most valuable resource. Everyone wanted to obtain it. Huang Wei transmitted secretly, "Brother, when the fight starts, please use your full strength. I will protect you and stall for time." "Okay," Fang Yuan clone replied, but suddenly the surrounding Gu immortals attacked him. He who strikes first has the advantage. Wu Shuai is the strongest here. If we fight him alone, none of us are his match. How can the great Central Peak fall into the hands of a dragon man? As it turned out, when Huang Wei and Fang Yuan clone were discussing, the surrounding human Gu immortals had also come to an agreement. In an instant, Fang Yuan clone and Huang Wei fell into the encirclement. Killer moves came from all directions. Such guts! Fang Yuan clone shouted. His dragonman body erupted with a towering aura. A vast number of ants flew around, forming a golden river that protected Fang Yuan and Huang Wei. Boom, boom, boom. The human Gu immortals attacked heavily. Soon, Fang Yuan's meticulously nurtured army ants suffered great losses. Fang Yuan brazenly counterattacked. His methods were superb and exquisite, and he quickly reversed the disadvantageous situation. After a few rounds, he broke out of the encirclement and was in a stalemate with the immortals. After more than 10 rounds, the surrounding Gu immortals were suppressed by him. Enslavement path Gu immortals could fight many alone. Fang Yuan's dragonman Gu immortal Wu Shuai was even more talented. He eventually forced the central continent Gu immortals to retreat. Of course, Fang Yuan's doppelganger also paid a heavy price, and Huang Wei's injuries were even more severe. What a bitter victory! Fortunately, we obtained the Central Peak. Huang Wei smiled bitterly. However, just as Fang Yuan's clone was about to take control of this place, an obstacle appeared. What happened? The two of them quickly found the reason. Someone had taken advantage of the situation while they were fighting and had taken over the Central Peak for themselves. And this person was none other than Fan Ji, who had an affair with Wu Shuai's wife, Xu Jiuling. Fan Ji was unconscious. With his soul foundation, it was too difficult for him to refine the Central Peak. This fellow, the Dragon Man clone, gritted his teeth. He was furious. He almost wanted to kill him. "You can't kill him." The Dragon Man Gu immortal Huang Wei shouted. "Why not?" Fang Yuan's clone turned around. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was filled with killing intent. Huang Wei said earnestly, "Elder brother, I understand your pain, but you know this person's identity better than anyone else. If you kill him, his grandfather will definitely come out. His grandfather is a member of the Celestial Court now. It is just that he lives in seclusion. Now that his grandson was killed, he will definitely investigate the truth and take revenge on you." Fang Yuan's clone was stunned. He had a ruthless expression. His gaze was extremely dark. After a long while, he sighed deeply. "Brother, You are right. We cannot kill this person. If we kill him, I will be implicated. What I'm more worried about is that there will be a lot of people who will use this matter to make an issue out of it and harm our dragon human race. How can I, Wu Shuai, harm the entire Dragon Man race because of my personal feelings? At the same time, in immemorial white heaven, it should be here. Shun Tsongsheng frowned. After looking around the empty sky for a while, his brows relaxed as he said with certainty. Standing beside him was Song Chi Yuan, who smiled when he heard this. I really admire Brother Shun's investigative methods. In that case, let's attack together. Shun Tsongsheng nodded. Of course. I want to see why this Pine Crane Pavilion of Central Continent's Crane Gate came to Eastern Sea sneakily and disappeared here. These two were not ordinary Gu immortals. One was Shun Clan's first Supreme Elder. The other was Song Clan's first Supreme Elder. They had rank 8 cultivation level. The two were supposed to investigate something, but they found Pine Crane Pavilion by chance. Back then, Fang Zheng had driven this immortal Gu house to Eastern Sea. The two Gu immortals had high status and were knowledgeable. They immediately recognized Pine Crane Pavilion. They were curious. An immortal Gu house of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. What is it doing in Eastern Sea? Shun Tsongsheng also found that there seemed to be a Gu immortal expert hiding around Pine Crane Pavilion. The two Gu immortals followed them from afar, using Shun Tsongsheng's investigative methods. They did not deviate from their path, but because they were afraid of alerting the enemy, they were too far away. When Fang Yuan's ambush succeeded and devoured Duke Long and Pine Crane Pavilion, they did not see it. By the time they arrived, Fang Yuan had already succeeded and devoured Duke Long and Pine Crane Pavilion into the Chi Path battlefield. But Shun Tsongsheng had unique methods. After investigating for a while, he found many clues and deduced that there was an immortal path battlefield here. The two Gu immortals immediately attacked. What's going on? Shun Tsongsheng and Song Chi Yuan were actually attracted here. Did they make some agreement with the Celestial Court? Fang Yuan's heart sank. With the two Eastern Sea immortals attacking, he immediately fell into a predicament of being attacked from both inside and outside against Duke Long. He had to be extremely vigilant. He could not relax for even a moment. Now, he had to split his attention to deal with Shun Tsongsheng and Song Chi Yuan's problem. Most importantly, this problem was not easy to deal with. Fang Yuan could not free himself from it. Rumble! The Chi Path battlefield buzzed and shook. Duke Long saw this and was overjoyed. What's going on? Someone is attacking this Chi Path battlefield from the outside. This is a good chance. Duke Long shouted. His attacks were even fiercer than before. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He used the Chi Path battlefield to dodge the attacks while attacking Pine Crane Pavilion. As the saying goes, the enemy must be attacked. Duke Long's weakness was grasped by Fang Yuan. He could only defend while enduring the attacks. But good times did not last long. The Chi Path battlefield started to show signs of weakness. More and more flaws appeared. Duke Long had been looking for an opportunity. He finally laughed. Chi Si Ancestor, you are really unlucky. You ambushed me, but ended up encountering outsiders. You have been attacking my weakness, but you do not know that your Chi Path battlefield is also your weakness. Break it. Saying so, Duke Long used his killer move. The Chi Dragon soared to the sky, piercing through heaven and earth and rampaging through the universe. Fang Yuan quickly tried to stop it, but the Chi Dragon was agile. It directly targeted the Chi Path battlefield's flaw. Fang Yuan could not block it. He sighed as a huge hole appeared in the Chi Path battlefield. Next, the hole expanded, and the battlefield collapsed. Fang Yuan gave a muffled groan as the backlash assaulted him. Duke Long did not attack him. He slammed his palm on Pine Crane Pavilion. Go! A dragon-shaped chi wrapped around Pine Crane Pavilion as it brought Fang Zheng away. attempting to leave the battlefield. After the battlefield was destroyed, Duke Long returned to Eastern Sea, but found that the ones who destroyed the Qi Path battlefield were Shun Songsheng and Song Qi Yuan. These two were Eastern Sea rank 8s. They were different from him, but Qi Sea ancestors' Eastern Sea aura was the real deal. Thus, Duke Long attacked Fang Zheng first, sending him away so that he would not have any worries. What's going on? When Song Qi Yuan and Shun Songsheng saw this, they were both stunned. Duke Long? They immediately recognized Duke Long's identity. Their hearts shook. Duke Long was famous. He was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. He had high seniority. Song Qi Yuan and Shun Songsheng did not expect to see Duke Long in this situation. What was even more unexpected was that Duke Long seemed to be ambushed, and this person seemed to be a rank 8 Gu immortal native to Eastern Sea. Heavens! When did Eastern Sea have such an expert? He actually dared to ambush Duke Long. Song Qi Yuan and Shun Songsheng looked at each other in disbelief. At the same time, they had the same thought. This is bad. Our attack this time seems to have spoiled this Eastern Ocean Celestial Friends plan and helped Central Continent Heavenly Court instead. Friend, Song Qi Yuan wanted to explain, but Fang Yuan shouted as he chased after Pine Crane Pavilion like lightning. Duke Long saw this and was furious. This person looked elegant and was an experienced expert, but he was still chasing after Pine Crane Pavilion. Thus, he chased after him. Duke Long was extremely fast. He soon caught up to Fang Yuan. The two engaged in an intense battle again. Song Qi Yuan and Shun Songsheng only took a few glances before they broke out in cold sweat. These two are monsters. Since when did Eastern Sea have such an expert, able to fight against Duke Long? Let's not talk about this for now. Such a powerful person obviously wants to attack the Pavilion of Pines and Cranes. What exactly is inside the Pavilion of Pines and Cranes? Even if there is nothing, we ruined his plans. We can take down this immortal Gu house to express our sincerity. Song Qi Yuan and Shun Songsheng moved. They quickly left the battlefield and took down Pine Crane Pavilion in the distance. You cannot kill me. I am a reserve member of Celestial Court. I am fully protected by Duke Long. I am Guyue Fangzheng, Fang Yuan's younger brother. At the moment of life and death, Fang Zheng had experienced many things. He threw away his pride and shouted. Saving his life was the priority. Song Qi Yuan and Shun Songsheng stopped in time. They looked at this tiny rank 6 Gu immortal in shock. Fang Zheng barely calmed down as he gulped. Celestial Court wants to use me as a weapon against Fang Yuan. They value me greatly. Seniors, you can use me as a hostage to ask for resources or even a mortal Gu from Celestial Court. I believe Celestial Court will give you a satisfactory ransom. Shin Songsheng waved his hand and knocked out Fang Zheng. He looked at Song Qi Yuan. Brother Song, what do you think? Song Qi Yuan frowned deeply. It seems that we cannot kill this person for now. This situation is out of my expectations. Let's go back and observe the situation. All right. The two returned to the battlefield. They saw that Duke Long had the upper hand and was attacking fiercely, but that Eastern Sea, rank 8 Gu immortal was defending for too long. He exposed a flaw. Duke Long lost the burden of Fang Zheng. He immediately grabbed this flaw and attacked fiercely. Fang Yuan was in a dilemma. Oh no, that Eastern Sea Gu immortal is in danger. What do? Go and reinforce him. Song Qi Yuan and Shun Songsheng hesitated. These two had unexpectedly interfered in this matter. They were still filled with doubts. Unlike in the previous life, they did not know what was happening now. But at this time, the two of them gasped at the same time. It turned out that Fang Yuan was acting out of character. He turned around and approached Duke Long. Duke Long, you fell for it. Have a taste of this one. Immortal killer move. Steal life. Duke Long was stunned. he was hit by the killer move Steal Life. It turned out that Fang Yuan had pretended to be heavily injured and purposely exposed a flaw. It was to create this opportunity. Song Chi Yuan and Shun Songsheng looked at each other. They could feel the shock in each other's eyes. Because after Duke Long was hit by this move, he was not in the right state. He floated in the air without moving. Chapter 1850. Duke Long was hit by the killer move Steal Life. But Fang Yuan's expression was grim, because Duke Long had no change. Earlier, when Fang Yuan ambushed Thunder Ghost True Monarch in Langya Blessed Land, Steal Life had an immediate effect. In the previous life, Land Spirit of Langya used Steal Life Immortal Goo to heavily injure Fairy Myrtle, Chen Yi, and Feng Joga, and kill Thunder Ghost True Monarch. But this time, the killer move Steal Life that Fang Yuan had high hopes for against Duke Long had no effect. This was out of his expectations. But soon, he recovered and said with a calm expression, "This is naturally Fang Yuan's gift, but it seems to be useless against you. Why is that?" Duke Long smiled lightly. "I had once used the killer move Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. My lifespan would continue to decrease, and my strength would continue to rise. This is like a Goo immortal who has overused other lifespan extension methods. Lifespan Goo would be useless against them. Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand also makes all other lifespan extension methods useless. And Steal Life Killer move also affects the corresponding Dao marks that represent lifespan. This might be the reason why it failed. So that's it." Fang Yuan nodded. He suddenly smiled. "This trick is useless against you, Duke Long, but it should be effective against the other Celestial Court immortals. I will keep it for the future." Duke Long's expression sank. He was worried about this. Steal Life was useless against him, but it was still effective against most of the other Celestial Court members. Right now, Fang Yuan's ambush of Duke Long had failed because of Shun Songsheng and Song Chi Yuan's interference. Duke Long knew this was probably because of Qin Ding Ling's luck change, as well as Fang Jing's guidance. However, it was extremely difficult for Duke Long to destroy Steal Life and the Immortal Goo, because he had already fought with Fang Yuan many times. He knew that this Qi-Si ancestor had incredible strength. He could not be treated as an ordinary peak rank 8 Goo immortal. It was possible for him to defeat him, but it would not be easy to kill him this time, because there was no time to set up an immortal battlefield. Qi-Si ancestor could not be restrained. At the same time, at the edge of the battlefield, there were 2 Eastern Sea rank 8s. Thus, after Duke Long was hit by Steal Life Killer move, he did not attack again. He said to Fang Yuan in an amiable manner, "Qi-Si ancestor, you and I cannot become friends without fighting. You can't do anything to me, and I can't do anything to you either. Actually, there's no need for us to fight to the death." Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Does Duke Long want a truce? His wisdom path attainment was very deep. He thought about it and understood Duke Long's intention. He felt some admiration towards him. This Duke Long was ambushed by me. In the earlier fight, he was also beaten up. He has such seniority and strength. He has a high status and authority, but he has no arrogance. He is calm and pays attention to the big picture. Once he understands that a truce is more beneficial, he will stop. This mentality is truly terrifying. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan said, "Humph, isn't this because the Celestial Court provoked me for no reason? I have no conflicts in the world. I cultivate wholeheartedly, but your Celestial Court has wild ambitions. You want to annex the 5 regions and unify the world. An existence like me is naturally your greatest obstacle. You had to scheme against me and gather so many rank 8s to besiege me." Duke Long heard this and felt slightly depressed. This made him feel very wronged, because in the past, Celestial Court had never done such a thing. This was the first time he was seeing Qi-Si ancestor, but he couldn't refute it, because it was very likely that Celestial Court would do this in the future. Let's not talk about whether Fang Yuan made this up. Duke Long nodded. Even if this is true, that was in the previous life, in the river of time, it is in the lower reaches. It has not happened yet. Since we already know about it, why can't we change it? Fang Yuan laughed mockingly. Ha ha, did I hear wrongly? Isn't your celestial court the righteous path's protector of providence, trying always to restore fate? You actually want to change the future. Aren't you trying to change the trajectory of fate? Fang Yuan pretended not to know. This was a crafty move. Duke Long smiled. Celestial Court is indeed protecting the heavenly Tao and restoring fate. But this heavenly Tao is the heavenly Tao of human path. This fate is the fate goo that protects humanity. Qi Si ancestor, there is no conflict between us. We can coexist peacefully. I represent Celestial Court to form an alliance with you. We will not invade each other. Duke Long was serious and full of sincerity. At the edge of the battlefield, the two Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals' expressions changed. Shun Songsheng cursed. Internally, Song Qiyuan's expression was also unsightly. Originally, they saw that Eastern Sea had a person like Qi Si ancestor, who could fight against Duke Long without losing. They were very happy. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had the richest resources, but its Gu immortals were not united. They had varying levels of battle strength. Right now, the earth veins were moving, new earth trenches were forming, the regional walls of the 5 regions were shrinking, the 5 regions were merging into one. It was no secret. Once the 5 regions truly merged, the 4 regions would face the threat of Central Continent. Song Qiyuan and Shun Songsheng were both first supreme elders. They were rank 8 Gu immortals. They had been in high positions for many years. They could see the dangers of the future. In this situation, if Qi Si ancestor and Celestial Court did not fight, it would be very beneficial to Eastern Sea's super forces. Firstly, Qi Si ancestor had incredible battle strength. He was on par with Duke Long. When Celestial Court invades Eastern Sea in the future, they would have to be wary. Secondly, Qi Si ancestor was a secluded cultivator. He had not shown himself for so many years. It showed that he had no ambitions. He was alone. He could coexist peacefully with Eastern Sea's local superforces. Finally, Qi Si ancestor cultivated Qi Path. Qi Path had been declining for many years. Why would Eastern Sea's superforces cultivate Qi Path? Thus, there was no conflict in terms of cultivation resources. Ally with Celestial Court, Fang Yuan pretended to be dazed. He stopped attacking and suppressed his aura. Duke Long was energized. That's right, Qi Si, the conflict between us can be resolved. As for your future losses, my Celestial Court can compensate you. Duke Long was a person who did great things. He had a straightforward attitude and a broad mind. He was very capable. No. Shun Songsheng could not help but shout as he flew over. Song Qiyuan followed closely behind, saying, Celestial Court is a huge force. The so-called compensation is nothing to Celestial Court. But Celestial Court has wild ambitions. They are only trying to stabilize the situation. Senior cannot ignore it. That's right, Senior. Earlier, we were rash and ruined Senior's plans. We are filled with regret now, Shen Songsheng added. Furthermore, the so-called alliance agreement is bullshit. Any alliance agreement can be violated as long as enough time is given and the price is paid. Senior is Qi Path. You are not skilled in Information Path, but Celestial Court is not like that. The Heavenly Court can't be trusted, Senior. Song Qiyuan also added. The two of them considered themselves juniors because they saw Fang Yuan's incredible strength. How could Fang Yuan agree to this? He was only doing this to stall for time. But the 2 Eastern Sea immortals were even more anxious than him. Fang Yuan smiled inwardly with just a thought. He understood these two's thoughts. Duke Long nodded. Indeed, at our level, the alliance agreement cannot restrict us. But Qi Si, Don't you still have Steel Life? You should know the value of this. With Steel Life Killer Move, you will be able to hold Heavenly Court's weakness in your hands. This is the foundation of our alliance. With this, how can we easily violate the alliance agreement? Once he said this, Fang Yuan sized up Duke Long deeply. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had experienced Duke Long's terrifying battle strength. To think that he was so astute and eloquent, he was not inferior to ordinary wisdom path Gu immortals. According to Duke Long's knowledge, Steel Life Immortal Gu and the Killer Move were given to Qi Si Ancestor by Fang Yuan to deal with him. But now, these things were used by Duke Long to persuade Qi Si Ancestor. Fang Yuan was silent. He knew Duke Long's plan. Duke Long definitely felt that Qi Si Ancestor was not an otherworldly demon. As long as Fake Gu was repaired, such a person would not pose any threat. He could even be recruited and become a subordinate of Celestial Court. This was the superiority of a sect. How could a clan force do the same? In fact, ordinary super sects could not recruit Qi Si Ancestor. At Qi Si Ancestor's level, he was about the same as Duke Long. Only the number one human path force like Celestial Court had the confidence to recruit him. The two Eastern Sea immortals were anxious. They immediately spoke about fate, pointing out, if Fate Gu was repaired under the influence of Providence, Celestial Court would be invincible. The Heavenly Court's plans are huge and ambitious. Senior, you can't be deceived when you go. These two Eastern Sea rank 8s were not easy to get along with. Fang Yuan smiled. Internally, these two Gu immortals saved him a lot of trouble. He did not say a word. He looked at Duke Long. Duke Long looked at the two Eastern Sea immortals coldly, exerting pressure. Shen Songsheng and Song Qi Yuan had no fear. They looked at him directly, even though they knew they were not Duke Long's match. In the previous life, they dared to fight for Dragon Palace. In this life, they dared to do the same. This had nothing to do with courage. It was about benefits. Qi Ju Ancestor's position had huge implications. They had to stand up. The two Eastern Sea immortals did not cower. Shen Songsheng smiled coldly. What, Lord Duke Long? You don't allow us to speak. Did we say something that hurt you? Song Qi Yuan continued. Senior, look, this is Celestial Court style. It is so domineering. Duke Long scoffed. If not for Celestial Court, how could humanity exist today? Even if Providence is affected, how much can it affect? Do you think we can send you to your death? If Providence had such ability, Celestial Court would have unified the 5 regions long ago. Why would we wait until now? Since you said this, I might as well take it a step further. Qi Si, why don't you join Celestial Court? You have cultivated alone for so many years. You have such strength. It is indeed due to your talent. But you should know the pain of lone cultivators. Let's not talk about other things, just the tribulations. How many people in this world can help you? In Eastern Sea, who can match you? Do you expect these people to help you? In fact, these two were the ones who ruined your Qi Path battlefield. Chapter 1851. Duke Long made such a huge offer, but no one felt it was strange. Fang Yuan's strength was right there. His attitude would greatly influence Eastern Sea and Central Continent. This was his value. In the world of Gu cultivation, strength was everything. Song Qi Yuan was getting more and more anxious. He sneered. Lord Duke Long, you are truly shameless. You were fighting with Senior Qi Si earlier. Now you want to recruit him. Who will believe your words? Duke Long smiled calmly. Whether you believe me or not depends on the person. You do not believe me because you are afraid that Celestial Court will take over your benefits. You all have your own clans and see areas to protect your own forces. But immortal friend Qi Si is alone. He is different from all of you. Laughable. Senior Qi Si is an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. He wants to join Central Continent's Celestial Court. It would be strange if he is not ostracized by you. Shen Songsheng said. Ostracized? Duke Long looked at Shen Songsheng in disdain. With such a mindset, no wonder Shen clan has not improved even after so many years. The sect system is one that accepts all talents. Only those who are capable are worthy. Furthermore, Central Continent and Eastern Sea, when the 5 regions merge, all Gu immortals in the world will belong to the same place. Duke Long was very eloquent. Song Qiyuan and Shen Songsheng were speechless at once. However, even if Duke Long was right, how could Fang Yuan join Celestial Court? If Duke Long knew that the Qixi ancestor he was persuading was Fang Yuan himself, who knew what expression he would have. Shen Songsheng opened his mouth. He did not want to give up. Duke Long snorted coldly. Ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Your tiny Shen clan wants to take over the world? Ambition is matched with ability. If heaven does not give you retribution, it is not time yet. If you can't wait, I will also punish on behalf of heaven and give your Shen family some retribution now. Shen Songsheng was shocked and angered by Duke Long's direct threat, but he kept his mouth shut for the time being. He came to persuade Qixi ancestor this time. He did not want Shen clan to be implicated and become a thorn in the side of the Celestial Court. In the future 5 regions chaotic war, the Shen family would become the vanguard cannon fodder. That was something he did not want to see. Song Qiyuan knew that he could not show weakness at this moment. He clapped. Good attitude, Duke Long. You are a Central Continent Gu immortal. You are threatening 3 Eastern Sea rank 8s in Eastern Sea. Are you trying to bully us Eastern Sea Gu immortals because of our good temper? Fang Yuan snorted coldly and said with an ugly expression, This old man is also very familiar with this tone. In the future, when your Central Continent Celestial Court's Gu immortals attack me, you will use this tone, thinking that your Celestial Court is the king of heaven, #1 in the world. Everyone should submit to you. Once he said this, Shen Songsheng and Song Qiyuan's spirits rose. They straightened their backs. But they did not know that Fang Yuan saw that they were intimidated by Duke Long's aura. He purposely spoke up to support them. The current situation was strange. Earlier, it was Duke Long and Fang Yuan fighting, but now it was the 2 Eastern Sea immortals and Duke Long fighting for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was happy to see this. He stood in the middle and watched the 2 sides fight. If one side was at a disadvantage, he would help the weaker side. This is a rare opportunity. Who knows, with this, your Shen clan and Song clan might become the enemies of Celestial Court. Fang Yuan decided to sow discord. He used this chance to intensify the conflict between the 2 sides and influence the whole of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Duke Long saw Qixi ancestor's ugly expression and felt annoyed internally. But the target of his anger was not Qixi ancestor. It was Fang Yuan. This demon has ulterior motives. He is most skilled at scheming and scheming. He is trying to persuade Qixi ancestor to help. He is definitely exaggerating things. Qixi, Duke Long thought about it and said, If we work together, we will both benefit, but if we are divided, we will both suffer losses. Many people are trying to sow discord. They want to use you as a tool. His tone was soft but firm. He was not just trying to tempt them. He faintly displayed the power of Celestial Court. On the other side, the 2 Eastern Sea rank 8s saw that Qixi ancestor was protecting them. They quickly thanked him and started to speak ill of Celestial Court. They were even more daring than before. Fang Yuan sat in the center, sowing discord. He watched as both sides criticized and undermined each other. In just a while, both sides' anger rose. Their tones became sharper. Fang Yuan observed their expressions and saw that Duke Long was getting more and more impatient. He knew that going too far was as bad as not going far enough. He smiled with deep meaning. How can I not know about that Fang Yuan scheme? But that junior is quite interesting. He promised me many things. He is even willing to give me a venerable true inheritance. Even though I cultivate Qi path, I have descendants who are reproducing in my immortal aperture. It's good to leave another path for our descendants. Fang Yuan spoke shamelessly. These true inheritances were already in his hands. It was not an exaggeration to say anything. Duke Long heard this. Fang Yuan was also trying to recruit Qi Si ancestor. He quickly thought, that's right. Such a person was a peerless expert. As long as an immortal venerable did not appear, the whole world would have to listen to him. If he were to fight him, he would also be on par with him. The difference between them was about the same. Even though his killer moves were not exquisite, and he did not have many Qi Path rank 8 immortal Gu, his Tao marks were of a terrifying scale and vast. Who knew how he cultivated them? Duke Long did not know that he was deceived by Fang Yuan again. He laughed loudly. Fang Yuan is just an upstart. He is a pawn of a venerable. The venerable used him in his scheme. Thus he gave him some benefits and let him work for his life. In terms of foundation, how can he compare to my celestial court? Qi Si, if you join celestial court, you do not need to give up your immortal aperture. You can keep it. Forget it. Let's not talk about you joining celestial court. I am just expressing my sincerity. In the future, if you are interested, Duke Long, will definitely welcome you with open arms. Let's talk about reconciliation first. Since you cultivate Qi Path, my celestial court is willing to provide a batch of Qi Path rank 8 resources. These are all extinct in the outside world, as well as Qi Path inheritances. They are all excellent and can be used as reference. Duke Long decided to take things step by step. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly when he heard the few Qi Path resources he mentioned. They were truly unique in the world. Only a force like Celestial Court, which had existed since the remote antiquity era, would have such a collection. The other powers couldn't compare to the Heavenly Court at all, so they wouldn't have such a collection. Shun Songsheng and Song Qiyuan saw that Fang Yuan was moved. They quickly said, Senior Qi Si, you might not know, but Duke Long secretly came to Eastern Sea this time for the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. We captured Guiyue, Fangzheng earlier, and soul searched him. We obtained a lot of information. That's right, Duke Long wants to calm Senior down and take this crucial immortal Gu House first. Once he succeeds, it is hard to say what his attitude will be. Song Qiyuan added fuel to the fire. Fang Yuan was secretly happy. This immortal Gu House Dragon Palace was rank 8. Shun Songsheng and Song Qiyuan were very moved. They were even more anxious than me. They wanted to stop Duke Long, by all means. On the surface, Fang Yuan had a solemn expression as he said, I know a thing or two about Dragon Palace. I have also obtained a venerable true inheritance and reached an agreement with Fang Yuan. Duke Long, just stop. Since you want to show your sincerity, this is the best way. I will let bygones be bygones in the future. Furthermore, we might have a chance to stop fighting peacefully. Otherwise, even if I cannot beat you, I can go to Central Continent to take a look. Duke Long snorted coldly, cursing internally. This Qi Si ancestor might look like an immortal on the outside, but he is actually very shameless. Fang Yuan said that he would go to Central Continent to take a look. It was naturally not as simple as just taking a look. Duke Long did not doubt that Qi Si ancestor would really do such a thing, because earlier, Fang Yuan had been attacking Pine Crane Pavilion. Duke Long was forced into a passive state and suffered many blows. Just like how the two Eastern Sea immortals had their own businesses, they were worried about the threat of Central Continent's Celestial Court. Central Continent's Celestial Court was much larger than Shen Clan and Song Clan. They were even more wary of people like Qi Si ancestor coming to cause trouble. Qi Si ancestor was a lone cultivator. He was alone and did not have any territory to restrict him. He could come and go as he pleased. Most importantly, he was strong. The Celestial Court did not have any methods to deal with him. Other demonic path, lone immortals, and even Fang Yuan, Celestial Court always thought that Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level. Duke Long was not on guard against them. because they were not strong. Even if most of them gathered together, they might not be Duke Long's match. But Chi-Si Ancestor was different. After the fight, Duke Long was wary of him. He had his killer move Triple Chi Retraction. But did Chi-Si Ancestor not have one? He definitely had one. Frankly speaking, it was extremely rare for a lone immortal to reach Chi-Si Ancestor's level. Such a person had a huge influence on all forces, even if he cultivated in seclusion. He was a huge obstacle to the Celestial Court's grand plan. According to Duke Long's opinion, such a person had to be eliminated because the threat to the restoration of fake Gu was too huge. Thus, when Fang Yuan lied to him that he would be besieged by the Celestial Court in the future, Duke Long believed it from the bottom of his heart. But now that Fang Yuan had revived and ruined the plan, Chi-Si Ancestor became vigilant. But Duke Long did not want to give up on the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. What should he do? Duke Long felt a headache. He thought clashing with Chi-Si Ancestor would be something that Fang Yuan would like to see. This might even be Fang Yuan's scheme. But if he did not clash with Chi-Si Ancestor, would he really have to give up on Dragon Palace? Impossible. Chi-Si, those things earlier were only compensation from the Celestial Court. Duke Long said, "Next, we can talk about the transaction with Dragon Palace. That demon Fang Yuan is very crafty. He paid a huge sum of money to get you to stop us. It is truly a good plan. But he is a mere rank 7 Gu immortal. He thinks he can toy with us rank 8s. It is truly laughable." Saying so, Duke Long said solemnly, "No matter how many resources he paid, my Celestial Court paid more than him. Furthermore, I do not need you to take action. You just need to watch from the sidelines." "Oh, are you serious?" Fang Yuan was slightly dazed. "Of course," Duke Long said straightforwardly. "Senior Chi-Si, the two Eastern Sea immortals wanted to stop him, but Fang Yuan raised his hand and stopped them." Chapter 1852. Venerable True Inheritance. The two Eastern Sea immortals stared with wide-opened eyes. Duke Long gritted his teeth. "May I ask what true inheritance it is?" "Spectral Soul's true inheritance," Fang Yuan said straightforwardly. "If you don't believe me, Duke Long, I can reveal it to you." Duke Long was silent for a while before nodding. "I believe you." At the same time, he thought, this demon Fang Yuan is truly a schemer. Spectral Soul has already been captured by my Celestial Court. In time, it will not be a problem to find Spectral Soul's true inheritance. This true inheritance's value was already very low to Fang Yuan, thus, he took it out for a transaction. But Chi-Si Ancestor did not have a captive like Spectral Soul. It was natural for him to be moved. Fang Yuan continued, "Duke Long, if you want me to watch from the side, do you need to give me a venerable true inheritance?" Duke Long gritted his teeth again. "Of course." "Really?" Fang Yuan's eyes shined. "To speak the truth, I respect Primordial Origin, Immortal Venerable, the most in my life." Duke Long's lips twitched. He could not help but think, "This old man is truly crafty." He said he respected Primordial Origin, Immortal Venerable the most. But why was his move so ruthless earlier? He even used Steel Life. He was clearly trying to kill me. But he cultivates Chi Path. It is reasonable for him to covet Primordial Origin's true inheritance. I can make use of him. You might not know, but the biggest part of Primordial Origin's true inheritance is the Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven. The other contents are actually very rare, and because of the change of eras, they are no longer relevant. Duke Long purposely said. Fang Yuan frowned. Disappointment was expressed on his face. "That means I cannot take out Primordial Origin's true inheritance? What can the Celestial Court take out? Star Constellation's true inheritance or Genesis Lotus true inheritance?" Regardless of what it was beneficial to Fang Yuan. Duke Long chuckled and gave Fang Yuan some hope. He replied vaguely, "These things can be discussed." The two Eastern Sea immortals looked at each other, cursing inwardly. Duke Long had a huge foundation in order to win over Qi Si ancestor. He actually did not mind using a venerable true inheritance. The most troublesome thing was that the Shun family and Song family were unable to produce these things. Duke Long presided over the celestial court. He was truly wealthy. He directly used resources and venerable true inheritances to smash Qi Si ancestor, wanting to smash him down. This was the foundation that the celestial court had accumulated for countless years. It was so deep that even the two heads of the Shun family and the Song family were dispirited. Fang Yuan suddenly realized that Duke Long was actually quite pleasing to the eye sometimes. Towards his style of doing things, Fang Yuan had to give 2 thumbs up behind his back. "Brother, you're so particular." Fang Yuan and Duke Long continued their discussion. He wanted to stall for time and give the Dragon Man clone a chance. The two Eastern Sea immortals could only watch. They were anxious but helpless. Fang Yuan naturally would not forget these two. He would talk to them from time to time, allowing them to maintain their hope. As this conversation continued, Duke Long noticed something. His gaze became more and more eerie. He knew Qi Si ancestor was using these two Eastern Sea rank 8s to fight for benefits for himself. But it was fine, as long as Qi Si ancestor was willing to negotiate patiently. It was a good sign. But Guyue Fangzheng is in Shun Songxing's hands. This is a bit troublesome. I need to redeem him. Duke Long talked to Fang Yuan as he thought. Fang Yuan was also thinking about Guyue Fangzheng. Earlier, the two Eastern Sea immortals had mentioned Guyue Fangzheng, but Fang Yuan's acting was too good. He acted like an outsider. There were no flaws at all. But Fang Yuan had his own thoughts. This cheap brother of mine, not only was he saved by the Celestial Court, he was even nurtured and became a Gu immortal? Interesting. Central Continent's Celestial Court must have a reason for placing such importance on him. I don't know the exact reason, but it doesn't matter. I will ask for him later and kill him. As for Fangzheng, Fang Yuan had wanted to refine blood deity in the past, but because of the pressure from the Celestial Court, he had no choice but to let Fangzheng live in Lang Ya blessed land for a long time. In the end, an accident happened. Fangzheng was saved by Feng Zhouge. Although this was not a mistake, since Fang Yuan discovered it, he decided to make up for it. Fang Yuan did not place much importance on Fangzheng, but since the Celestial Court placed importance on him, he would settle it. In this aspect, Fang Yuan had always been very stable. As for the development of Blood Path, it was because he had no other choice. He wanted to raise his battle strength. But that was then, and this was now. Fang Yuan's interest in Blood Path's development was already very low. As long as Demon Judgment Board was not destroyed, cultivating Blood Path was the same as taking the initiative to send information to the Celestial Court, telling them where he was. Sometimes, Fang Yuan guessed that in his previous life, he cultivated Blood Path because of Providence's influence, digging a hole for himself in advance. Fortunately, he had always been careful. He did not covet the path he was good at in his previous life. He did not seek instant gratification. The more Duke Long talked, the more excited he became. He could tell that Fang Yuan was sincere. He was very interested in a venerable true inheritance. That's right, this Qi Si ancestor has great strength. In the entire world, only a venerable true inheritance might be of interest to him. There's actually such a person hiding in the Eastern Sea. I must thoroughly investigate his origins after this. Qi Si ancestor was actually Fang Yuan, and not only did Fang Yuan want to obtain the Celestial Court's venerable true inheritance from him, he also wanted to kill Guyue Fangzheng. If Duke Long knew this, he might vomit blood on the spot. Dragon Palace Dream Realm. The study room had a heavy atmosphere. Fang Yuan's clone, who was acting as Wu Shuai, looked at his father with an ugly expression as he interfered regarding the ownership of Central Peak. Are we really going to give it to that Fan Ji? I clearly won. He took advantage of this opportunity. If I did not go easy on him, he would have died without a complete corpse. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal shook his head. Central Peak has huge benefits and deep connections. Black Heaven Temple is not giving in. What makes us even more helpless is that we have contacted Calligraphy Pavilion Lady and Green Anesthetic, but these two are not helping us. They are not pressuring us. Damn it! Wu Shuai clenched his fists. I am Green Anesthetic's final disciple, now that I am being wronged. This master is not concerned at all. The most despicable one is Calligraphy Pavilion Lady. I am her son-in-law, and Fan Ji is the one who harmed her daughter, yet she didn't even say a word. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed. How can we influence a rank 8 Gu Immortal? All of this is Father's fault. Back then, Father took things for granted. In fact, did Green Anesthetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady really not know our intentions? They were just pretending to be ignorant. That's why, Father. Wu Shuai stared at the Dragon Man Gu Immortal, his eyes shining with bright light. Only our tribe's rank 8 Gu Immortals are truly reliable. Our Dragon Man race was able to rely on the humans and develop until now. Wasn't it all because of Ancestor Duke Long's grace? Wu Shuai's father nodded. Son, you are right. But rank 8 Gu Immortals are too hard to become. Even though we Dragon Men are stronger than humans in other aspects, we lack intelligence. Right now, we have many rank 7 Gu Immortals, but other than our ancestor, we do not have any rank 8 Gu Immortals. Wu Shuai's gaze was bright. Thus, we cannot just sit here and wait for death. External rank 8 Gu Immortals are not reliable. And our tribe does not have any other rank 8 Gu Immortals. We can use an Immortal Gu House to replace them. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed again, shaking his head. Immortal Gu House? We had this idea long ago, but to create a rank 7 Immortal Gu House, the resources needed are too vast, we cannot afford to do so. Secondly, our Dragon Man race's strength is growing. We have already attracted a lot of criticism. More and more human Gu Immortals are targeting us. The Dragon Man threat is increasing. In this situation, if we still want to build an Immortal Gu House, won't these people be furious? Father, Wu Shuai stared with wide eyes, saying loudly, are we not going to build an Immortal Gu House just because of resources and criticism? Aren't these reasons enough? My son, our Dragon Man race is dependent on humans. This relationship is our reliance. We cannot act rashly. If we really want to build an Immortal Gu House and destroy this relationship, forget about the resources to build a rank 7 Immortal Gu House. We might not even have any hope of building a rank 6 Immortal Gu House. Sai, all these years, I have been in a high position. You don't understand the feeling of being ostracized. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed. Wu Shuai felt a wave of disappointment. He argued, no matter how difficult it is, we have to do it. Moreover, ordinary rank 7 Immortal Gu Houses are far from enough. We need to build a rank 8 Immortal Gu House. Only then can we truly suppress our tribe's foundation. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House. Ha, my son, I am truly happy to see your ambition. But food needs to be eaten one bite at a time. We need to walk step by step. Sai, let's forget about Central Peak. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal waved his hand. Wu Shuai was silent for a while before nodding. That is the only way. Dream realm after dream realm. Fang Yuan's clone wanted to stall for time, hoping for the main body to save him. But the main body was also stalling for time, hoping for the clone to take Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace's dream realm was like quicksand. Fang Yuan's clone could not control himself. He gradually sank into it, unable to extricate himself. He seemed to have turned into Wu Shuai from back then, experiencing all of the past events. Ever since the incident at Central Peak, Wu Shuai finally recognized reality. his master green anesthetic was unreliable. His calligraphy pavilion lord was also unreliable. Even his father, the Dragon Man Gu Immortal's weakness was exposed in front of him. He was still unreliable. The only one who could be relied on was himself. With this realization, Wu Shuai worked hard to become stronger. He put in all of his effort. He was extraordinarily talented and full of talent, coupled with his hard work and connections. Not only did his cultivation rise steadily, the draconians he managed also grew stronger day by day, becoming the most prominent branch of the draconians. Chapter 1853. Wu Shuai was wise and decisive. He had great foresight and had a strong personality. He did not have the weakness of most Dragon Man Gu Immortals. Under his development, the Dragon Man race's strength rose steadily. In the dark, he had been gathering resources secretly. He did not forget about the construction of a rank 8 immortal Gu house. However, good times did not last long. The Dragon Man race's strength was increasingly criticized by the humans. They started to do more and more things in the dark. Many people were envious. In fact, even Wu Shuai himself admitted that the reason why the Dragon Man race became strong was because they took over the benefits of the human Gu Immortals. But because of Duke Long, the human Gu Immortals would not make things difficult for him publicly. Duke Long's birthday was a joyous occasion. The red longevity character in the hall was very eye-catching. Duke Long sat at the main seat, surrounded by Dragon Men. Dragon Man Gu Immortals walked up one after another, presenting their carefully prepared gifts. Lord Father, I wish you great fortune and longevity. A Dragon Man Gu Immortal presented a bundle of white dragon grass. This grass was an immemorial desolate plant. It contained dragon nature. It was shaped like a white dragon. Its scales and horns were very exquisite. Father, I wish you great fortune and longevity. Another Dragon Man Gu Immortal presented a soft jade cherry. Lord Father, I congratulate you. Wu Shuai's father also appeared. Duke Long had a solemn expression. He only nodded. There were attendants around him who received these gifts. After the change of the son's generation, it was time for the grandchildren. At this time, Duke Long's expression became gentle. He showed a smile. Grandfather, I wish you great fortune and longevity. I wish you great fortune and longevity. This is a desolate beast that I personally hunted for you. I hope you like it. A Dragon Man youngster half knelt on the ground. He held a plate with both hands. There was an exquisite little seahorse on the plate. This is the desolate beast Joy Seahorse. It is very fast and hard to kill. 7th young master only has rank 6 cultivation level. It is already very difficult to hunt it. To think that he managed to capture it alive. I heard that in order to capture this Joy Seahorse, 7th young master hid in the sea for a month without moving. His filial piety is truly touching. The surrounding people discussed. There were also human Gu Immortals participating in this grand banquet. Shao Qi was Duke Long's most beloved grandson. Duke Long had an affectionate smile on his face as he personally received the plate with the seahorse. Good, good, good. Shao Qi, Grandpa will accept your congratulatory gift. However, when it was Wu Shuai's turn to congratulate him, Duke Long's smile disappeared, and he just looked at Wu Shuai. Little 8, at present, among the grandchildren, you have the greatest achievements, but you must remember the principle of going too far is as bad as not doing enough. Yes, grandfather. Wu Shuai respectfully retreated. Late at night, Duke Long secretly sent someone to summon Wu Shuai to his study. Return that Southflower Island to them. Little 8, Duke Long said. Wu Shuai was startled. He forced a smile and said, Grandpa, you don't know this, but I won this Southflower Island fair and square. I plan to make this island my home to settle my clansmen. Duke Long had a solemn expression. A sharp light shined in his eyes, piercing Wu Shuai's face. Wu Shuai, don't think that no one can see through your tricks. South Flower Island was originally Wind Cloud Manor's territory, but you schemed and took it. What are you trying to do? Isn't it better to lead your clansmen and stay in the sect? Why do you want to move your clansmen to South Flower Island? Tell me, what are you trying to do? Wu Shuai held his breath. He was silent for a while before saying, Grandfather, I do not have any ambitions. I just want to give my clansmen a better life. A better life? It is a greater ambition, Duke Long said in a low voice. Wu Shuai's body shook. He said frankly, Grandfather, even if it is ambition, so what? Shouldn't we be ambitious? Should we not strive for a better life? Why do we have to live here? Grandfather, don't you know how these human goo immortals are ostracizing and exploiting us? What ostracizing? How is this exploitation? All these years, I have heard of your deeds many times. You know why I love Shao Qi? Because he thinks that the world is beautiful. He is kind from the bottom of his heart. There is no distinction between humans and dragons. But you use my name to act unscrupulously outside, annexing other people's territories and embezzling the sect's profits. Stop your actions now. Duke Long said sternly, Grandfather, if not for these human goo immortals treating us like this, why would we do this? What human, dragon man are humans to begin with? How can there be a distinction between races? Duke Long rebuked. If there is no distinction between races, then what are the dragon horns on my forehead? What is the dragon tail on my back? Wu Shuai became enraged and shouted, Grandpa, you are a human who has turned into a dragon man. Most of your life has been a human, and the life of a dragon man is only a small part of your life. But what about us? Grandfather, have you ever thought about it? We were born as dragon men. From the moment we were born, we grew horns on our heads and tails on our backs. I have been educated by my parents since I was young. They told me that we originated from humans. But since young, my peers have been making fun of my appearance, ostracizing me, pulling on my dragon tail, and poking at my dragon scales. All of this tells me that I'm different from the human race. After I grew up, I found that not just my peers, even those human teachers have a different opinion of me. They just do not show it on the surface. If I fail, they will say that I am a dragon man. It is normal for me to lose to humans. If I succeed, they will say that a dragon man can actually do this. Is he using some tricks? Those humans always think that they are the highest. We dragon men are inferior races. Why? Humans are the spirit of all living beings, but we dragon men are not inferior either. We dragon men are born with enslavement path Tao marks. Our physique far surpasses humans. If not for human goo masters using goo worms, their punches and kicks cannot even break our dragon scales. And most importantly, we have long lifespans, while humans have short lifespans. Many goo immortals have turned into dragon men to prolong their lifespans. They have clearly abandoned their human identity, but they still belittle the existence of dragon men. This is all because of their rotten beliefs. Enough. Duke Long slammed the table, interrupting Wu Shuai. His expression was dark. Not enough. Wu Shuai's voice became calm. He looked back at Duke Long bravely, enduring the pressure in his dragon eyes. Grandfather, you created the Dragon Man lifespan extension method. Without you, there would be no dragon men. You are the ancestor of us dragon men. But why do you always side with those humans? We're your real family. Even if I die, I will not return South Flower Island. If Grandpa insists on me doing this, he will only let me die. Saying this, Wu Shuai ignored Duke Long's expression. He turned around and walked out of the door. Duke Long did not stand up to stop him. He was still sitting on the chair. He had a complex feeling. Sai, my descendants have all grown up. They have their own thoughts now. but they have never truly cared about the bigger picture of humanity. Did I not teach them well? Or has the Dragon Man race already turned into a flood, and I am only the hand that is opening the floodgates? Wind Cloud Manor was schemed against by Wu Shuai. After realizing it, they tried to mediate this matter with Duke Long, trying to take back South Flower Island. But Wu Shuai could not persuade them. He was insistent. Wind Cloud Manor did not give up. They used all sorts of methods to make things difficult for Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai dealt with everything that came his way. He dealt with everything that came his way, trying to maintain the situation. Duke Long did not help his grandson, but most of the other Dragon Man Gu immortals did help. They were either in the open or in the dark, relying on these people's help. And because Wind Cloud Manor was wary of Duke Long, they did not go overboard with their methods. Wu Shuai managed to relocate his tribe and live on South Flower Island. But the matter of South Flower Island was not over. Even after 100 years, Wind Cloud Manor was still thinking about it. They tried to take back South Flower Island from time to time. Wu Shuai was very busy. His methods were flawless. Wind Cloud Manor could not succeed. The 100-year plan has finally come to fruition. On this day, Wu Shuai looked at the immortal Gu house in front of him as he shed tears of excitement. Back then, he wanted to take South Flower Island because he needed a secret place to build the immortal Gu house. Wu Shuai's father was beside him. He had an expression of disbelief. "You really did it. My son, you are more capable than me." Even though these years, all the sects have been suppressing and sealing South Flower Island, I had many fortuitous encounters and obtained many resources. At the same time, with the help and contributions of many Dragon Man Gu immortals, after 100 years, I finally created this rank 7 immortal Gu house. Wu Shuai smiled. In a few hundred years, I might even have a rank 8 immortal Gu house. This house has not been named yet, right? Wu Shuai's father asked. The Gu immortals in the tribe have their own suggestions, but as the creator, I went against everyone's wishes and named it Dragon Court. Saying this, Wu Shuai's voice became louder as his eyes shined with bright light. Dragon Court? Wu Shuai's father's expression changed. Isn't this a little inappropriate? Ha ha ha, what is inappropriate about it? It is to be in agreement with Celestial Court. Wu Shuai laughed loudly. Son, why don't you think about it a little more? In the eyes of these human Gu immortals, Dragon Court is not in agreement with Celestial Court. It is in opposition to it. Hee hee. Wu Shuai snickered coldly. What they think is their problem. You cannot say that. After all, humans are the overlords of the 5 regions. Chapter 1854. Eastern Sea Dream Realm. The battle was at its most crucial moment. Song Tao-zi was covered in injuries, but his aura was strong, suppressing Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai, you did not stop my killer move. This is your greatest mistake. You shall lose. Song Tao-zi raised his head and shouted, his body shining with green light. This green light surrounded Song Tao-zi and spread rapidly. The traces of green light were like the leaves of a pine tree, layer upon layer, stacked upon stacked, as if there was no end to them. They surged towards Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai did not move. He laid in a pit on the ground, seemingly resigned to his fate. The spectating Gu immortals saw this and sighed. Wu Shuai is going to lose. Of course. Song Tao-zi is a top-rank 7 Gu immortal of Wind Cloud Manor. With his battle strength, he is among the top 3 rank 7 Gu immortals in Central Continent. Wu Shuai said that he wanted to challenge him back then. He was simply too arrogant. He is only a Dragon Man Gu immortal. It is already quite impressive that he could do this. Hee hee, so what? Before the battle, Wu Shuai had already signed the bet. He divided South Flower Island's ownership with Wind Cloud Manor. It is a pity that he lost this time. All the painstaking efforts of the past 100 years have gone down the drain. That's right, I heard that Wu Shuai and his Dragon Man tribe managed South Flower Island very well. It has abundant resources. Wind Cloud Manor benefited greatly this time. You can't say that. Back then, Wu Shuai had used crafty schemes to seize South Flower Island from Wind Cloud Manor. He deserves this loss. The human goo immortals were gloating. Tai Chin stood at a corner, watching the battle alone. Her eyes were filled with tears as she said worriedly, Wu Shuai, most of the Dragon Man goo immortals had ashen expressions. Only a few Dragon Man goo immortals who knew the situation were nervous and expectant. Brother, use it, shock the world. The former Dragon Man youngster Huang Wei protected and respected Wu Shuai from the bottom of his heart. He shouted in his mind. At the next moment, Wu Shuai looked at the endless green light that pressed down on him like a mountain. He smiled. You finally used this move, Song Taozi. Do you know that I have been waiting for this move for a long time? Wu Shuai laughed. What do you mean? Humph, just a bluff. Can a Dragon Man goo immortal like him make a comeback? This move is Song Taozi's famous killer move, Green Heaven Pine Wave. In Central Continent, no, in the 5 regions, how many rank 7 goo immortals can take this move head-on? However, at the next moment, a palace suddenly rose up. Wu Shuai threw himself into it and drove the palace straight up. The palace soared into the sky, straight into the clouds. What is this? An immortal goo house. I have never seen such an immortal goo house. Was it created by Wu Shuai? It should be so. This wager had already been announced to the world, and both sides were using their own items. Since Marshal Wu can use it publicly, it must be in line with the rules. Oh heavens, the Dragon Men also have an immortal goo house, and it is a rank 7 immortal goo house. Look, this palace doesn't move at all. It's as if the green sky pines don't exist, and a path has been easily created. This is not an ordinary rank 7 immortal goo house. It can definitely resist rank 8 existences. The crowd was in an uproar. Song Taozi was shocked and furious. He looked at the killer move that he was most proud of being ignored like a spring breeze. His heart sank to rock bottom. Wu Shuai was activating Dragon Court. Dragon Court charged over. Wu Shuai's voice could be heard from inside. Song Taozi, kneel and beg for mercy. I can spare your life. Song Taozi's expression was pale. He shouted furiously, Don't even think about it. You are a Dragon Man. You dare to insult me? He was clearly at a disadvantage, but Song Taozi did not retreat. Have mercy. The surrounding Wind Cloud Manor goo immortals saw this and screamed in shock. In the Dragon Court, Wu Shuai sneered when he heard this call. The killing intent in his dragon eyes was so dense that it was about to overflow, and he urged the Dragon Court to directly crush it. Ah! Song Taozi could not dodge in time. He screamed as he was crushed to death by Dragon Court. What? Song Taozi is dead. He actually killed Song Taozi. Is he trying to pierce the heavens? A Dragon Man goo immortal slaughtered humans. What is he trying to do? The crowd was furious. Most of the Dragon Man goo immortals had pale expressions. Huang Wei had a nervous expression. At this time, Dragon Court floated in the sky. Wu Shuai shouted, Shut up! My battle with Song Taozi, regardless of life or death, was announced to the world before the duel. If anyone has any objections, come to me and accept your death. At that moment, the entire place went silent. In the next scene of the dream realm, it was a celebratory banquet. There were 100 tables filled with delicious food and wine. Everyone was toasting each other. Wu Shuai, who was at the main table, was the center of attention. Congratulations, brother. You succeeded in this battle. From now on, South Flower Island will no longer have any conflicts. Wind Cloud Manor also lost a great general. Huang Wei came to toast. He was filled with excitement and admiration. Wu Shuai patted his shoulder. Brother, not only did I contribute to this, you also had a part in it. Brother. Huang Wei choked. Senior brother, this battle made you famous in the world. I congratulate you. Tai Chin brought a cup over. She spoke plainly, but her tone was filled with affection. Junior sister, thank you for your concern. Wu Shuai knew what Tai Chin was worried about. Thus he said loudly, I fought with Song Tao Zi. In this battle, heaven and earth can bear witness. No matter who dies in battle, they have to admit it. Song Tao Zi was a good opponent. The glory of dying in battle belongs to him. I believe Wind Cloud Manor has no objections. For this banquet, Wind Cloud Manor naturally sent an envoy. It was an unknown rank 6 Gu immortal. Song Taozi was killed by Wu Shuai. Wind Cloud Manor lost South Flower Island. But for the sake of the Righteous Path's reputation, to show their magnanimity, they still sent an envoy to this banquet. Wu Shuai's question made this envoy's face turn red. He hesitated before standing up and replying loudly, Is my Wind Cloud Manor a small sect? Since this is a duel, we will not go back on our words. Envoy, please take a seat. Wu Shuai waved his hand, laughing loudly. The envoy gritted his teeth in hatred. He wanted to flare up, but everyone's gazes were on him. He had to take care of the sect's reputation. He could only sit down. Wu Shuai, I am Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal Gu Liang. I witnessed the entire battle with Song Tao Zi. You even killed him in the formation. It was truly impressive. I offer you a toast. A male, Gu Immortal, wearing a large robe, walked up. He called himself Gu Liang. He was a middle-aged man. He had a smile on his face right now. He had the demeanor of a superior being. Wu Shuai was overjoyed internally. This battle had truly made him famous. Even Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals came to this banquet. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady has arrived. At this time, the bellboys suddenly announced loudly. The hall went into a commotion. This was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady did not come alone. She brought her daughter, who was Wu Shuai's wife in name. Xu Jiuling, my son-in-law congratulates you on your victory. The Calligraphy Pavilion Master had a faint smile on her face. Although it was just a simple sentence, it had moved everyone's expression. Lord Tai Shui, my wife, I have reserved seats for you. Please take a seat. Wu Shuai smiled as he bowed. He was slightly surprised internally. To him, he would definitely invite Calligraphy Pavilion Lady to such an important event. At least on the surface, Wu Shuai did not make any mistakes. But the truth was, he did not expect Calligraphy Pavilion Lady to come. But now, she really came. Not only did she come personally, she even brought Xu Jiuling. This was out of Wu Shuai's expectations. Lord Green Anesthetic has arrived. Not long after Calligraphy Pavilion Lady sat down, another rank 8 Gu Immortal came. This was Wu Shuai's master, but in the last few decades, Wu Shuai had not had much contact with him. Wu Shuai naturally sent him an invitation. Disciple greets master. Wu Shuai quickly went up and bowed. My disciple, I am here to see you. Green Anesthetic looked at Wu Shuai as he smiled and commented, you are quite spirited. Master, please take a seat. Wu Shuai had an excited expression. He was not faking it. He was showing his true emotions. This battle's influence and gains were much greater than he had expected. After the banquet ended, Wu Shuai sent the 2 rank 8s off, but Calligraphy Pavilion Lady asked her daughter, Xu Jiuling, to stay. You have been separated for so long. What is this? It is better for you to stay together. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady said in a plain tone, but her meaning was deep. Xu Jiuling did not speak. She did not have her usual impatience. She was much quieter. But that night, Wu Shuai left her alone in the room. My wife, go to sleep first. I still have some work to do. He was still so polite, like when they first met. Xu Jiuling was silent for a while before nodding obediently. Husband, Go ahead and do your work." Wu Shuai did not go to work. He went to meet Tai Chin. "Junior sister, I am here. Senior brother, I thought you would not come." "How can that be? Don't you know how important you are to me? That daughter is not even worthy of carrying your shoes for you." Tai Chin smiled brightly. The two were intimate for a while before Tai Chin said worriedly, "Senior brother, I am still a little worried. You killed Wind Cloud Manor's signature, rank 7. How can they let this go?" "Of course they won't let it go, but what can they do?" Wu Shuai smiled coldly, looking at the cold moon in the sky. He sighed. "Your senior brother, after this banquet, I have realized something." "Realized what?" Wu Shuai's eyes shined with cold light. "In this world, the fist is the strongest. Why do you think Master Green Ant and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady came to this banquet? That is because I have the immortal Goo House Dragon Court. Even though I only have rank 7 cultivation level, this house can resist rank 8s. I have the foundation. I am qualified to talk to them. Wind Cloud Manor will definitely remember this grudge, but they have to be wary of me, because I control Dragon Court. As long as I have this strength, I have no worries. No, I will definitely become a rank 8 Goo Immortal in the future. I will raise Dragon Court to rank 8. At that time, I want to see who in the world dares to disrespect me. Senior brother." Tai Chin lay in Wu Shuai's embrace, looking at him with deep emotions. Wu Shuai lowered his head, looking into Tai Chin's eyes. He gently brushed away the messy hair on Tai Chin's forehead, saying with anticipation, "Junior sister, I will definitely give you happiness. I will let you live a good life. Right now, I still have to take care of Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, but when I become rank 8, I will definitely give you an explanation. I will give you a status." "I do not need a status. Senior brother, I am satisfied staying with you." "But I am not satisfied. I want to have a bunch of children with you in the future. I want to see my grandchildren grow. I want to see my children laugh happily on my knees." "Will there really be such a day?" Tai Chin's face flushed red. "There will be." Wu Shuai hugged her tightly. "There will be. Believe me." Chapter 1855. After accumulating for 100 years, Wu Shuai created the extraordinary rank 7 Immortal Goo House Dragon Court. Next, he had a public duel with Wind Cloud Manor. Using Dragon Court to kill Song Tao Zi in front of everyone, he became famous. At the banquet, Green Antiseptic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady showed up. It proved Wu Shuai's influence in this battle. He had some qualifications to speak with rank 8 existences on equal terms. On the night of the banquet, Wu Shuai had a beautiful dream. In this dream, he realized all of his dreams, all of his goals that he was willing to fight for. He became the Dragon Man leader. He had peak rank 8 strength. Duke Long gave up his position to him. He controlled Dragon Court. He led the Dragon Man race to live freely. They were on equal terms with the humans. He imprisoned Fan Ji and executed him in front of Shu Jiuling. Then, he wanted to attack Shu Jiuling. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady rushed over. After a huge battle, she lost and was willing to use her own life as the price to beg. Wu Shuai agreed to her request. He only made Shu Jiuling a slave, while Calligraphy Pavilion Lady became his subordinate. He made Green Anesthetic and Wine Fairy the Dragon Man's supreme external elders. They were unwilling, but the Dragon Man race was too powerful. Wu Shuai was too strong. They had no choice but to obey. What made Wu Shuai the happiest was that he made Tai Chin his only dragon empress. They had many children. These children were all talented, shining like a group of stars. Even though they were young, they would one day become as grand as the sun and moon. On the second day, Wu Shuai woke up with a smile. He looked at the sleeping Tai Chin lovingly. He covered her with a blanket. Next, he slowly got up and started his work. His battle with Song Tao Zi not only caused his own rise, it also gave the Dragon Man race a huge boost in morale and motivation. Under this influence, the Dragon Man race became more aggressive and assertive. In the next few decades, the conflict between the Dragon Man race and the humans became more intense. Duke Long learned of the situation and summoned Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai flew over from afar. He was scolded by Duke Long. All these years, he was the main culprit behind the conflict between the Dragon Men and the human race. Then, Duke Long ordered him to issue an edict to abdicate and give up his position as the island lord of South Flower Island. At the same time, he had to change the name of Dragon Court to Dragon Palace. Of course, Wu Shuai was unwilling, but he was still too weak against Duke Long and the Celestial Court. His face was ashen, full of anger. He returned to South Flower Island, but he had no choice but to follow Duke Long's instructions. Gu Liang came to visit. The first time Wu Shuai met him was during the celebration banquet for his victory over Song Taozi. Over the past few decades, Gu Liang had always been very close to the South Flower Island's Dragon Man race. Both sides had made many transactions and cooperated very happily. Fellow Taoist Wu Shuai, I heard about the shocking change in South Flower Island. Why do you want to issue an edict? Is there anything that I can help you with? Wu Shuai sighed deeply. Fellow Taoist Gu Liang, this is an order from old ancestor Duke Long. I have no choice but to obey. Wu Shuai's tone was bleak. Fellow Taoist, when I killed Song Taozi, I thought it would be a turning point, and I would be able to lead the Dragon Man race to rise. But over the past few decades, I feel like I am stuck in a swamp. No matter what I do, I feel pressured from all directions. Gu Liang smiled and consoled. Fellow Taoist, why do you have to belittle yourself? I've seen fellow immortals hard work all these years. If you weren't in charge of South Flower Island, this banner force of the Dragon Man race would have been devoured by the evil forces long ago. After all, it is the 10 great ancient sects, and even the Celestial Court that are making things difficult for you. Wu Shuai was silent for a while. Flames of hatred surged in his chest. He was also filled with helpless grief and anger. Finally, he sighed to the sky. The rise of the Dragon Man race is easier said than done. It is harder than ascending to heaven. Gu Liang still had a smile on his face. One step at a time. Wasn't the rise of the Celestial Court the same as well? Wu Shuai said sadly, now that I am following old ancestors' instructions, my decades or even centuries of hard work will go to waste. Humans have the upper hand. The upper hand. Gu Liang said, I have a plan that can resolve your worries. Oh, what is it? Quickly tell me. There is no need to hide our friendship. Wu Shuai immediately asked. This plan is very simple. What you are worried about is that this will suppress the Dragon Man race's morale, especially you and South Flower Island. You are the battle flags of the Dragon Man race, but Duke Long directly removed them. But what if you advance to rank 8 now? Advance to rank 8? Why would I not want to? But the final tribulation, even with Dragon Court, I am afraid. Wu Shuai was hesitant. Ha ha ha. Wu Shuai, you have been leading South Flower Island all these years. You have a heavy responsibility. You know yourself and the significance of South Flower Island to the Dragon Man race. But because of this, you have many worries. You have lost the courage and determination that you had in the past. I am here to lend you a hand, to help you pass the final tribulation and become a true rank 8 Gu immortal. Gu Liang said as his aura changed from rank 7 to rank 8. It turned out that he was a rank 8 Gu immortal, but he had been pretending to be a rank 7. Wu Shuai was shocked. Senior, Gu Liang, Gu Liang raised his hand and stopped him. Wu Shuai, we should treat each other as equals. To speak the truth, I have my own intentions for getting close to you. Central Continent is strong while the other 5 regions are weak. As an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, I want to see Central Continent fight internally. But I am helping you not only because of that. I also admire you as a person. To be honest, you and I actually have a lot in common." Wu Shuai was overjoyed. "All these years, I have been begging rank 8 Gu immortals to help me pass tribulation. However, even Green Antiseptic and Calligraphy Pavilion had tried all sorts of excuses. Today, Celestial Friends' help was truly a timely help. I, Wu Shuai, will never forget this favor." The next scene of the dream realm was the tribulation, but because in the dream realm earlier, Wu Shuai and Gu Liang were very close, he obtained Gu Liang's help. Gu Liang's strength was extraordinary. With his help, Wu Shuai successfully survived the tribulation. It was daunting but not dangerous. Wu Shuai became a true rank 8 Gu immortal. Even though he did everything according to Duke Long's instructions, causing a huge commotion, and the Dragon Man race to be fearful. But when news of him becoming a rank 8 Gu immortal spread, the Dragon Man race's morale soared. It was even higher than before. Wu Shuai became the second rank 8 of the Dragon Man race. His achievements surpassed his father's generation. Only Duke Long could suppress him in terms of cultivation level. Wu Shuai had true rank 8 cultivation level. He could finally speak on equal terms with Green Antiseptic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady. Duke Long's attitude towards him also changed. He was no longer as harsh towards him as before. Like he had broken through a huge encirclement, Wu Shuai felt the pressure on him disappear. The undercurrents that had surrounded South Flower Island for decades had mostly dissipated after he advanced to rank 8. The scenery of rank 8 is truly different. From today onwards, I am at the peak of Gu immortals in this world. Wu Shuai was very grateful towards Gu Liang. Their cooperation deepened. Gu Liang told Wu Shuai many secrets. Celestial Quartz Foundation is fake Gu. In history, 2 demon venerables attacked Celestial Court. Why did they fail? The reason is that they could not destroy fake Gu. With Star Constellation's Tao fusion, they could not shake Celestial Quartz Foundation. However, even though Star Constellation's Tao fusion protected the legitimacy of Celestial Court, it angered the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao is about balance, but now humanity is flourishing without any restrictions. This goes against the will of the heavens. Wu Shuai understood a lot. He had gained a lot from Gu Liang. Even though he was in Central Continent and had the identity of a supreme elder of one of the 10 great ancient sects, he did not know much about Celestial Court's true secrets. He did not have any channels to learn about them. Wu Shuai, if you really want to lead the Dragon Men to rise, your rank 8 cultivation level is not enough. In fact, even if the Dragon Man race gains several more rank 8 Gu immortals, they cannot shake Celestial Court's position. You have rank 8s. Central Continent's Celestial Court has far more than you. In fact, to put it bluntly, if one day your Dragon Man race's strength surpasses Celestial Court's bottom line, they will definitely make a move against you. Don't they always say, those who are not of our race have different intentions? Wu Shuai thought about it. This made sense. He asked Gu Liang. Gu Liang told him, the rise of Dragon Men is extraordinary. We need to deal with the source. The source? You mean Fate Gu? Wu Shuai smiled bitterly. Fate Gu is being guarded by Celestial Court. It is too difficult. It is indeed difficult, but there is still hope. Especially now, this is a rare opportunity. Gu Liang's eyes flickered with bright light. Wu Shuai was moved. You mean that red lotus? That's right. Originally, Celestial Court wanted to nurture Red Lotus into an immortal venerable, but he had other ideas. He chose the path of rebellion. Your ancestor, Duke Long, has been working hard on this matter. He has been lax in disciplining you. From this, your Dragon Man race should thank Red Lotus for sharing your burden. Gu Liang said, we need to borrow Red Lotus strength. That is a good idea, but how do we contact him? Wu Shuai asked. Red Lotus's whereabouts are too mysterious. We cannot find him. We cannot find Red Lotus directly. Even if we meet him, he will reject us. He might even destroy us. Gu Liang's expression changed. He was filled with wariness. He said with deep meaning, Red Lotus, be he an immortal venerable or a demon venerable, he is a pure human Gu immortal. Since he is not willing to cooperate, how can we borrow his strength? Wu Shuai asked. Gu Liang laughed. Since Red Lotus wants to revive his family and lover, he will have to go against the heavenly Tao and fate. This conflict cannot be resolved. Because of this, the master and disciple fell out. Duke Long could not make Red Lotus change his mind. Red Lotus will definitely attack Celestial Court and destroy Fate Gu. When he attacks Celestial Court, we will be able to fish in troubled waters. Then when will Red Lotus Demon Venerable attack Celestial Court? I do not know. It might be countless years later, or at the next moment. Chapter 1856. Wu Shuai advanced to rank 8. He finally broke out of the encirclement. The pressure on him decreased. Not just that. He found the only hope of winning against Celestial Court. That was to borrow Red Lotus's strength. Even though Red Lotus had not become a venerable, he was destined to become a future venerable. Even though this was only a guess, many people in the Gu immortal world were inclined to believe it. If not, why would Duke Long and Celestial Court do all they could to make him stay? Back then, when Duke Long descended and took him in as a disciple, it was a clear sign. After communicating with Gu Liang, Wu Shuai decided to change his strategy. He laid low and did not act like before. Originally, the Dragon Man race was looking forward to his advancement to rank 8. They finally had a rank 8 great expert who could support them. However, Wu Shuai started to get close to Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Countless dragon men could not understand this. Wu Shuai put in a lot of effort and showed a remorseful expression. He gradually won the trust and favor of the 10 great ancient sections. He purposely got close to Celestial Court and tried to find out about Celestial Court's information. In fact, he even invested money to create an immortal Gu house for Celestial Court. The conflict between the dragon men and humans caused him to change his stance. He suppressed the dragon men and protected the benefits of humans. After 100 years, Wu Shuai had many successes, but he did not gain the trust of Celestial Court. What should I do? Wu Shuai was troubled. He discussed with Gu Liang. Gu Liang said, "You are a dragon man. Celestial Court has always been wary of variant humans. Celestial Court looks down on variant humans from the bottom of their hearts. Our only hope is in Duke Long. It is time to use a strong medicine. Then how do I gain the trust of Duke Long? Ancestor treats me very well." Wu Shuai shook his head and smiled bitterly. Gu Liang looked at Wu Shuai deeply. "It depends on whether you are willing to make a sacrifice." Wu Shuai did not hesitate. He answered, "I am working for the Dragon Man race. A little sacrifice is nothing." "That's good." Gu Liang clapped. "Only a person like you can achieve great things." Gu Liang suggested a plan. Wu Shuai hesitated. It was because Gu Liang had asked Wu Shuai to sacrifice Huang Wei. Huang Wei was already a rank 7 Dragon Man Gu immortal. Not only had he followed Wu Shuai since he was young, he had been following Wu Shuai and managing South Flower Island. He was loyal to Wu Shuai. He had made great contributions. There was no way he would betray him. Gu Liang persuaded, "Everyone knows about the relationship between you and Huang Wei. We can trick you into making a choice. If you sacrifice Huang Wei for the sake of the human race, you will be able to change Duke Long's mind. But you want me to kill the person who has done so much for me, the person who trusts and respects me the most." Wu Shuai clenched his teeth, still hesitating. "I believe that if Huang Wei knew the meaning of his sacrifice, he would definitely choose to sacrifice himself. Isn't that so?" Gu Yang's words dispelled Wu Shuai's hesitation. Wu Shuai sighed, and his eyes turned red. Huang Wei knows me, and I know Huang Wei. If he understands my good intentions, he will be willing to sacrifice himself. No. Gu Liang hurriedly waved his hand. This plan is of great importance. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Just you and me are the safest. Oh, friend, you need to understand. Even a dead person can be found with a lot of evidence. We cannot let Huang Wei know about this. Wu Shuai closed his eyes, shaking his head. Let me think. He hesitated for half a year, but he finally made up his mind. Compared to Huang Wei alone, the Dragon Man race's benefits were much greater. Wu Shuai and Gu Liang schemed in secret, creating conflict and killing human Gu immortals, creating evidence to frame Huang Wei. After this happened, it attracted a lot of attention from Central Continent. Huang Wei cried out in injustice. I did not do this. Brother knows me well. I would never do this. Wu Shuai tried to protect Huang Wei at first, but as more evidence was revealed, he had no choice but to kill Huang Wei in the name of justice. This caused a huge commotion. The Dragon Men were very dissatisfied with Wu Shuai. Some Dragon Men even started to move out of South Flower Island. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects praised Wu Shuai. Even Duke Long acknowledged Wu Shuai after learning of this. Little Eighth has learned a lot these years. I am glad. Wu Shuai successfully gained Duke Long's trust. However, there was an emptiness in his heart. Huang Wei's last words before he was executed were deeply engraved in his heart. He would never forget them for the rest of his life. Brother, I, Huang Wei, have never regretted following you. If you want to kill me, no matter the reason, I will accept it. But brother, I really did not do such a thing. You need to be careful. Those human Gu immortals are trying to deceive you. All these years, they did not do anything to you because they changed their strategy. They are framing me now. They want to get rid of me and gradually cut off your wings. Brother, you told me about the future of the Dragon Man race. I have always remembered it. It is fine if I die. Please continue doing what you did. The future of the Dragon Man race cannot be without you. Huang Wei knelt on the ground, crying and complaining. His words made Wu Shuai's heart bleed. Wu Shuai almost could not resist telling Huang Wei all of his secrets. The one who framed him was his most respected brother. In fact, at this moment, Wu Shuai had a strong urge to kneel on the ground and beg for Huang Wei's forgiveness. But he did not do so. He snorted coldly. Huang Wei, you took bribes and perverted the law. You intentionally killed someone. You still refuse to admit your crimes even at death's door. Sigh, I trusted you all these years in vain. You have truly disappointed me. I am truly heartbroken. Halfway through his words, Wu Shuai's tears were already falling. His voice was choked. He did not dare to look at Huang Wei anymore. He turned around and left. Brother! Huang Wei knelt on the cold ground of the prison cell, shouting at Wu Shuai's back. Before I die, I will call you brother one more time. Don't forget the Dragon Man cause. Wu Shuai moved even faster, as if he was escaping. Huang Wei's execution was witnessed by a large number of Gu immortals. Wu Shuai did not go. On the same night, he had a dream. In the dream, he saw Huang Wei. Huang Wei pointed at his nose, cursing loudly. Wu Shuai told Huang Wei the truth. After Huang Wei heard it, he cried loudly, kneeling on the ground as he said, Brother, you put in so much effort. I was ignorant and wronged you. For the cause of the Dragon Man race, you did not hesitate to take the blame. I am willing to sacrifice myself for you. Wu Shuai quickly pulled Huang Wei up, hugging his shoulder. Brother, it is good that you understand me. After waking up, Wu Shuai had a smile on his face. He did not get up immediately. He opened his eyes and looked at the curtains. The smile at the corner of his mouth did not diminish, but tears flowed from his eyes. Huang Wei's death had many effects. South Flower Island's people were in chaos. Their morale fell to rock bottom. The dragon men were very disappointed in Wu Shuai. But Wu Shuai could enter Celestial Court from time to time. This was a huge breakthrough. This time, Celestial Court decided to start constructing Central Heaven Gate. Wu Shuai grabbed this rare opportunity. He reported to Duke Long and contributed Dragon Palace. After so many years, Dragon Palace was still a rank 7 immortal Gu house. Wu Shuai had made this decision after careful consideration. Losing Dragon Palace was not a big deal. It could be rebuilt in the future. The most important thing was fake Gu. Duke Long's reaction was not out of Wu Shuai's expectations. Duke Long said, "Little 8, it is good that you have such an intention. I am very relieved. But Central Heaven Gate is an information path immortal Gu house, while your Dragon Palace is enslavement path. They are not related. Furthermore, with our Celestial Court's foundation, we do not need to extort our descendants' wealth." Wu Shuai sighed. "Grandfather, I was young and rash when I was young. I did many ridiculous things. Now that I have repented, I am thinking of how to make up for my mistakes. Grandfather, please give me this chance. I will not disappoint you." Duke Long laughed heartily. "Then let's do it this way. You and your father will be in charge of constructing Central Heaven Gate." Wu Shuai was overjoyed. "Thank you, grandfather." A lot of resources were needed to construct Central Heaven Gate. Gu Liang took the initiative to help. He said to Wu Shuai, "The Celestial Court is truly ambitious. They actually want to open Central Heaven Gate and connect to the Grotto Heavens. However, this was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can make a move on Central Heaven Gate and leave behind a hidden door to probe the Celestial Court's internal information." Wu Shuai worked even harder. He went around to construct Central Heaven Gate. The Dragon Man race had a huge problem with him. Many Dragon Men started to scold Wu Shuai, saying that he was a traitor of the Dragon Man race. These Dragon Men had great expectations for Wu Shuai, but now they were filled with intense disappointment and hatred. Even Wu Shuai's father was very cold towards him. Wu Shuai endured these misunderstandings. He tried his best to complete Central Heaven Gate. It was not easy to leave behind a hidden door in Central Heaven Gate, especially when it was under the surveillance of the Celestial Court. Just as he was working hard and was about to have some small results, an accident occurred. His father returned from the Celestial Court with heavy injuries. He called for Wu Shuai before he died. "I came into contact with Fake Gu, my son. I obtained Fake Gu's revelation. Our Dragon Man reigns supreme. Dragon Man reigns supreme." Wu Shuai's father was very excited. He grabbed Wu Shuai's hand tightly. "What?" Wu Shuai was greatly shocked. He was tongue-tied. "What in the world is going on?" "Father." His father explained the situation in detail. "I had a fortuitous encounter. Even though I was discovered in the end, I was quick-witted and purposely failed to construct Central Heaven Gate. I suffered heavy injuries from the backlash and used this reason to escape from the Celestial Court and come here. Dragon Man reigns supreme. My son, we, the Dragon Man race, are destined to replace the human race. This is Fake Gu's revelation. We can definitely believe it." Wu Shuai's father's eyes shined brightly. "Do you know what this means? Quickly heal me and spread this news. I wonder how excited the Dragon Man Gu Immortals will be. Father, rest well. I will do it now." Wu Shuai was also very excited. He quickly made arrangements for his father and left the room. Not long after, he ran into Gu Liang. Gu Liang learned that Wu Shuai's father had returned with heavy injuries. He came to greet him. Seeing Wu Shuai's hesitation and struggle, he asked for the reason. Wu Shuai and Gu Liang worked closely together. He already knew Gu Liang's true identity. He was not a human. He was a variant human Gu immortal. Wu Shuai was silent for a while before telling him the truth. Gu Liang was also shocked after reacting. He understood why Wu Shuai was hesitating. Wu Shuai, you did not gather the dragon men and announced this news. It was the right decision. Once the Celestial Court finds out that this secret was leaked, they will definitely slaughter and cleanse the Dragon Man race. But if we continue to hide it from the Celestial Court and make them think that no one knows about this secret, just this alone is not enough. Your father's actions are too strange. The fact that he came into contact with fake goo is something we can investigate. Next, members of the Celestial Court will come to investigate this information. Gu Liang knows me. This is what I am worried about. Wu Shuai sighed. What should we do now? Gu Liang hesitated for a moment before speaking. Friend, didn't you think of this already? The only thing we can do now is to sacrifice your father and make it seem like he died from heavy injuries the moment he returned. We can escape this calamity. Wu Shuai's expression was pale. He took 2 steps back as he shook his head. You want me to kill my father? This is impossible. Chapter 1857. Wu Shuai frowned deeply. He had a bitter expression. What I am suspecting now is, if this is a plot against me and my father, a plot to harm my race, what should I do? Dragon men reign supreme. Might be a lie. The culprit is trying to frame my race. Gu Liang thought about it before denying. This possibility is very small, because according to your father, he was able to interact with fake goo because of many coincidences. It was not controlled by anyone. Many of the crucial steps were chosen by your father himself. Precisely because there are too many coincidences, I am suspicious. Oh, friend, how did humans learn about the heavens will revelation in fake goo? Isn't your father's situation similar to this? Gu Liang's words made Wu Shuai speechless. Right at this time, a loud voice resounded in the sky. Celestial Court Goo Immortals came. They were here to check on Wu Shuai's father. They came so quickly. Gu Liang's expression changed. Wu Shuai, make a decision now. If you are late, not only will your life's hard work be for nothing, even your Dragon Man race will be exterminated. Wu Shuai's expression turned pale as paper. His body shook. He almost fell to the ground. Under such circumstances, Wu Shuai had to make a decision. He knew that this decision would cause him pain for the rest of his life, but he had to do it. Even if he was not sure if there was really a heavens will revelation of dragon men reign supreme, or if it was a trap, he did not dare to take the risk. If he lost, not only would he and his father lose, the entire dragon man race would also lose. On that day, Wu Shuai's father failed to construct Central Heaven Gate. He suffered a backlash and died. The Celestial Court Goo Immortals had no clues. Even though they were suspicious, they could not do anything to the rank 8 Goo Immortal Wu Shuai. They could only leave. For more than 10 nights, Wu Shuai could not sleep. Tai Qin consoled him, but Wu Shuai hugged his lover and cried. Tai Qin said gently, "The dead cannot come back to life. Senior brother, I am sorry for your loss." Uncle sacrificed himself to construct Central Heaven Gate. Celestial Court will definitely reward him. Wu Shuai did not dare to tell Tai Qin the exact reason. He could only swallow this bitter pill. He had no choice but to say, "Do you know, junior sister? After I killed Song Taozi all those years ago, I often had a similar dream. In this dream, I became the king of the Dragon Man race, leading the Dragon Man race to rise, living a free and peaceful life. I live deep in the royal court and rule without doing anything. The Dragon Men live and work in peace and contentment, equality and stability. Huang Wei is still my most capable assistant, helping me deal with the mundane affairs. My father was proud of me. He would say to me, 'My son, you really did it. You're my pride.' And I live happily with you, with many children, laughing and fooling around." At this point, Wu Shuai raised his head and wailed, "But now I only have you left, my junior sister." Tai Chin also has a sorrowful expression. After so many years, she never got pregnant with Wu Shuai's child. The union between the dragon men produced many more offspring than the human race. However, the probability of a hybrid between a mutant and a human was very low. Not only the Dragonians, but the rest of the mutants also felt the same way. This was a huge blow to Wu Shuai. For the next half a year, he was immersed in sorrow. Gu Liang came to persuade him. Wu Shuai, I understand your sorrow, but please pay attention to the Celestial Court. Don't blame yourself too much and let the Celestial Court see through you. If everything goes to waste, wouldn't your father's sacrifice be in vain? Wu Shuai felt like he was struck by lightning. He woke up abruptly. He wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead as he cupped his fists towards Gu Liang. Thank you for your guidance. Otherwise, I would have made a huge mistake. Gu Liang nodded and smiled. These last days you have been too sad. You did not continue with the construction of Central Heaven Gate. Now it is time to continue. But Fate Gu's prophecy, that dragon men reign supreme, is that true? Wu Shuai had something that he could not let go of. Gu Liang smiled. To prove this, the best way is to let you interact with Fate Gu again. But the risk here is too high. In fact, you don't have to be anxious, you just need to wait patiently. You can slowly test it. You mean? Wu Shuai realized something. Gu Liang nodded. That's right. If dragon men truly reign supreme, then Providence will definitely take care of your race. Your father is like Yu Ji in history. When Yu Ji was still a Gu master, he was a slave in charge of cleaning the Rockman Sacred Hall. But when he got close to Fate Gu, he learned of the heavenly fate prophecy that humans would reign supreme. Along the way, he followed Fate Gu's instructions and stole it, offering it to the most crucial person, Primordial Origin, who had yet to become an immortal venerable. I know Yu Ji. He was the Tao Guardian of Primordial Origin, Immortal Venerable. He obtained the heavenly fate prophecy, but did not die. Instead, he stole Fate Gu. Why did my father? Wu Shuai had a pained expression. Gu Liang said, I have my own guesses about this. Do you remember when I told you that star constellation Immortal Venerable had once become one with the Tao? From then on, her will interfered with Providence. It was likely because of this that your father met with misfortune, but he also successfully brought out the huge secret of dragon men reign supreme. He died a worthy death. Gu Liang continued to console. Your father revealed this secret to you. O Wu Shuai, you might very well be a crucial person in heaven's fate, like Primordial Origin. So you cannot be discouraged. You cannot give up. You need to work hard. Wu Shuai shook his head. How can I be compared to a venerable? Moreover, us variant humans cannot become venerables. Gu Liang was silent for a while before saying with a strange expression, It is a phenomenon that variant humans cannot become venerables, but the reason for this has never been determined. There are many different theories. To speak the truth, my race has been researching why variant humans cannot become venerables. Wu Shuai found it strange. Isn't it said that humans are the spirit of all living beings? Gu Liang smiled coldly. Hee, I'm afraid this is just a pretense. There is a huge secret to becoming a venerable. It might be related to spirituality, but it is definitely not just that. There were some examples in the history of the human race. Some Gu immortals had incredible strength. They passed all the calamities and tribulations of rank 8, but still could not become venerable. They could not advance to rank 9. Your ancestor, Duke Long, should know better. He was such an example. Back then, he had incredible strength, but could not advance to rank 9. That was why he turned into a dragon man. If you can find out about this, my race is willing to pay any price to learn of this secret. Gu Liang promised solemnly. You are too serious. If I can find out about this, I will share it with you for free. Wu Shuai swore to heaven. Before he left, Gu Liang reminded, Immortal friend Wu Shuai, please be careful. Even though fake goo is not in your hands, if it is truly heaven's will, there will definitely be some revelations. You are definitely a key figure in this. I'm afraid that these revelations will fall on you or the people close to you. Please pay more attention. I won't. Wu Shuai nodded. Time will prove everything. However, to Wu Shuai's disappointment, he did not gain any revelations. He continued to construct Central Heaven Gate to reassure the Celestial Court, the Dragon Man race, and many Dragon Man Gu immortals were dissatisfied with him. They scolded Wu Shuai for being a dog. His father died while constructing Central Heaven Gate. As his son, he was still constructing Central Heaven Gate. He was truly a slave. There was no way to save him. He deserved it for his father's death. Thus, more and more dragon men moved out of South Flower Island. It gradually became a trend. On this day, Wu Shuai dreamt of his father again. His father told him, "Continue to work hard. I understand you now. Your sacrifice will definitely make you a great hero. The Dragon Man race needs your leadership, my child." He dreamt that he and Tai Chin finally had a child. It turned out that in a certain earth trench in Eastern Sea, there was a nameless weed growing. This weed was an ancient desolate plant. It spread over a large area and was guarded by immemorial desolate beasts. As long as he and Tai Chin ate this weed, they would be able to have children and overcome the predicament of being mixed bloods. After waking up, Wu Shuai had a sudden realization. He realized, was this the revelation of heaven's will? He recalled carefully. Before Huang Wei died, he had a dream. He saw Huang Wei bidding farewell to him. Before his father died, he also had a dream. He saw his father talking about his deceased mother. He said that he missed her greatly and wanted to reunite with her. It was very simple to verify this guess. Wu Shuai immediately made a plan. Using Gu Liang's strength, he returned to Eastern Sea and obtained the nameless weed in the earth trench. According to the method in the dream, Wu Shuai and Tai Chin consumed the seaweed. Half a month later, Wu Shuai received great news. Tai Chin was really pregnant with his child. This kind of surprise was really too big, not only because he finally obtained the child that he yearned for, he also verified his guess. He finally understood. Heaven's will had started long ago. It was just that he did not notice it. The dream realm started to change. It continued to give Wu Shuai inspiration. Wu Shuai acted according to the inspiration. He got twice the results with half the effort. He succeeded immediately. Not only did he construct Central Heaven Gate, he even set up a secret door. Even the Celestial Court did not notice it when they inspected it. To gain the trust of the Celestial Court, he stopped developing his Dragon Man force. He focused on his own cultivation level. Using the inspiration in the dream, his cultivation level continued to rise. With Gu Liang's help, he passed many calamities and tribulations. The dream realm changed again. There was a revelation about creating the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. The core Immortal Gu of rank 8 Dragon Palace is rank 8 Dream Token. This is a dream path Gu. It is truly suitable for the great era. Wu Shuai was extremely excited. He immediately roamed the 5 regions and 2 heavens, searching for Dream Path immortal materials. These Dream Path immortal materials were very rare. They were usually hidden in the corners of the world. They were inconspicuous. Chapter 1858. During this period, Wu Shuai returned to South Flower Island. Tai Chin was finally born. We finally have a bloodline between us. Tai Chin, it has been hard on you. Wu Shuai hugged the newborn. He spun around happily. Next, he carefully placed the baby on the bed, beside Tai Chin. He looked at the weak Tai Chin lovingly. His gaze was extremely gentle. "What do you think we should name our child?" Tai Chin smiled. She was filled with motherly love. This child has a pair of big eyes. He is very intelligent. Let's call him Longling, Wu Shuai said. Tai Chi nodded. Longling, that is a good name. His son, Longling, was born. Wu Shuai was very happy, but at the same time, he felt an even greater responsibility on his shoulders. Huang Wei and my father have already passed away. I only have junior sister Tai Chin left by my side. Now, I have my son. I want to give Tai Chin a proper status. I want to give my child a bright future. He will not live in an environment where he is discriminated against. I want him to live proudly as a dragon man. He will live proudly. The responsibility in his heart urged him. After resting for a few days on South Flower Island, Wu Shuai went on his way again. He roamed the 5 regions and 2 heavens, collecting Dream Path immortal materials. The process of refining Dream Token Immortal Goo was very mystical. Everything happened in his sleep. As immortal materials were refined one by one, Dream Token Immortal Goo finally reached the final juncture. Wu Shuai was extremely shocked. The final enlightenment from the dream realm was for him to sacrifice Tai Chin. Only if she sacrificed herself, using her life as a sacrifice, could he complete the final step of Dream Token. No, I cannot do this. Wu Shuai suffered a huge blow. His face was pale. He could not accept such a revelation. For a few days, he was in a daze. He roamed around immemorial white heaven like a wandering soul. Only when he encountered a primordial desolate beast and was nearly killed by it did he suddenly wake up from his stupor. He killed this immemorial desolate beast, but he was still very troubled. He could not find a solution. Do I really have to sacrifice junior sister? No, this is impossible. There must be another way. There must be. Wu Shuai decided to temporarily stop his plans to refine the dream token. He wanted to gain more enlightenment from the dream. The next night, the dream brought him a new revelation. This revelation made him extremely shocked. Old ancestor Duke Long has an immortal killer move that can exterminate my Dragon Man race. Moreover, Duke Long has already wanted to use this killer move many times. Even though he had absolute trust in his dreamscape, this news was just too sensational and hard to believe. He pondered for a while and decided to return to Zhongzhou State, first to find out the truth. Wu Shuai spent a lot of time and effort to refine Dream Token Immortal Goo. During this period, Central Continent was in turmoil. The conflict between Duke Long and Red Lotus, the master and disciple pair, was getting more intense. Because of the death of Wu Shuai's father, the Celestial Court had many doubts about him, but Duke Long still trusted him. Wu Shuai mobilized all the forces he could mobilize to investigate this matter. At the same time, the dream also brought him more enlightenment. With the help of Dreamscape, Wu Shuai obtained more and more clues. These clues proved that his dreamscape was correct. Wu Shuai even knew the name of this killer move, Dragon Man Extermination. Back then, Duke Long created the Dragon Man Lifespan Extension Method and created the Dragon Men. As more and more Dragon Men appeared and developed, the Dragon Man race was born. Duke Long is the ancestor of the Dragon Men, the origin of the race. When he created the Dragon Man race, he left behind a trump card. That was the killer move Dragon Man Extermination. As long as this move is activated, all the Dragon Men in the world will self-detonate. No one will survive. And Duke Long had wanted to use this killer move long ago. He only delayed it due to Star Constellation's will. Old Ancestor, you are so ruthless. You are truly too ruthless. Wu Shuai was cold, helpless, anxious, and furious. All of his hard work and the rise of the Dragon Man race was a joke in front of this killer move. It was a realistic yet illusory illusion. What should I do? Wu Shuai held at the sky. He had no ideas. That's right, I have a dream realm. Suddenly, he remembered something. His eyes shone with the radiance of hope. He still had one last life-saving straw. That night, the dream realm returned to a few years ago. Dreamscape was about Dream Token Immortal Goo. The final step of refining Dream Token Immortal Goo was to get Tai Chin to sacrifice herself. The Dream Realm told Wu Shuai that to deal with Dragon Man extermination, he had to refine Dream Token Immortal Goo first. Wu Shuai woke up from his dream in the darkness of the night. He cried silently. He looked at his lover beside him in a daze, the woman he loved in his life, Tai Chin. Tai Chin was sleeping soundly, but as if she sensed something, she opened her eyes and saw Wu Shuai's sorrowful expression. "What is it?" Tai Chin quickly hugged Wu Shuai gently. Wu Shuai hugged her back. He hugged her tightly. He had used so much strength, but he had never felt so weak and powerless before. Wu Shuai had no choice but to tell Tai Chin the truth. Tai Chin quickly accepted it. She used her warm palm to caress Wu Shuai's face as she smiled. "So that's it, my senior brother. I love you. I am willing to sacrifice everything for you, even my life. This is not a big deal. But in this life, other than you, I have another concern. That is our child. After I die, you must take good care of me, nurture my child. Promise me, okay? I promise you I will use my life, my dignity. I will use everything I have to promise you." Wu Shuai cried. He was extremely sorrowful. Dream Token was refined successfully. Next, a rank 8 dragon palace was also constructed. After it was built, Wu Shuai stayed inside. He often walked around the pavilion, touching the pillars on the walls. He imagined feeling Tai Chin's warmth, but all he got was the coldness of the immortal Goo house itself. His and Tai Chin's child grew up. He would ask him sometimes, "Father, where did my mother go? Why is she not back yet?" Every time he asked this, Wu Shuai felt like a spear was stabbing into his heart, causing him to bleed profusely. Every time, he would squat down and embrace his son Long Ling in his arms. He would hug him tightly and lie to him gently. The young and innocent dragon spirit was like an antidote, the only medicine in this world that could heal the trauma in his heart. Even though he had a rank 8 dragon palace, Wu Shuai had no intention of fighting for fame and fortune. He secretly targeted green antiseptic, wine fairy, and calligraphy pavilion lady, enslaving them all. But he achieved his former dream. He could have imprisoned Shu Jiuling. He could have even captured Fan Ji and executed him in front of Shu Jiuling. But Wu Shuai did not do that. He let Shu Jiuling go and let her be with the person she truly loved. He no longer cared about his past glory. Even though he cared about it in the past, he felt pain and fought for it. Wu Shuai had experienced many things in life. He had let them go. Right now, Wu Shuai felt very tired, but he could not stop. He could not stop, because the matter of Dragon Man extermination was not resolved yet. The dream realm enlightened him again. To resolve Dragon Man extermination, he needed to use rank 8 Dragon Palace. He also needed to conduct experiments on the Dragon Man body. Dragon Man was the product of the Dragon Man life extension method, and the creation of Dragon Man extermination originated from this. The three were closely related. Wu Shuai had already grasped the Dragon Man life extension method, using the power of Dragon Palace and reverse engineering the Dragon Man extermination killer move based on the two. It was possible. But to do this, Wu Shuai could not do it alone. Thus, he gathered the Dragon Man Goo Immortals and told them the truth, asking for their help. In the huge Dragon Palace, there was an unprecedented gathering. Almost all the Dragon Man Goo Immortals were here. These Dragon Man Goo Immortals did not believe it at first, but Wu Shuai provided sufficient evidence and clues. They had no choice but to believe it. At the same time, Gu Liang was here as a witness. The secret of Wu Shuai's father and heavens was made public. To do the experiment, we need a vast number of dragon men. Almost all of them will die. Even if they survive, they will suffer a fate worse than death. Thus, I cannot make this decision alone. If anyone objects, please speak up. Wu Shuai said, I object. Immediately, someone jumped out. Everyone looked at him. He was of the same generation as Wu Shuai. He was Wu Shuai's seventh brother in terms of bloodline, the seventh young master that ancestor Duke long doted on the most. The seventh young master pointed at Wu Shuai on the throne, cursing, Eighth brother, you scoundrel, you are truly crazy. To gain the trust of the celestial court, you killed your most loyal brother. To conceal the secret of dragon men reigning supreme, you caused the death of your own father. To refine dream token immortal goo, you actually used the woman who loved you as a goo refinement material. Now, to deal with the dragon man extermination killer move, you even want to harm countless innocent dragon men. You want to use them as experiments. Why are you so vicious? Why are you so cold? Do you think we will believe you just because you gave us this so-called evidence? Hee hee, you are too laughable. Do you think we are fools? Hee hee, no, you are not laughable. You are pitiful and lamentable. You wanted to give your woman happiness, but in the end, she was sacrificed to refine a goo. Hee hee hee. You wanted to be your father's pride, but in the end, you killed him. You killed him personally. You gave Huang Wei a great cause. You gave him hope. But you killed him because of it. And now, what happened to the cause? Hee hee hee, ha ha ha. The seventh young master laughed maniacally. Tears flowed down his cheeks. You tried everything to lead the Dragon Man race to rise, but in the end, the Dragon Man race is going to be destroyed. It is going to be extinct. It's you. If not for your wild ambitions, occupying South Flower Island and migrating your tribesmen to develop, creating conflict between the dragon men and humans, why would so many things happen? If the dragon-human race had always been peaceful and stable, the old ancestor wouldn't have been tempted to exterminate the dragon-human race. Wu Shuai, Wu Shuai, you are an expert second only to old ancestor in our dragon man race, but what you brought to our dragon man race was not glory, nor was it hope, nor was it equality or dignity. It was destruction. You are truly a tragedy. Your entire life is a tragedy. The hall was silent. Wu Shuai sat on the dragon throne, expressionless. At this point, the dream realm finally dissipated. In the depths of the sea, there was only a grand palace, and the 4 dragon generals left. The dragon generals had complicated but obedient gazes as they looked at Fang Yuan's dragon man clone walking towards the door of Dragon Palace. The door of Dragon Palace opened by itself. The dragon man clone walked into Dragon Palace's hall. He was also expressionless, but his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. Looking at Dragon Palace, it seemed to be the same as before. Seventh Brother's criticism was still lingering. The surrounding Dragon Man Gu immortals were still gathered. When he looked again, the hall was empty. Everything had vanished into thin air. It has already been 1,000,000 years. I am back. The Dragon Man clone's voice resounded in the hall. It sounded like the sobbing of a ghost. But I am no longer me. The Dragon Man clone smiled bitterly again. It was no longer his voice, no longer his face, no longer his body, not even his soul. There was only a will left, the will that had lasted for 1,000,000 years. It was still struggling at death's door. Dragon Spirit greets Master. Dragon Spirit appeared with a respectful expression. It had a hint of joy on its face. Finally, Dragon Court has a new master. The Dragon Man clone looked at Dragon Spirit deeply. His eyes were turning red. He wished that Dragon Spirit could call him Father, but it was impossible. Tai Chin, in the end, I have let you down. I have let you down. Wu Shuai raised his head and let out a deep sigh. His sigh was filled with endless sorrow and guilt. But he did not cry. Chapter 1859. After much effort, Duke Long finally came to an agreement with Fang Yuan. Eastern Sea's two rank 8s, Shun Songsheng and Song Chi Yuan, witnessed the entire process but could not stop them. Duke Long not only compensated Fang Yuan with a large amount of Qi path cultivation resources, more importantly, he gave primordial origin immortal venerables true inheritance to Qi Sea ancestor. This made the two Eastern Sea immortals feel helpless, but they could not help but admire Duke Long's magnanimity. Of course, only a small portion was handed over. Fang Yuan's Qi Sea ancestor stopped fighting with Celestial Court. They started to coexist peacefully, while Celestial Court would replenish these resources in the future. As for Primordial Origin's true inheritance, it was also handed over in parts. After all, both sides did not sign any alliance agreement. Both sides finally came to an agreement, but Fang Yuan did not leave immediately. He took the initiative to lead the way. Fang Yuan is indeed taking Dragon Palace. Maybe Duke Long, you can resolve the grudge between him and your Celestial Court today. Fang Yuan smiled. From his expression, he looked like he was going to watch a show. But Fang Yuan did not want to stall for time. If he continued to argue, Duke Long and the two Eastern Sea immortals would easily see through his plan. In that case, he might as well go with the flow. They did not sign any alliance agreement. If they needed to make a move, Fang Yuan would attack immediately. As for what they agreed on earlier, it was all bullshit. Duke Long flew forward. He looked ahead and calmed down, replying plainly, "If that is the case, then one problem is resolved." The two Eastern Sea immortals looked at each other. They were not in a hurry to leave since it was related to Dragon Palace. The group arrived at Dragon Palace's hiding place and went deep into the sea, but Dragon Palace was already gone. Is Dragon Palace really here? The two Eastern Sea immortals did not believe it. They suspected that Fang Yuan led them the wrong way on purpose, but they did not dare to say it. Duke Long did not doubt it at all. Although Fang Yuan was leading the way, their current position was exactly what Fairy Myrtle had predicted. It seems like the Dragon Palace has really flown away. Duke Long sighed. Fang Yuan smiled and said, "What a pity! If the Dragon Palace was taken away by Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court would have lost to him again." Fang Yuan looked like he was watching a good show and was not afraid of making things worse. He used words to provoke Duke Long. Duke Long's reaction was indifferent. He was not agitated. This was because he knew a lot about the Dragon Palace. When his grandson, Little 8, built it, he had already stipulated that only Dragonians could become the master of the Dragon Palace. This way, he would have Duke Long, who had Dragonman Extermination, as his trump card. If Fang Yuan really subdued the Dragon Palace, he would definitely become a Dragonman or have Dragonman subordinates. Fang Yuan is a vigilant person and has reborn from the future. There is little chance of him becoming a Dragonman. But even so, I can use Dragonman Extermination to get rid of one of his subordinates. But killing or not killing is just a side issue. The crucial thing is to take Dragon Palace. Even though I failed this time, I gained something. At least I eased the relationship between Qi Sea Ancestor and the Celestial Court. I even opened up a possibility of recruiting Qi Sea Ancestor in the future. As for Dragon Palace, it has already appeared in the world. It will definitely leave behind traces. I will definitely encounter it in the future. Sigh. Fang Yuan has a huge advantage after rebirth. He made arrangements in advance and attacked first. I was one step too late in Dragon Palace's aspect. Duke Long thought for a while. He was not in a hurry to use Dragonman Extermination. He might as well keep this trump card. At a crucial moment in the future, he could use it to catch Fang Yuan off guard. Of course, Duke Long also thought that Fang Yuan might know about Dragonman Extermination. But if he knew about it, he would be on guard. Duke Long would not have much effect even if he used it. Thus, Regardless of the situation, it was wise for Duke Long not to use this method for now. It is not appropriate for Dragon Palace to fall into Fang Yuan's hands. Taking Dragon Palace and dealing with Fang Yuan will become one matter as the counter to Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng needs to be redeemed first. Thinking of this, Duke Long turned to negotiate with Shun Songsheng. Guyue Fang Zheng was in Shun Songsheng's hands. Shun Songsheng was mentally prepared. He was not surprised by Duke Long's request. After all, his Shun clan and the celestial court behind Duke Long belonged to the righteous path. Their styles were similar. Shun Songsheng was naturally willing to transact with Duke Long. He would send Guyue Fang Zheng away in exchange for a lot of benefits. He had no interest in Guyue Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng was not of much use to him. Shun Songsheng was secretly excited. He decided to extort a large sum from the Celestial Court. He had personally seen how rich Celestial Court was earlier. Fang Yuan stood at the side, inwardly moved. But if he competed with Duke Long now, it would not be good. Firstly, he had just negotiated with Duke Long. If he tried to undermine him in front of Duke Long, it would go against Qi Si Ancestor's character. Secondly, Fang Yuan had no confidence in competing with Celestial Court. If he killed Shun Songsheng and snatched Fang Zheng, the possibility was low. However, Fang Yuan did not give up. He transmitted to Shun Songsheng, asking intentionally. Shun Songsheng heard that Qi Si Ancestor was interested in Fang Zheng. He quickly replied, "I will not hide it from Ancestor. I have already soul-searched Fang Zheng. I know about his recent experiences. From the looks of it, he is indeed targeting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan seems to be a counter to him." Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He immediately enticed Shun Songsheng. Even though Fang Yuan is only rank 7 and I have only met him for the first time, he left a deep impression on me. Since Fang Zheng counters him, I might as well make Fang Zheng stay and negotiate with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had many venerable true inheritances in his possession. If you negotiate with Celestial Court, will Celestial Court give you a venerable true inheritance? Fang Yuan tried to persuade Shun Songsheng to detain Fang Zheng himself. He would find a chance to make a move. After all, Fang Zheng was in Shun Songsheng's hands, and in Celestial Court's hands. These were two different difficulties. Shun Songsheng replied enthusiastically. He did not dare to hesitate. He smiled. "Ancestor is right. This is a good suggestion." While replying, he said to Duke Long, "If Celestial Court wants to redeem Guyue Fang Zheng, they just need to give him a venerable true inheritance." Ha ha ha. Duke Long laughed loudly. "Oh, Shun Songsheng, you are asking for too much. Do you think you are on the same level as Qi Si? Immortal friend Qi Si was able to obtain a venerable's true inheritance because we fought. If you obtain a venerable true inheritance with a captive, won't Qi Si become a joke?" Shun Songsheng, watch your attitude. If you still have unrealistic hopes, why don't we have a match first? Duke Long's attitude changed very clearly. His tone was very domineering, completely different from Fang Yuan's previous conversation. Shun Songsheng felt troubled. Duke Long was very eloquent. If he was careless, he would secretly flatter Qi Si Ancestor, and even use Qi Si Ancestor to lower the price. But through soul-searching, Shun Songsheng understood Fang Zheng's value even more. He sneered and said fearlessly, "Duke Long, I admit I am not your match. But so what? You can defeat me, but you cannot kill me for now. Besides, the most critical point is that Fang Zheng is in my hands. His life or death is just a thought of mine. If you do not give me a venerable true inheritance, what can you offer? At least let me see Celestial Court's sincerity." Shun Songsheng was not muddle-headed. He spoke in a soft but firm tone. But in the end, he settled for the next best thing. He did not forcefully ask for a venerable true inheritance. After all, Duke Long's fist was much bigger than his. Both sides argued for a while, but could not come to an agreement. Shun Songxing's asking price was very high, while Guyue Fangzheng was very important to Duke Long and Celestial Court. Fang Yuan observed from the side. He could see the bigger picture. The more important Celestial Court placed on Fangzheng, the more it meant that Fangzheng could restrain him. Fang Yuan's killing intent became denser. He secretly urged Shun Songsheng. In my opinion, you can contact Fang Yuan and have a discussion. Maybe he will offer a more generous price than Celestial Court. Shun Songsheng had an idea. He replied, Senior Qi Si ancestor, I would rather trade Fangzheng to Celestial Court. Firstly, Celestial Court is of the righteous path. It cares about credibility. It needs a living Fangzheng. And Fang Yuan only needs a dead Fangzheng. He might not be able to talk to me calmly. Secondly, in terms of foundation and wealth, who can compare to Celestial Court? Shun Songsheng was of the righteous path after all. He was naturally estranged from the demonic path's Fang Yuan. He was more willing to talk to Celestial Court, even though he was filled with wariness towards Celestial Court. Fang Yuan could not dissuade him. He could not use too much force to prevent himself from being seen through. He could only think of other plans. Duke Long was getting more and more impatient. Earlier, he had a difficult negotiation with Fang Yuan and wasted his breath. It was already very different from his usual style. Now that he had to wrangle with Shun Songsheng, Duke Long had the urge to attack. But Fang Yuan was at the side. Duke Long considered that Qi Si ancestor and Shun Songsheng were both Eastern Sea Gu immortals. He suppressed this urge. At this time, Fairy Myrtle provided Duke Long with a piece of information. Duke Long's eyes shined. This information was an important bargaining chip. He immediately transmitted it to Shun Songsheng. Shun Songsheng's expression changed. He blurted out, Really? Of course. Duke Long nodded. How about it? Those resources from before, along with this information. Shun Songsheng agreed, without hesitation. This made Fang Yuan and Song Qi Yuan's hearts stir. They wondered what kind of deal the two had made. Guyue Fangzheng was handed back to Duke Long by Shun Songsheng on the spot. Fangzheng had already fainted. Duke Long carried him as he bid farewell to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not make him stay. He could only let him leave. The two Eastern Sea immortals who stayed behind spoke in unison. They invited Fang Yuan to their territory as a guest. They even promised to give some resources to Fang Yuan as compensation for destroying the immortal battlefield. Fang Yuan nodded. He needed these two to influence the whole of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. After agreeing on a date, Fang Yuan turned around and left. After flying for a long time, he stopped on a cloud. From the cloud, an immortal Gu house rose up. The Dragon Man clone walked out. Fang Yuan and his clone looked at each other and smiled. Chapter 1860. This is Dream Token Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan inspected Dragon Palace. Dream Token was like a dragonfly. It had a round head and a long body. It had a pair of pink gem-like compound eyes and 4 pairs of transparent wings. If one took a closer look at the light wings, they would discover a faint layer of colorful halo. Fang Yuan felt joy in his heart. All along, he had been looking forward to Dream Path Immortal Gu. Even though he had many Dream Path killer moves, the truth was that he had 0 Dream Path Immortal Gu. For example, Unravel Dreams Immortal Gu were only Wisdom Path Unravel Mystery. Fang Yuan used a large number of Dream Path Mortal Gu to replace the effects of the Dream Path Immortal Gu that he had. This also meant that every time he used Unravel Dream, he would expend a lot of Dream Path Mortal Gu. In the early stages of obtaining Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan had to work hard to refine Dream Path Mortal Gu one by one. If he had a Dream Path Immortal Gu to replace it, it would not be so troublesome. Fang Yuan did not have a Dream Path Immortal Gu all along, but now he finally had one, and it was a rank 8 Dream Token Thinking back to this dream realm exploration, it was truly dangerous. I almost lost myself. The Dragon Man clone sighed. He still had lingering fear. If I had not sensed something amiss in advance and secretly set up Unravel Dream Killer move and activated it later, I would have already betrayed him. Fang Yuan had always used Unravel Dream on dream realms, but this time he used it on himself. However, the reason why Dragon Palace could enslave rank 8s and create new masters was because of the effect of dream realms. Thus, Fang Yuan clone used Unravel Dream on himself. It was a direct counter to the problem. The killer move was dead, but the person was alive. The use of goo worms depended on the mind. Of course, Unravel Dream alone was not enough to resist a rank 8 dream token. He had to thank Granny Rong, Zhang Yin, and the other Eastern Sea Goo immortals for this. Fang Yuan's main body nodded slightly. This is indeed the most strenuous and difficult dream I've ever explored. However, when I observed your fate, the trace of greenish-purple chi couldn't be faked. It indicates that you can become the master of the Dragon Palace without losing your way. The reason why Fang Yuan sent his doppelganger into the dream to test him was because he saw that there was a chance of success. If it weren't for that wisp of purplish-green energy, failure would have been the only outcome. Fang Yuan's main body would have already made a move. At this time, Fang Yuan's main body and clone had already finished communicating, and both sides had learned about each other's previous experiences. Fang Yuan's main body commented, "The Dragon Palace's dream realm is indeed deep and complicated. This time, my body and soul have entered the dream realm, so it's inevitable that my emotions will be stirred. There's also the dream within the dream, which can make people addicted to it and unable to extricate themselves. And outside, the Celestial Court is in a difficult position. If we're not careful, a great battle will break out and cause the situation to go out of control. Although the two immortals of the Eastern Sea looked harmless, they were definitely not good people. In the previous life, they fought against Duke Long for Dragon Palace. After Duke Long won, during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, they even worked together with other rank 8s to invade Hidden Dragon Cave, never giving up on Dragon Palace. In fact, the reason why Duke Long chose to negotiate was because Fang Yuan was acting as Qi Si ancestor with incredible strength, and also because of this consideration. Looking at the entire situation, Fang Yuan's action was very dangerous. It was like walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. If he was not careful, the situation would collapse. In the end, it was more daunting than dangerous. The situation was under his control. It was all thanks to Fang Yuan's strategic planning. Firstly, he was the most experienced person in exploring dream realms. He was the #1 in the world. Even though it was his clone who made a move this time, Fang Yuan also taught him pure dream reality seeker transformation, an unraveled dream. Secondly, Fang Yuan constructed Cooking Luck Pot. It could inspect luck. Fang Yuan had indeed observed the azure purple chi. He knew there was a chance of success, thus he tried it. Thirdly, Fang Yuan also sent by Ningbing and the others in the River of Time, myriad-year flying warship fought against the 5-time path immortal goo houses of Celestial Court. It drew the attention of Celestial Court. Using his previous plan, Fang Yuan successfully deceived Duke Long. He skillfully maneuvered between Celestial Court and Eastern Sea's local superforces, borrowing strength from both sides. Finally, even if he failed, Fang Yuan would only lose a clone. His main body would still be safe. His foundation would still be intact. If the Dragon Man clone betrayed him, Fang Yuan could rely on the connection between his main body and clone to pursue and kill him, ignoring everything else. Just the luck aspect alone could not be resolved by Dragon Palace. Because Dragon Palace was a product of Red Lotus era, while Luck Path was created by Giant Sun Immortal later on. Precisely because of these reasons, Fang Yuan was able to deal with Celestial Court, Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals and the 4 dragon generals, he was able to take care of them. He had the advantage of attacking and defending. He was able to control the overall situation. Of course, there were risks too. If he lost the Dragon Man clone, Fang Yuan would lose almost all of his current dream path methods. After all, Unravel Dream and Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation were in the hands of the clone. This was a risk that he had to take. How could there be no risk in doing something big? Moreover, this time, it concerned a rank 8 immortal Gu house like Dragon Palace. As for Wu Shuai's will, it did not exist. No will could exist in dream realms for 1,000,000 years. The reason why the Dragonoid avatar had once become Wu Shuai was, in fact, a result of the Dream Tokens modification. It had warped his original will, causing the Dragonoid avatar to mistakenly believe that he was Wu Shuai and reincarnate. How could Fang Yuan's will be so easily twisted? Even if he was deceived for now, he would sense it in the future and realize it. Unless the Dragon Man clone stayed in Dragon Palace all day and imprisoned himself, he would be affected by Dream Token at all times. Wu Shuai's considerations and arrangements were truly meticulous. This was praiseworthy. After Fang Yuan's main body learned of the clone's experience, he was moved. He praised. He is a character. Unfortunately, Wu Shuai failed. It was not that he was not skilled. If he was not skilled, how could he resist Central Continent's 10 great sects and develop South Flower Island? His aptitude was also very high. Precisely because of this, he was nurtured by his father from a young age. He was also favored by green anesthetic and became rank 8. Even though he had external help, his own abilities were the most important. Unfortunately, the enemies he faced were too strong. Not to mention the Celestial Court. Just Duke Long alone was enough to take care of the entire Dragon Man race. Furthermore, it was not just Duke Long. Duke Long also had Star Constellation behind him. Providence declared that Dragon Men would reign supreme. This was the trend of the heavenly Tao. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was truly terrifying. She merged with the Tao and mixed her will with Providence, confusing the heavenly Tao. Precisely because of this, the 3 demon venerables after Star Constellation could not destroy the Celestial Court. Only Red Lotus Demon Venerable managed to damage Fake Gu in the end. Even this small achievement was beyond the imagination of the world. After all, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was not an otherworldly demon. Thus, Wu Shuai's failure was determined from the start. Even a demon venerable failed, not to mention Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai could be sacrificed, but so could the countless members of the Celestial Court. Duke Long exterminated the Dragon Man race. Was it not a sacrifice? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable merged with the Tao and sacrificed herself. From Wu Shuai's life, Fang Yuan's main body could sense the strength of the Celestial Court. This organization's foundation was simply too deep. The immortal graveyard was deep. Who knew how many rank 8s were slumbering after 1,000,000 years? Duke Long was still alive. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, Chen Yi, Thunder Ghost, True Monarch. These people were all influential figures. All of these had already formed a great force that suppressed everything in history. Even a demon venerable could not go against it. Just thinking about this made one feel suffocated. It was no wonder that Song Qiyuan and Shen Songsheng were so wary, seeing the earth trenches appearing and the 5 regions merging. They became increasingly anxious. Fang Yuan wanted to go against this great force. Only by destroying Fate Gu can I have the possibility of eternal life. If I fail, will there be future generations who will learn of my deeds in the future and be moved by them? They will only be moved. After inspecting Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan kept his clone in Dragon Palace into his immortal aperture. He summoned Shui Er, Shi Cheng, and Mo Tansang. Fang Yuan activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel with them and quickly left Eastern Sea. Ever since Fang Yuan annexed Qi Xiang Grotto Heaven, Jade Flow Pearl was no longer useful. He could only use omnidirectional travel as a form of transportation. The ancient battle formation had its unique advantage. Of course, Fang Yuan could also use myriad-year flying warship as a form of transportation. This rank 8 immortal goo house's speed was not bad. But this immortal goo house was still fighting in the river of time. Chapter 1861. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, a grand purple-gold palace was floating in the air. Immortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. The Dragon Man clone controlled this immortal goo house, immediately emitting large amounts of smoke. Wherever the smoke went, it devoured everything. Fang Yuan used it as an experiment. An immemorial year beast that he brought over could not resist it at all. It cried out in shock before it was swept away by the dream path smoke, vanishing without a trace. Withdraw. The Dragon Man clone willed. The dream path smoke was like a python returning to its nest. It quickly went back into Dragon Palace. Everything that it had devoured before was naturally swept into the Dragon Palace. This move was the Dream Path Killer move that Fang Yuan had seen in his previous life. Back then, Dragon Palace emitted smoke that corroded Heaven Overseeing Tower. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower had turned phantom, it was still affected. It was truly one move that dominated the world. In this short period of time, the 5 regions Goo Immortals, including the Celestial Court, lacked methods to deal with Dream Path. Dream Path's effect was immediate, but now that Fang Yuan used it personally, he found that this dreamy light smoke was not the Dream Path offensive killer move that he had expected. It was more used to capture captives. Like earlier, Dragon Palace used this move to capture an immemorial year beast with rank 8 battle strength, suppressing it inside the palace with ease. Dragon Palace was an enslavement path immortal goo house. Even with a rank 8 dream path immortal goo like dream token, it could not change its nature. The killer move Dreamy Light Smoke was designed to complement Dragon Palace. It would first capture the target of enslavement before enslaving them. Other than Dreamy Light Smoke, Dragon Palace had 2 other Dream Path killer moves. One was called Dream Revelation. It had the effect of Wisdom Path. It could allow Goo Immortals to enter dreams and enlighten them in the dream realm. The other was called Dream Within Dream. It could create dream realms within dream realms. Like when the Dragon Man clone explored dream realms and turned into Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai entered the dream and obtained dream revelations. This was a dream within a dream. As for the dream realm that enveloped Dragon Palace earlier, it was the power of Dream Token itself. After some consideration, Fang Yuan realized that at the current stage, Dreamy Light Smoke was the most practical. Even though Dream Awakening was brilliant, not only did it consume immortal essence, it also consumed providence. That was to say, providence was involved in this killer move. To Wu Shuai, it was the will of the heavens, and the Dragon Men would reign supreme. Therefore, Providence was supporting the Dragonians, so it was completely fine for him to use this move. He could receive the favor and guidance of the heavenly Tao, but Fang Yuan couldn't. Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon who was suppressed and targeted by Providence. He had always been an enemy of Providence. He had a killer move called Heaven's Will Dissipation. It was specially used to eliminate Providence. How could he count on Providence to help him? As for Dream Within Dream, this killer move targeted dream realms and not living beings. After activating it, it could form a deeper layer of dreamland. What was the use of that? It was to alter dreams. Back then, Wu Shuai mainly used it to alter Dragon Palace's dream realm, forming a dream within a dream. When Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone explored, he encountered many dreams within dreams. Undeniably, such an alteration could make the dream realm more complex. It could make the explorer lose himself in it and forget about himself. What could Fang Yuan use it for? For the time being, Fang Yuan wanted to explore dream realms. He could alter these dream realms and create a dream within a dream within a dream. These dreams within dreams were created by Fang Yuan. They belonged to him. This way, he would be able to create a base in the dream realm, a safe place to rest and recuperate. The most important thing was Dream Token Immortal Goo. This immortal goo was similar to Fang Yuan's Soul Beast token. The former was a Dream Path Goo worm with Enslavement Path power, while the latter was a Soul Path Goo worm with Enslavement Path power. Fang Yuan had already found out about the usage of this rank 8 Dream Token Immortal Goo from the Dragon Spirit. Back then, when Duke Long used Dragon Man Extermination, Wu Shuai was not spared, but he had tried hard. He experimented with Dragon Men. There were some results that could delay his death. Wu Shuai used the last bit of time he had to activate Dream Token Immortal Goo. He not only expended his rank 8 Immortal Essence, he also expended all of his emotions, memories, and wills. After the arrangements were made, his body was thin, only a tiny bit of his soul was left. He sat on the dragon throne because he expended too much energy. After a while, he breathed his last. In the end, he even sacrificed himself. He gave up everything. Thus, for now, the price of activating Dream Token Immortal Goo was huge. Wu Shuai was not killed by Dragon Man Extermination. He only died because of Dream Token. Fang Yuan assessed. He was an Enslavement Path Goo Immortal at the peak of rank 8. He sacrificed himself to activate Dream Token and create Dragon Palace's Dream Realm. In recent times, the blessed land that Dragon Palace was hiding in was destroyed. Dragon Palace escaped and hid in the sea, subduing Granny Rong, Zhang Yin, and the other dragon generals. Even though there were 4 rank 8 battle strengths, the foundation of the Dream Realm was greatly reduced. When the Dragon Man clone explored it, Dragon Palace's Dream Realm showed signs of breaking down. There was an obvious detail: Wind Cloud Manor and Black Heaven Temple. These 2 sects were 2 of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They were not sects from Red Lotus era a million years ago. But the Dream Realm could not be created. It could only rely on the Dragon Man clone's memories. This exposed the fact that the Dream Realm at that time had already reached its limit. That is to say, by sacrificing a peak rank 8 Goo Immortal like Wu Shuai, I could enslave 4 rank 8s and 1 rank 7. If it was the complete Dragon Palace Dream Realm, the Dragon Man clone would have to rely on Unravel Dream to be modified. Thus, he had to thank these 4 Eastern Sea rank 8 Goo Immortals. They expended a lot of the Dream Realm's power. If he used Dream Token alone, whoever used it would die. Dream Token Immortal Goo would drain the Goo Immortal's foundation and turn it into a Dream Realm. The size and power of the Dream Realm depended on the situation, depending on the Goo Immortal who activated it. Of course, rank 7 and 6 Goo Immortals did not have rank 8 Immortal Essence. They could not activate Dream Token Immortal Goo. Rank 8 Goo Immortals could not be forced, they had to be willing. That is to say, every time I activate Dream Token Immortal Goo, a rank 8 Goo Immortal will be expended. This was a huge price. Fang Yuan did not want to try it himself. But in the future, when my Dream Path attainment level is high enough, I can use Dream Token Immortal Goo as the core and create killer moves to restrict Dream Token, preventing it from draining the Goo Immortal dry, and creating Dream Realms in a controlled manner. But it is not very useful. Fang Yuan thought about it. Dream Token Immortal Goo alone was not very useful to him. Even if he had killer moves in the future and could create Dream Realms in a controlled manner, they would not be drained by Dream Token Immortal Goo. But that would also expend a lot of Fang Yuan's foundation. Forget about his immortal essence and soul. The crucial point was that his true meaning would be converted and expended. This meant that Fang Yuan's attainment level would fall. Without true meaning, Dream Realms were just shallow illusions. precisely because dream realms contain true meaning and all sorts of emotions. They could bewitch people. If the exploration was successful and all sorts of emotions were removed, the Goo Master would obtain true meaning and their attainment level would rise. But in the future, dream realms will appear everywhere. I can expend a portion of my attainment level to create a dream realm as a trap to trap crucial people. If I can make such a crucial person my own, I will be able to catch my enemies off guard. Dream token, dreamy light smoke, dream within dream, dream enlightenment. These were his dream path gains. For Fang Yuan, not all of them were useful, but they did increase his dream path strength by several times, especially when these killer moves were fused into Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace. Fang Yuan did not need to practice them and could use them easily. It was very convenient. Other than dream path, there were huge gains in other aspects too. The most obvious was Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the other 4 dragon generals. Fang Yuan had gained 4 rank 8 battle strength experts, and it was 4. Wu Shuai and the Dragon Man race's collections were kept in Dragon Palace for the future. Now they belonged to Fang Yuan. Most of these inheritances were related to enslavement path, but the most valuable ones were Qian Kuan Crystal Wall, Censure Peak, Army Ant, and others. Back then, Wu Shuai enslaved Calligraphy Pavilion Lady and obtained her Immortal Goo House Calligraphy Pavilion. Wu Shuai found out that Calligraphy Pavilion was so powerful because it contained a large number of Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. Qian Kuan Crystal Wall was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The legends of Rinzhu had records of it, but it had always been in a fragmented state. Calligraphy Pavilion's Qian Kuan Crystal Wall was only a portion of it. The value of the Censure Peak, for example, was similar to the prototype of the Refinement Sea. Langya, white-haired land spirit, wanted to create a secluded domain of heaven and earth, Refinement Sea. He paid a huge price but did not succeed until now. Censure Peak was created, but it could only be considered an incomplete, secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was a level lower than Refinement Sea. Army Ant was the true inheritance of green ant ascetic. Wu Shuai developed it after inheriting it. It was his main offensive method in the past. As long as he raised them to a certain scale, they would have terrifying might. They could fight many rank 8 Goo Immortals alone. Finally, there was Dragon Palace itself, Dragon Spirit, and Enslavement Path Attainment Level. After the Dragon Man clone passed the Dream Realm, his Enslavement Path Attainment Level rose to Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. Back then, Wu Shuai's Enslavement Path Attainment Level was only 1 step away from Supreme Grandmaster. Even though he had the Dragonman's Enslavement Path talent, his talent was terrifying. Since ancient times, how many heroes had appeared after they were done with their work? In the long river of history, there were countless shining stars. These heroes did not lose their unique brilliance, even though they were illuminated by the 10 venerables. The gains were huge. Fang Yuan had basically inherited the Dragon Man inheritance. In order to digest such results, it would take months and years. Fang Yuan was a little helpless. He had limited time. He could only choose to replenish some of his gains. Army Ant had to be put aside for now. This method was only icing on the cake. Fang Yuan could already fight many rank 8s alone now. Furthermore, raising Army Ant would have to start from scratch. It would expend a huge amount of resources. Qian Kuan Crystal Wall and Censure Peak were both Information Path Foundation. Fang Yuan lacked methods in this aspect. Earlier, he had even set up Li Xiaobai's clone in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. It was also for this reason. What made Fang Yuan feel some regret was that Dragon Palace lacked Dream Path defensive methods. If they had such methods with the current situation, Dream Path would lead the world. It would be more useful than Winter Coat and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Chapter 1862. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The long hair refinement path formation rumbled. A large amount of white lychee immortal essence poured in, forming a blazing flame. In the blazing flame, the Dragon Man clone sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was expressionless, as if he was asleep. His body, on the other hand, began to melt, as if steel was about to melt into molten iron. This was a very painful matter, but the Dragon Man clone's soul had left in advance. It was standing beside Land Spirit of Langya now. Feng Yuan's main body controlled this refinement path formation, while Land Spirit of Langya, Sixth Hair, and the rest assisted him. Feng Yuan mobilized almost all of his refinement path Gu Immortals. He was giving it his all. As the flames burned, the Dragon Man clone's skin and flesh started to swell and blister. It soon became unrecognizable. It was like a gel or a round droplet of oil that had not completely flowed out. Be careful. Hold on. I will leave this to you, Land Spirit of Langya. Feng Yuan's main body was controlling the situation as he instructed. Land Spirit of Langya nodded. Feng Yuan did not need to melt the Dragon Man clone completely. If he did that, it would be the same as killing the Dragon Man clone. Feng Yuan needed this state. The Dragon Man clone was at his limit, but it was only at the brink of collapse. To maintain this state, the Gu Immortal needed to control the flames at all times while paying close attention to the Dragon Man clone's condition. Feng Yuan handed this task to Land Spirit of Langya. The latter had already turned into the white-hair Land Spirit. He was mature and experienced. His refinement path attainment was extremely deep. Even Feng Yuan could not compare to him. He could not be careless in this aspect. Feng Yuan was very assured in handing it to Land Spirit of Langya. Next, Feng Yuan activated the refinement path formation, creating traces of lightning. These lightning were pitch black in color. They were as thick as chopsticks. They sizzled loudly. The lightning penetrated into the raging flames as if it was in an uninhabited area, completely unaffected by the raging flames. Under Feng Yuan's control, the bolt gently pierced into the dragonoid clone's fat body, penetrating its flesh that was already a mess and resting on its soft bones. The pitch-black lightning locked onto the skeleton, then slowly pulled it out, taking out a section of the dragonoid avatar's arm bone. The arm bone could not withstand the intense flames. It immediately showed signs of melting. But at this moment, Sixth Hair was already waiting at the side, activating the refinement path grand formation and releasing bursts of bubbles. Feng Yuan quickly threw the arm bone into the bubble. The bubble wrapped around the arm bone and rose rapidly. Soon, it flew away from the top of the flames. There were hairy man Gu Immortals waiting there for a long time. They had prepared a pool of lightning plasma. The arm bone was thrown into the thunder plasma to be continuously refined. This was the first step. Next, another hairy man Gu Immortal took over, preventing the arm bone from being eroded by the jade green chi currents. Someone else was responsible for the third step. After the arm bone was roasted, cleansed, and eroded, its volume shrunk greatly. It was directly buried into a pile of pale, white bone paste. Next, the refinement path grand formation activated the power of time path to speed up the bone paste. The bone paste was continuously absorbed by the arm bone, becoming smaller and smaller. After absorbing more than half of the bone paste, the arm bone stopped and was taken out. There were still 3 more steps waiting for it. This was just an arm bone. The dragonoid clone had more than 3,000 bones. They had to be refined one by one. Like this, after refining the bones, the dragonoid clone's flesh and blood, brain, facial features, nails, and hair needed to be refined one by one. The workload was very heavy. Just relying on Feng Yuan alone was too inefficient. Thus, he mobilized all the refinement path members he had. Thankfully, even though the refinement of the dragonoid clone was heavy and complicated, the difficulty was not high. The most difficult part was to maintain the dragonoid clone's condition at all times. This was already taken care of by the land spirit of Langia. Fang Yuan was not worried. The refinement continued for 3 days and 3 nights in the sovereign immortal aperture before the long hair refinement path formation finally calmed down. The bones were stuffed back. The skin, flesh, nails, facial features, brain, and so on were all refined once again. They were completely immune to dragonoid extermination. When Duke Long created the Dragonman lifespan extension method, it was the essence of transformation path, chi path, and human path. Fang Yuan was not lacking in these 3 aspects now. Moreover, Fang Yuan had refinement path foundation. Duke Long could not compare to him in this aspect. Adding on his wisdom path strength, as long as Fang Yuan was given enough time, Fang Yuan would definitely be able to unravel the killer move dragonoid extermination. There was no killer move that could not be unraveled. However, this required a process, a relatively long period of time, and it required continuous attempts. After Fang Yuan obtained Dragon Palace, he obtained a large number of records on Dragonman experiments. This helped Fang Yuan greatly. In fact, back then, Wu Shuai was very close to success. Even though he did not truly unravel dragonoid extermination, he had thought of many methods. He just lacked the time to test them. During the final moments of the Dragonman race's extinction, the Dragonman Gu Immortals cooperated with Wu Shuai. They placed their immortal apertures all over Central Continent as experimental sites. They tried these methods and spread the seeds of hope. The Dragonman blessed land that Fang Zheng encountered earlier was one of them. Of course, more accurately speaking, it was not the first batch of blessed lands. Instead, it was the immortal apertures of the Dragonman Gu Immortals that were born in the blessed land. Fang Yuan did not know how many generations had passed. He was not interested either. But from this precious information, he deduced which of the methods that Wu Shuai had thought of back then had succeeded. The information regarding Fang Zheng was given to Fang Yuan by Shen Songsheng after soul searching him. Shen Songsheng naturally did not know how precious this information was. It was equivalent to pointing out a path for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the ability and the crucial clues. He finally modified the Dragonman. From now on, the Dragonman clone was completely immune to Dragonman extermination. Of course, this was only Duke Long's Dragonman extermination. If Fang Yuan created one himself, the Dragonman clone would still be punished. After all, the new Dragonman clone was personally created by Fang Yuan. He knew everything about it and its foundation. At this point, it was not the end. Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone's soul was adapted to the original Dragonman body. Thus, it was affected by Duke Long's Dragonman extermination. Thus, he needed to modify the Dragonman clone's soul. There was no need to use the refinement path formation on the soul. Fang Yuan had a vast array of soul path methods. It was much easier to resolve the problem of the soul than the body. Coincidentally, the Dragonman clone's soul foundation needed to be raised further. Thus, Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone cultivated in the enchanting Myriad Daring formation. Soul Foundation was the foundation of enslavement path. Currently, Dragon Palace enslaving the 4 dragon generals was already the limit. If they wanted to enslave anything else, they would have to use the Dragon Palace Lord's soul to bear the burden. From this, Fang Yuan understood why the dragon spirit recognized by Ning Bing as its master in the previous life. The situation was probably urgent back then. By Ning Bing's soul was needed to bear the burden. Thus, Dragon Palace was able to enslave the evil dragon Di Zongxing. The dragon spirit can control Dragon Palace. It is similar to a land spirit or heavenly spirit. It is more inclined to recognize its master and survive. Of course, the prerequisite is that I have to have a Dragonman identity and vow to revitalize the Dragonman race. Only then would I be recognized by the dragon spirit. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled. it was not impossible to revitalize the Dragon Man race. In any case, Fang Yuan had already started to raise variant humans on a large scale, firstly to comprehend human path, secondly to manage the immortal aperture, and thirdly to obtain variant human inheritances. What was the difference between having one more Dragon Man and one less Dragon Man? There was no difference. Of course, what Fang Yuan wanted to nurture was the new Dragon Man race that he created himself. It was not the previous Dragon Man race. In this aspect, Fang Yuan was definitely the ancestor of the new Dragon Man race. The Celestial Court had always been concerned about the differences between races. It had always been the foundation. But to Fang Yuan, it was not worth mentioning, even if the Dragon Men truly ruled the world. So what? Fang Yuan did not care about this at all. His only wish in this life was eternal life. If revitalizing the Dragon Man race could help him achieve this goal, then he would do so. If there were obstacles in the future, he would just get rid of them. It was so simple. If turning into a Dragon Man could grant him eternal life, Fang Yuan would definitely immediately change and abandon his human identity. Even if countless humans were proud of him, didn't the Dragon Man clone have no name? He could just call him Wu Shuai. Fang Yuan did not care. The Dragon Man clone started to cultivate his soul and modify his soul. The Time Path clone was still using the light of wisdom to deduce all sorts of things. The Dream Path clone was still at the bottom of the box. Fang Yuan originally wanted to use Dragon Palace to help the Dream Path clone undergo tribulation, but after researching it, he found that Dragon Palace did not have any Dream Path defensive killer moves. This caused Fang Yuan's plan to fail. If a Dream Path calamity or tribulation appeared, how would Fang Yuan defend against it? By then, Reverse Flow Protection Seal would not work. There was another way. That was to use Dream Token Immortal Goo as the core to deduce the corresponding Dream Path killer move. But this killer move was at least rank 8. Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path attainment, but his Dream Path attainment level had not reached Master yet. This was difficult. He would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to hold back. Chapter 1863. Eastern Sea. Shen family's headquarters, Red Sandalwood Myriad Sparrow Island. Shen family's first supreme elder, Shen Songsheng, said passionately, "Senior Chi Si, this is my Shen family's 6th sound tea. Please have a taste." Fang Yuan nodded and looked at the cups on the table. 6th sound tea was Shen family's signature tea. It was very amazing and famous in the 5 regions. It was even better than Spirit Affinity House's Qingpu tea, Myriad Dragon Doc's Dragon Shadow tea, Southern Border's Qiao family's Bewitching tea, and Fang family's 7 Mile Fragrant tea. 6 sound tea was not a cup of tea, it was a set of tea with 6 small cups. The brewing process of these 6 small cups of tea, the temperature of the tea, the type of teacups, the sequence of drinking, and the specific way of drinking were all detailed. Fang Yuan picked up the first cup of tea. This tea was clear and bright like the clear autumn sky. It was spotless. Autumn Tunyan. Fang Yuan chanted in his heart as he took a sip of the tea. When the tea entered his throat, he felt a refreshing and sweet sensation. His mind was clear and clear, without the slightest bit of contamination. It was as if he had transformed into a bird or a gentle breeze, flying in the autumn sky without any worries or words. After a while, Fang Yuan drank the second cup of cloud-flowing tea. This tea had a special taste. It was so soft that it felt like cotton instead of tea. However, it melted in his mouth, turning into a stream of slightly cold water that flowed down his throat and into his stomach without any obstruction. After the tea flowed down his stomach, the tongue, throat, and intestines that had flowed through earlier started to emit tea mist. This thick tea mist filled his chest and seeped into his organs. Good tea. Fang Yuan enjoyed the aftertaste for a long time before drinking the third mouthful. This tea was called River's Cry. The tea was contained in a long cup. The surface of the tea was not calm. There were small ripples as if it was a condensed river. Fang Yuan poured the tea into his mouth. An extremely mystical feeling rose in him, making him forget about it. It was as if he had turned into a river, after going through many twists and turns, after going through many obstacles. It finally flowed smoothly into Eastern Sea. Autumn Tunyan, cloud-flowing tea, river's cry, jade harp, phoenix's cry. Hibiscus smiled. Just one of these 6 cups of tea was already top-grade tea. What was even more amazing was that they were layered on top of each other and reflected off each other. Fang Yuan drank 6 cups in a row and was in a trance. An indescribably wonderful feeling enveloped his 5 senses and affected his 8 views. By the time he woke up, more than 2 hours had passed. Good tea. Fang Yuan savored it for a long time and praised, "Even though I live in seclusion, I've heard of 6 tones tea. Today's rank, one really lives up to his reputation." Seeing that Fang Yuan was satisfied, Shen clan's first supreme elder Shen Songsheng was overjoyed. He laughed heartily. To be praised by Senior Qi Si, our Gu immortals did not refine this tea for 3 days and 3 nights in vain. 6 sound tea was an immortal material. It could only be produced using immortal materials, and it also needed a Gu immortal with superb Gu refinement techniques. In order to make a complete set of 6 sounds tea, Shen Songsheng had to do it himself. This tea naturally had different standards of materials. Since Shen Songsheng personally refined it, he used the highest standards and expended a lot of rank 8 immortal materials. Rank 8 immortal materials were expensive. They were used to refine Gu, but now they were used to make tea. After Fang Yuan drank it once, there was no more left. It could be said to be extravagant, but it also showed how passionately Shen Songsheng treated Fang Yuan. After drinking the tea, Shen Songsheng invited Fang Yuan to tour this red sandalwood myriad sparrow island. This island itself was a super resource point. The island was not made of rocks or soil, but an immemorial desolate plant. See suppressing red sandalwood. The red sandalwood was rooted in the bottom of the sea. It grew continuously. Its treetop was high above the sea. Its branches were intertwined and formed the surface of the island. There were countless living beings living on the island. Birds were the majority of them. Whenever these birds chirped, the branches near the red sandalwood would shake, creating a beautiful sound. These sounds spread in all directions, calming the surrounding sea area. The sea here was calm like a mirror. There was not even a trace of wind in the sky. This was the origin of the name sea-suppressing red sandalwood. Shen Songsheng treated Fang Yuan passionately for 2 days. He accompanied him the entire time. He would also invite some female immortals of Shen tribe to serve Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a pleasant conversation with him. Before parting, Shen Songsheng gave him a gift with both hands. These gifts were very heavy. Not only did they contain a large number of immortal materials, there were also 2 ancient desolate plant, level C suppressing red sandalwood. Shun tribe's sea suppressing red sandalwood was an immemorial desolate plant. It needed 800 years to produce a living branch. Transplanting this branch could grow an ancient desolate level C suppressing red sandalwood. Even though the sea suppressing red sandalwood had a lot of branches, other than that, transplanting any other branches would not yield any harvest. These 2 sea suppressing red sandalwood did not represent 2 ancient desolate plants. They represented 2 large resource points. In order to establish a good relationship with Qi Si ancestor, Shun Songsheng spent a lot more than Song Qi Yuan. Before Fang Yuan went to Shen clan, he had already gone to Song clan. He was also received by Song Qi Yuan for the entire journey. After bidding farewell to Shen Songsheng, "I believe my name has already spread to Eastern Sea." No, it should have spread to the 5 regions. No, it should have spread throughout the 5 regions. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Fang Yuan's identity as Qi Si ancestor was destined to shake the world. He had already made up his mind on this point when he and Bus Dragon were equally matched. Next, I need to wait for Eastern Sea's other superforces to react. They will definitely invite me to their banquets. Fang Yuan calculated. It seemed that his main body would be attending banquets everywhere in the near future. This was what Fang Yuan wanted. Even though Eastern Sea was rich, it lacked a unified voice, a leader with great foresight. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Eastern Sea was always suppressed by the other regions. In Fang Yuan's previous life, even when Eastern Sea's rank 8s worked together, they only took Dragon Palace. They did not have any thoughts of attacking Celestial Court or Emperor City. Eastern Sea was not like Southern Border, which had Wu Clan and the ambitious Wu Yong. It was also not like Northern Plains, which had Longevity Heaven. It could not even compare to Central Continent, which had Celestial Court. Eastern Sea and Western Desert were similar, but Western Desert's Gu Immortals were more skilled at cooperation, and Western Desert was much poorer than Eastern Sea in terms of resources. In Fang Yuan's impression, Eastern Sea did not seem to have any outstanding performance. Even though Eastern Sea's superforces had deep foundations, Eastern Sea's lone immortals were much wealthier than the other 4 regions. Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals were too scattered. But what if they had a strong leader? What if they had a unified voice? For example, someone like Qi Si Ancestor. He cultivated Qi Path. He did not have any conflicts of resources with Eastern Sea's superforces and Gu Immortals. Moreover, he had battle strength on par with Duke Long. This was the greatest foundation to intimidate others. Could Qi Si Ancestor become Eastern Sea's leader? Of course. Fang Yuan did not expect all of Eastern Sea's superforces to listen to him. That was unrealistic. But becoming the alliance leader in name was very possible. Wasn't this what Shen Songsheng and Song Qi Yuan were thinking of? They wanted to tie Qi Si Ancestor to the war chariot that was Eastern Sea. When there was a war in the future, they would have someone to take responsibility for them. Little did they know, this was what Fang Yuan wanted. Even if he was the alliance leader in name and could not interfere with any superforce's internal affairs, as long as he could influence the whole of Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world, Fang Yuan's goal would be achieved. Don't forget, Eastern Sea's 4 rank 8 lone immortals, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the others were already dragon generals of Dragon Palace. With their secret support, together with Fang Yuan's identity as the alliance leader, his influence would be very deep. At least during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, when the Celestial Court was repairing Fate Gu, Fang Yuan could guide Eastern Sea and use its strength in a more appropriate way. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path rank 8s wanted to curry favor with Fang Yuan. Not only did they receive him warmly, they even gave him generous gifts. Even during peaceful times, with Qi Si Ancestor's strength and stance, they had to rope him in. Not to mention now, with the Earth Trench eruption and the 5 regions merging into one, they were about to do so. Dragon Palace went deep into the sea, sinking all the way to the bottom. This part of the sea seemed ordinary, but after Dragon Palace floated for a while, the Dragon Man clone's voice could be heard. Dragon Palace is here. Where is Gu tribe? His voice echoed in the sea. The Dragon Man clone waited patiently. After a while, the scenery at the bottom of the sea changed. A door opened, revealing an underwater blessed land. A rank 8 Gu Immortal walked out of the door, looking at Dragon Palace with vigilance and a trace of anticipation. He cupped his fists. I am the 39,767th Gu tribe leader. May I ask who is the owner of Dragon Palace? Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone walked out. It is Wu Shuai. Gu tribe's leader's expression shook. He asked, You have a relationship with Fang Yuan? The Dragonman clone laughed. We are making use of each other. If not for Fang Yuan, how could I rebirth? Gu tribe's leader nodded. He was not surprised. Duke Long, Fang Yuan, and Qi Si Ancestor's ambush of Duke Long had already spread. The Dragonman clone asked with a solemn expression, Now that the world is changing, the crucial moment has arrived. Gu tribe leader. Is your tribe going to fulfill the agreement from 1,000,000 years ago? Gu tribe's leader smiled, but did not reply. We need to discuss this in detail. Senior Wu Shuai, please come in.